Let us know if you can hear us okay. We just restarted our stream here, and I believe we're operational. Yes, you are. Perfect, perfect, perfect. We are on YouTube and Facebook now. Um, the restart appears to have worked perfectly. While we were gone, we had a new tornado watch that just got issued that we post on the page here shortly, but it includes a large chunk of Indiana. So welcome back in, guys. I do apologize that we had to restart the stream there. Hopefully we're good tonight. I just want to get that out of the way before we hopped into the most intense coverage tonight. So thank you for bearing with us. We should be uninterrupted from here on out. Hopefully YouTube is also able to hear us as well. So this tornado watch is now includes places roughly from Kokomo on south. It does include the Tira counties just north of Kokomo. Alrighty here. I'm just making sure on my end that the YouTube side took off, which I believe it is. Yep, perfect. YouTube's working. I love it. I have to edit it because it wouldn't let me put titles on the software I'm using now. So we'll go over the watch here in just a brief minute. Just give us 1 second here to get the back end, all the descriptions and titles and stuff set up. Okay.
Well, this tornado watch extends from Vincennes, Bedford, over to North Vernon and areas north. Does not include the Richmond area, Union, Fayette counties, Wayne County. You guys are not under a tornado watch. Wells, Adams, not included, but also areas living in or around the watch areas. Do stay weather aware tonight. So Wells County, you're not included in the watch. Richmond, you're not. Jasper, Princeton, but areas surrounding this watch, do remain weather aware for rapidly changing weather conditions in and around the watch area. Currently, we are watching storms across central Illinois near the Springfield area and Decatur, Indiana, or Illinois areas. 2 tornado warnings, one of which is an observed tornado warning near Springfield, Illinois. This is moving east at 60 miles per hour. Very fast storm motions here tonight. Some of our soundings, which are some data profiles we look at behind the scenes, show storm vectors at perhaps over 65 knots. That's close to 70 miles per hour moving east. So the more robust, the more upscale these storms can grow, and the more organized they grow, perhaps the faster these storms are going to be able to move as well. So do plan for very fast storm motions and upwards of 60 miles per hour tonight. So if you do find yourself under a tornado or severe thunderstorm warning, do take it seriously, as your window to prepare is a little bit less tonight compared to what it would have been yesterday when storm motions were moving at 30 miles per hour. That is not the case today. We have a lot of wind shear present, and that is going to keep these storms really cranking and really moving along. at speeds sometimes greater than 60 miles per hour. But appreciate you staying on here and watching us live. We'll be here for the majority of the night here. Our severe weather risk will go from now through about the 2 to 3 a.m. time frame, and perhaps a little bit longer than that before storms are out of Indiana. So we have a long night ahead of us here, and we will be here live covering the severe weather coverage in detail and the risk here across Indiana. I will show you the latest Storm Prediction Center outlook here as we are waiting on our severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings to come into Indiana. Highest risk, and the tornado watch kind of echoes the enhanced risk a little bit. Areas generally south of the Lafayette and Kokomo area and south have the highest risk for severe weather, especially along and south of US 24. Areas in orange are in an enhanced risk. It's a level 3 out of 5. Moderate risk for areas from the Indianapolis area, Bloomington over to Terre Haute, Indiana. That's a level 4 out of 5. That's a moderate risk issued by the Storm Prediction Center. We only see a couple of these a year, if that, here in Indiana. So a pretty rare issuance overall. So do take this seriously. Despite early morning rain and cloud cover, the Storm Prediction Center still has high confidence that severe weather is not only possible, but likely across portions of Indiana here this evening, some of which could be significant, from tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds, perhaps up to 80 miles per hour. Tornadoes, perhaps even a couple strong tornadoes. EF2 plus tornadoes cannot be ruled out, especially in areas shaded in red near the warm front. That includes the Terre Haute, Indiana area, Indianapolis, Bloomington. Stay weather aware here this evening. But no matter where you live here in Indiana, whether you're in northern Indiana, southern Indiana, doesn't matter. The entire state of Indiana is under some sort of risk level today. And in fact, the lowest level in Indiana is a slight risk. Slight does not mean zero. So even if you do live in northern Indiana where the risk was downgraded slightly, still does not mean zero. Just a little bit more confidence in significant severe weather occurring just to your south. But severe weather is still severe weather, whether it's significant or baseline. These storms are still strong enough to cause some damage when under a severe thunderstorm warning. So do take warnings seriously here tonight, especially with how fast our storm motions are moving. We're going to be moving east between 60 and 70 miles per hour tonight. These storms are going to be cranking. Let me I'll try to toggle that watch off here for you. Make it a little less cluttered here for you. Currently watching our storms firing along a warm front here today. Our warm front was going to be the big factor here today. Tried to communicate that in our severe weather outlooks here today as well. Noticing a couple different scenarios here today. The reason the highest risk was shifted south was because our warm front also shifted south. Guidance yesterday had the warm front at this time near the across northern Indiana from Rensselaer over to about the DeKalb County area. But that is not the case right now, since earlier showers and storms have not allowed that warm front to persist much further north of Indianapolis, but it will continue to move north a little bit and slowly here this evening. Greatest severe weather risk is going to be, especially for tornadoes on that warm front or just south of that warm front, is where we're going to see the greatest risk for strong tornadoes here today along the I-74 corridor and I-70 corridors, especially Lafayette, Kokomo, Muncie, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Terre Haute, all areas that need to stay especially severe weather aware here this evening. 2 tornado warnings currently still in effect here in Illinois. We have an observed tornado warning near the Springfield area, as well as a radar indicated tornado warning near the Decatur, Illinois area. In fact, let me go back to dual screen here. We'll turn on our velocity here to look at our winds within the storm. And you can see a little bit of rotation here near the Warrensburg, Illinois area, as well as some very strong winds near the Dawson, Illinois area as well. This had a severe or an observed tag on it not that long ago. Backing it up here a little bit, you can see some pretty decent rotation near the Lathan area in Illinois. And you can see a little bit of a couplet there just to the south and east of Sherman, and may even be a little bit of an LP base or low precipitation base with that as well. You can kind of see how this rain band curves a little bit. So a little bit of rotation perhaps on the south side of that. Have to keep an eye on all of these storms as they move towards Indiana, and they are racing. Current forward motion on these tornado warnings are moving east a little bit slower here, 45 miles per hour. but they have been moving as fast as 60 miles per hour. And I would plan on these storms moving faster versus and slower as we go throughout the evening tonight. Low level winds and wind shear as a whole is going to increase as we go into the overnight hours. And that'll also help to speed up these storms as we have something called a low level jet moving in. That's the atmosphere is kind of like a giant river with troughs and rivers where it bends a little bit. But just like currents in a river, currents in the atmosphere can change too. And we have a really fast current of air that'll be moving in across Illinois and Indiana later tonight.
Hey,
About
Caleb,
15 to 20,000 above our feet above our heads. It could be upwards of 80 miles per hour. Yeah, right.
can we do a timing update? A lot of questions in chat regarding timing.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me go back to one screen here and we can actually time it out here. We use this forecast model here. So really from about now through about 1 to 3 a.m. is going to be the peak timing for severe weather here across Indiana. Here's a live look at the HRRR model. This is 5 o'clock, so here a little bit ago. And you can see still some scattered showers and storms across northern Indiana. These are going to be elevated, mainly rain, maybe some rumbles of thunder, some small hail, can't be ruled out either. But the severe weather is going to be down here, closer to our warm front. And this will perhaps lift north a little bit along and south of 24. That is something we're going to have to watch going into the evening. But the storms of greatest concern are going to be down here across central Illinois, where they are currently moving into Indiana. So this is right about now, 6 o'clock. Now, this is also a forecast model. This gives you a good general representation of what the environment may look at. Actual radar reflectivity may vary a little bit depending on the influence of other storms, so on and so forth. But here we are at 8 o'clock here tonight. Still some very strong storms along the I-70 corridor in 74 along our warm front across south central Illinois and central west central Indiana. We're also seeing some storms trying to develop across northern Indiana, but the question is up there, will they be elevated or will they be surface based? That's a little bit of uncertainty. My theory is being north of the warm front, they're going to be kind of trend to be a little bit more elevated in nature, maybe some gusty winds, heavy rain, some small hail. But if any of these storms can become surface based, there's plenty of wind shear to support a brief spin up tornado. So have to watch these closely. But the greatest tornado potential is going to be along and near our warm front. Here we are at 10 p.m. here tonight. Our cold front is starting to move into Indiana. By this time, we also have some really strong wind shear cranking across the state. So we'll have to watch any of these storms in central and southern Indiana, as well as southeast Illinois. Storms still continuing. This is 1 a.m. here this evening. A few scattered storms across the Fort Wayne, Indiana area, Indianapolis, and southern Indiana. Still continuing. A few of these could be strong to severe. And here we are at 3 a.m. Storms just now starting to exit Indiana around the 3 a.m. time frame. So we have a long night to go. But we will be here covering our severe weather event in detail through the evening and overnight tonight here across Indiana. Do want to reiterate, though, no matter where you're at in Indiana, you are under at least some risk for severe weather here this evening.
Also, do not get it confused. We are under a tornado watch, not a tornado warning. A watch means be prepared. A warning means take action. We are under a tornado watch. The graphic is posted on our page. I will bring it in here just momentarily. I will go ahead and switch my screen off back to mine, if you don't mind, Caleb. The tornado watch is as follows here. We have several counties involved. Extends up from Fort Wayne over toward about, it doesn't include Fort Wayne, it's south and west of Fort Wayne. Over to Lafayette, down to Vincent's area. This is going to be quite an intense tornado watch here. Wind gusts up to 80. Max hail size is baseball. And then the tornado intensity, it could be EF3 in nature. So that is your county map of what is included there. I know Caleb showed it a little bit ago, but a lot of new viewers coming in. Again, this is a tornado watch, not a tornado warning. If there's a warning issued, you should be in your basement. If there's a watch issue,
and I do want to
be tracking the radar.
Absolutely. And kind of going off that tornado watch, the Storm Prediction Center puts high ceiling, probabilities on that tornado watch, max probabilities. It does not mean every tornado is going to be an EF3. It doesn't mean every hail report is going to be 2 inches plus in diameter. It means the potential is there in the atmosphere to support such events if a storm is able to tap into those ingredients fully. So not everyone is going to see an EF3 tonight. Not everyone is going to see baseball size hail or larger tonight. but the atmosphere is capable of producing a few storms that perhaps could support a strong tornado or even significant hail as well. So the potential is there, and that is something we're watching. But not everyone will, not every tornado will be an EF3 or stronger of intensity. Hopefully not. But I do want to echo that a little bit as well.
I'll turn to the comments here for a few minutes while we have a minute. So if you guys have any questions, drop them in chat. Again, if you're asking about your specific location, we cannot be specific with you. If you live in Indiana, you have a threat tonight. However, we are currently highest concerned for West Central Indiana, places like Terre Haute, Indianapolis, Greencastle, Crawfordsville, Vincennes, Bloomington, Franklin, Columbus, Cloverdale, Linton, Martinsville. The West Central Indiana area is where our highest concern is, but there's a lot of wind shear out there. It's not going to take much storm fuel to get a severe wind risk or perhaps a spin up risk with these storms. All right, so to the chat we go. Yeah, if you have no basement, then yes, an interior closet is probably your best bet there.
Yeah, think of it like this. I like to think of it kind of like layers, like a layer cake. Put as many layers between your body and what's going on outside as possible. So try to put as many walls between you and what's going on outside to protect yourself from flying debris or any damage that may occur on the lowest level of your home. Don't take shelter in a set of room upstairs. The higher you go, the stronger the winds are, the stronger the hazards are. You want to get as low as possible if you don't have a basement. Closet, bathroom, all great places to be as long as they are not on an exterior wall or a window. Stay away from windows.
Had a question here. How does North Indiana look based on current radar? Right now, you guys are clear. Now, that may change later on tonight, but right now, the concern up here, none of this looks concerning at all, to be quite honest with you. If that changes, we're obviously going to cover it. We're live tracking. We're going to be live throughout the evening. So if we do happen to get severe warnings or tornadic warnings up in North Indiana, we'll cover it. But for right now,
my thinking up there currently is the warm front is going to stay pretty well locked in place across central Indiana. Storms that go north of the warm front could still be strong to severe. The tornado risk, I think, is lower north of the warm front because storms will want to go elevated as nature. They'll ride over the warm front, kind of like an off ramp where their cloud bases will go up a little bit. That'll limit the tornado potential, even if they have rotating updrafts, but that will still support cases of large hail and damaging winds across northern Indiana. If any of those storms are able to become surface-based, a brief tornado definitely is not out of the question. We have the wind shear to support tornadoes across the entire state today, but the greatest potential is going to be along the warm front where storms can become surface-based. You're going to hear that term a little bit, and what surface-based means is the storm's ability to attach into the wind shear, the spinning of the air at the low levels near the ground. That's really important in allowing or enabling the storm to bring that rotation all the way down to the ground in a form of tornado. If there's a boundary layer, such as being north of the warm front, say like maybe some cold air at the surface, that's going to act like a little bit of a lid where that rotation will kind of bounce off and it won't be allowed to come all the way down to the ground. That's the best case scenario across the entire state today. But the greatest potential for tornadoes are going to be along that warm front where that surface instability is building, but also some significant hail can't be ruled out either, potentially up to baseball size hail. And that significant risk does go all the way to Fort Wayne, Indiana by the Storm Prediction Center. We do have that hatched zone going all the way up to northern Indiana. So just a little bit of my thoughts there with that. If that changes, we'll let you know. We'll still be here monitoring radar here all night. So if we do see any warnings up there, we'll cover that. And same goes anywhere here in Indiana.
What are the green
but the primary risk here today, central Indiana, along I-70 and I-74. That currently has the highest potential for severe weather and perhaps significant severe weather.
The green boxes on the radar are flood advisories or flood warnings. So if you happen to find yourself in a flood warning tonight, be on the lookout for that. Through the chat here. Yes, YouTube is live now. We are live streaming to YouTube, so that is good to go. No warnings in the state currently. The bottom bar that you see there is the highest alert that we have in Indiana, which is a flash flood warning. We have a tornado watch also in effect, but the flash flood warning does take priority on our list of warnings. Right now, I think Terre Haute area is probably going to be the first up for severe weather, I have to imagine here. Watching this line of
Along and
storms
south
over.
of the warm front, and these storms are starting to dive south a little bit along our warm front. The one that's currently tornado warned is south of the warm front. Notice the difference, though. The storms that are warned are the southern storms. The storms that are not warned are the northern storms. Those are elevated versus surface based. That's the difference. And it can be a difference of 5 miles or less between where that storm is situated on north or south of the warm front. And that makes a big difference. Now, the storms on the northern side, while the tornado risk may be lower, still can produce flash flooding, hail, some of which could be large, as well as some damaging winds. So it's kind of give or take which side of the boundary you're on, but the entire state has potential for severe weather as well. But the storm is looking pretty healthy on radar near the Decatur, Indiana area. We do have a little bit before it reaches Indiana, but we'll have to watch all of these storms here from Champaign, Decatur, coming into the Charleston, Illinois area, and Danville along 74. These storms are also moving very quickly as well, moving at about 50 to 60 miles per hour right now. Would not be surprised if we even have a few storms moving faster than that, especially into the overnight hours when we have some stronger winds moving into the region. That could really increase the speeds of these storms.
Yeah, that current warning in Decatur, Illinois is warned for radar indicated rotation and baseball size hail. Somebody asked in chat if there was anything observed yet in Illinois, and yes, there was actually a confirmed tornado already near the Springfield storm, I believe it was. So these storms do have a history of producing tornadoes here. So was our watch, Caleb, was that a PDS watch or was it just a regular watch?
A regular tornado watch, to my understanding.
Okay. Thank you, Chelsea, for that comment there in chat. Appreciate your helping out there. So right now we're kind of just in wait and see mode. The storms are approaching the Indiana state line. We did promise coverage starting at 5 p.m. and we got that as close as possible, but obviously the risk wants to hold off another hour or so. But we're live. We'll be tracking this here. Like I said before, I think Decatur is our first storm here to watch for a threat here. I think it's heading toward the Terre Haute general region.
Yeah, a good educational moment on hail with the Decatur storm, Ryan. If you want to dual screen and turn on CC, it has a TBSS on it. It's called a hail spike associated with the storm. We use our debris tracker not just for looking at tornadoes, but also hail as well. Correlation coefficient. So all the blue streak there is actually clear air. That could be dust, birds getting kind of ingested into the inflow of the storm. But the green area along I-72 near the Niantic area in Illinois, that is where the hail core is associated with the storm. Hail size is up to, on the warning, up to baseball size hail. All areas in black is where that hail core is, just a really significant hail core with this. But back to what I was saying on our debris tracker, what's really cool about this tool is the radar's ability to pick out and differentiate objects of different size and velocity. It allows us to see things like debris getting picked up if there's a tornado on the ground. But it can also be used for hailstones. Raindrops are all the same size. They look like pancakes on radar. As they fall, most people think raindrops are tear-shaped. They're actually flat. They're like pancakes. You have air resistance coming up and gravity going down, and where they meet is the raindrop, and it's a pancake. So pancakes show up as kind of a red, purple color, or even violet on radar. But if it's hailstones or debris, you'll see deeper colors, such as yellows, blues. If it's really concentrated, the more concentrated colors, you'll see blues, blacks, and those types of colors showing up. So kind of a cool core there as well, but also some really intense winds in the downdraft of that storm as well, Ryan. Perhaps over 60 to 70 miles per hour there. So these storms can pack a punch here tonight.
This is moving to the east at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Puts it on the state line here toward Terre Haute in probably about 90 minutes or less. We do have cameras actually in the southern half of Vermilion County. We have one at the Black Diamond Fire Department. We also have one courtesy of Vermilion County EMA. I'll share that into you guys real quick. This is our one at the Black Diamond Fire Department in Clinton, Indiana, which is southern Vermilion County. And we also have one up on a tower in the Vermilion County, courtesy of Vermilion County emergency management there. So we'll have a view of these storms as well as our storm chasers above on the top of your screen there. We have probably close to 6 chasers will be live with us today, if not more. Currently have Dakota up there. We have Evan as well. I know we have Corey and Cody out there. We have Freddie. We also have Drew. So we have a lot of chasers who will be going out today for visuals. So we do have eyes on the ground here and also communications with our radios that we can get real-time reports as they come in. Checking out the radar right now, if you're just tuning in, there is no severe weather occurring right now in the state of Indiana. That will change here soon. What's happening further north in north central Indiana right now is just rain and some lightning and thunder, but there's really no severe weather. There's no wind, there's no hail going on right now. The concern here is going to be central Illinois from roughly Quincy all the way up towards Champaign. And I think our main concern here is going to be, I'm looking at these cells here entering the state right now, but I'm looking at them. I don't see too much there.
I'll kind of
that.
I can explain it here. If you want to take my radar full here, what I'm going to show you is our instability. This is observed instability currently. Storm fuel needed to support severe weather. Yellow, where you see the blues, yellows, oranges, and even pinks. That's a lot of instability. Up here where you see grays across northern Indiana, that is little to no instability. And this allows us also to see kind of where our warm front is situated as well. You can kind of see where our instability is just kind of stalled out at the moment. Areas north of that line are stable right now. That's why a lot of our storms, even a few thunderstorms across northern Indiana, are not severe at the moment. There's no instability for them to work with up there. They are elevated in nature, but they are producing some heavy rainfall. We do have some flood alerts in the area right now. But something I want to show you is to back this up. You can actually see the progression of our warm front here. This is 11 a.m. this morning. You can see it start to build across southern Indiana, southern Illinois. It slowly moves up, but you notice it hasn't really moved north a whole lot since about 2 p.m. here this afternoon. It has stalled out across the I-70, I-74 corridor. That's our warm front. It has stalled out, and a lot of that was because of an outflow boundary, which is rain-cooled air, kind of a surface cold front, as you will, getting pushed away from rain that moved through northern Indiana this morning and early this afternoon. That has prevented our warm front from coming up, let's say, near the Fort Wayne, DeKalb County, or even Lake County areas as modeled yesterday. So it is further south versus up north, which right in here, let me kind of get rid of, kind of have too many drawings on the screen there. Kind of right in here is going to be where our severe weather is going to be maximized here near term from Quincy, Illinois, Springfield, Decatur, Charleston, and Indianapolis and Bloomington. This area here where our warm front is, but also our instability is. Storms north of that warm front are going to struggle a little bit here near term. Now, there are some guidance that suggests we could see a resurgence. We could see some of this instability try to work its way a little bit further north overnight tonight, but will it be too little too late or not? That'll be yet to see. But a kind of a interesting feature there that we are looking at, and that is storm fuel. We have to have fuel. Storms can't just form on wind shear alone. We have to have some sort of fuel for these things to work with.
Looking at the cell by Decatur, it's getting a nice hook on it, and there was a report of a rapidly rotating wall cloud a few minutes ago on the storm. So rotation on this is also tightening up. So again, this is about 2-3 counties over from the Indiana state line, but is rapidly moving to our way here, generally toward Terre Haute and the Sullivan area.
Yeah, if this were to touch down, if you have any friends in the Illinois area on the south side of Decatur near Blue Mound or Macon, Illinois, those are, or Macon, Illinois, those are going to be areas to keep an eye on here near term. That includes US 51 in Illinois. The storm is moving off to the east at 50 miles per hour, or 35 miles per hour. This storm has slowed down a little bit, but rotation is picking up quite a bit on the southwest side of Decatur. If you're in Decatur, Illinois, especially the south side of downtown, you got baseballs headed your way. At least some golf balls, if not potential for some baseballs heading your way. And there's also some really strong winds in the core of the storm. And on the RFD behind it, that stands for rear flank downdraft. See, on the hook echo, on the little arm that sticks south, that's your rear flank. And sometimes the rotation, the mesocyclone, your rotating updraft can actually pull some of that rain cooled air down to the ground. And it's kind of like the exhaust system of a thunderstorm, is how I like to put it. Well, that exhaust can pack a punch on these rotating thunderstorms on the southwest side, and that's called rear flank downdraft. That's straight line winds, but we are seeing them here 60 to 70 miles per hour on the southwest side of the storm. So straight line winds also a hazard here tonight across the state of Indiana and the region.
Checking for a debris ball on that. I don't see anything at this point, but it's close. Looks pretty
Nothing
close
yet,
to
but the
me.
rotation is definitely there. And in fact, the warning box may actually need to be trimmed or extended a little bit further south.
Yeah.
We're getting pretty close to the edge of the warning box there.
So looking at the radar across Missouri and Western Illinois, we talked about on our briefings in our forecast about these squall lines versus individual cells. And look how all these cells out there are by themselves. Look at these cells though. Every single one of these has a hook on it, which is not a good situation for the risk for tornadoes. When cells are by themselves, they like to rotate more easily than if they're in a line. So when we see cells by themselves, like we're seeing out here in West Illinois and Missouri, we get kind of nervous. Hopefully this congeals up into a line. It becomes more of a wind risk, but right now it is looking like we call semi-discrete or discrete development here, aka isolated cells by themselves. Looking across other areas here behind the one by Decatur, a lot of just a mess of things going on here. I don't see too much organization. I'm gonna take a look at this one out here in the Griggsville area of Illinois. That's got some rotation on it for sure. Caleb, any update on the warm front location at this point?
It is still stalled, and
Okay.
and it's not showing signs of moving at this time via mesoanalysis. It is stalled out along I-74, and it is currently not moving. It's actually been there for about an hour and a half now.
Okay. Latest scan on that Decatur cell. Would not be shocked if we have a tornado on the ground here shortly. That is very intense rotation picking up here just to the south of Blue Mound, Illinois, just west of Macon, Illinois. General
I think
track on
make it.
this. I know where I'm from. It's up here. It's called Macon, but I think it's different across the U.S. how it's pronounced. This storm though is really tightening up. It's on a general beeline here. Looks like it's kind of diving further south, more so towards Sullivan. So perhaps Sullivan impacted by this storm first. Keep in mind though, we have different cells that could develop, but this one currently is the most concerning in my opinion. It's kind of moving toward Terre Haute Sullivan area. If we were to stop this and track this out, do our little tracker tool. There we go. If we do a storm speed here of, let's just say 50 miles per hour, well, we'll do 55 for good measure here. And we go, let's go 2 hours out. Looks like it's going to arrive. So it says about an hour or so to the state lines. So about an hour or so. Looks like just extended the warning on that to the south, as Caleb was talking about there a little bit ago. But general track here, we've got 1 more hour here. We're going to see an arrival, Sullivan in about 90 minutes or so, which puts on the state line in about an hour and 10. That's assuming a southeast track continues.
Yeah, and this storm also has slowed down in its forward motion as well.
Yeah, just a bit.
Only moving east at about 35 miles per hour per the warning.
Well, we are currently quiet in Indiana right now, checking out these cells up by Attica. Nothing going on there right now, just some heavy rain, lightning, and thunder. So right now we're just keeping an eye on what's headed from the west into Indiana here. Also, there's an ongoing, it looks like a tornado, which is up in the Iowa area. In fact, it just went PDS on this one, up in Iowa, just to the east of Harper's Ferry. It's going to be crossing the Iowa into Wisconsin state line. If anybody knows anybody up there, family, friends, that is also a concerning area up there. But our focus remains here on our storms coming into the state here. It's just kind of wait and see at this point. I think we started and planned a little bit too early. I know models said storms moving into Indiana about 5 o'clock or so. Well, we have storms, just not severe storms yet. So I think our risk is going to ramp up here next hour or so.
Yeah, so a little bit of time here, but our night is just getting started. We have a long night to go. The risk for severe weather is about now through about 3 a.m. tomorrow morning. So we have a very long night to go until our severe weather risk is over. Our risk for severe weather will unfortunately carry on into the overnight hours here tonight across Indiana, heavily focusing on areas such as central Indiana, Lafayette, Kokomo, and south, and especially I 74 and the I 70 corridors. That's where we think has the best potential for severe weather and even significant severe weather is along and south of the warm front, which is still stalled out along the I 70 corridor and has been there for over an hour now.
I'll be right back, Caleb.
That sounds good. So we'll go ahead and leave my radar up here and we'll stay on this cell. If you guys have any friends and family in Illinois while we're waiting on these storms to move into Indiana, a very volatile environment is underway across Illinois and is still trying to get destabilized here in Indiana. Very strong rotation just to the south of Decatur, Illinois, crossing US 51. Storm report here looks like maybe a bull funnel just a few minutes ago on this storm. And lots of reports of rapidly rotating wall clouds. Not surprised to see that there, especially with this isolated hook. And when you see this hook kind of start to curl in on itself a little bit, we call that occlusion. Sometimes when it occludes really quickly, that can be a hint that tornado genesis may be getting ready to start, or we're going to get to see a cycling pattern here with the storm, where we'll see it briefly weaken before re-intensifying once again. But this could be a sign of hopefully not tornado genesis, but sometimes that is a sign there when you see that hook start to occlude in on itself like that. Really strong winds on the back side of it here. In fact, let's get our measurement tool on here. These are probably close to 70 miles per hour. Yeah, 76 miles per hour, 82 miles per hour, just off the ground on the southwest side of this hook echo here. This is what we call RFD, rear flank downdraft. I like to call it the exhaust system of a thunderstorm. And your rotating updraft is right here. So your updraft is actually tilted to the northeast. You can kind of see it here a little bit. And if I draw it out here, I can kind of show you what I mean. You really get a good idea about what our wind profiles are for today as well. So your rotating updraft, your little curly Q, is right here, but is actually tilted at probably about a 45-degree angle to the north and east, with your rain and precipitation falling near the Mount Zion area. So that's kind of how your cloud is tilted into the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's tilted at about a 45-degree angle. And sometimes that rotation can pull down some really strong winds on the southwest side of these storms. Rotation is increasing here. Once again with this scan. In fact, I'm going to turn on our debris tracker here. We may be getting pretty close. You can see that a little bit of an occlusion there. Let's go ahead and turn on our debris tracker. Kind of inconclusive here at this point in time, but if there would be anything, and what's really cool, I'm actually going to turn on 4 panels here. This may look confusing to you. This allows us to see different aspects of this storm, but it would be just south of Macon is kind of where the area of rotation would be. Crossing US 51 right about now near Walker Road is kind of where that area of rotation of most concern is with this storm. Last report was from 6:11 p.m. of a bull funnel observed west of this location, becoming less visible now, likely as this spotter or chaser kind of got into the rain a little bit. Some RFD. He probably got some pretty good rain and it's a pretty good gust of wind coming through his location there. Taking back our rotation here, very, very tight south of Macon, Illinois, becoming a little bit tighter there. Some strong winds, though, on the back side of this near Blue Mound, Illinois. Winds 70 to perhaps 80 miles per hour there on the southwest side, on the southwest flank of the storm there. Storms that are riding north of the warm front, though, as I back this up, you can kind of see 2 different storm motions here. Storms on the warm front are moving more east-southeast. Storms north of the warm front, they're moving more to the north. And you can see that there on our reflectivity here on how they split. It's the southern storms. They're going to be the storms of focus for potential severe weather. We also have our storm hunters. They are out in the field here giving us live views. We have Evan He is up in the top right of your screen. He's in Illinois currently looking at these storms here. And we also have other storm hunters out in the field as well. So we have multiple eyes on these storms here tonight as they move towards Indiana. Currently not impacting Indiana at this time, but they will be getting close. Our southern storm has took a southward turn a little bit. So the Terre Haute area, Clinton area, southern Vermilion County, have to keep an eye on these storms here. Our northern storm, which used to have a tornado warning on it, has actually went north of the warm front. And you can see it has beginning to look a little more disorganized. It has split and went north. Still a little bit of rotation there, but not quite as strong as our southern storm, which has all the ingredients all to itself, including the helicity and wind shear with our warm front. Looking back here to the west, this is kind of a concerning picture here that we're looking at for Missouri and Illinois. A line of what we call semi-discrete cells, and these are actually all supercells. Every single one of these has at least some rotation associated with it and some form of rotating updraft with it. They all have hook echoes on them. And this is going to be something that we're going to have to watch as it moves into Illinois later on tonight. Hopefully we see it uptrend a little bit and go into... There's a car that just went into a ditch on Evan's screen. That was interesting. I'm not sure what's going on.
Back.
There's some wild driving going on in Illinois right now. That car just had to make a hairpin U-turn. He was probably not slowing down more than he probably made that turn at 30 miles an hour. Like you saw the hood of his car bounce in the ditch as that car turned around behind Evan there. Wild West out there in Illinois today. Be careful. Maybe severe weather isn't the only risk out there. Maybe some other drivers are too. My goodness. Careful out there, Evan. What I was saying before, kind of a motor vehicle squirrel moment there. But anyway,
moment, yeah.
Back
I do want
to
Caleb, I do want to bring up Evan though real quick.
Yeah, Evan's got a really good shot there.
I was going to bring him up here real quick.
What cell is he on? Yeah.
Evan or Drew got a copy?
Waiting to hear back from Evan.
Evan or Drew got a copy?
Cerro Gordon, Illinois.
I'm trying to find that on my radar. I could just Google it, but it's way more fun to try and find it.
I'll do the Google and I'll see if you're close here. And that's...
We have, I don't know, Caleb, this is a new warning or not, but we have a warning 1 county away from Indiana now. Yeah, I just issued this for the cell.
That's a new warning. Yeah, it had some rotation associated with it. It is kind of teetering the limits, though, of the warm front, trying to become attached and disattached. It's just right on the northern edge of the warm front. So he is actually on our Decatur cell here. So this is a live look at the Decatur cell. So they are on this cell currently. But north of this cell. So actually they are on the northern tornado warning, I believe.
Yeah, I found it. So I'll take my radar here real quick. Evan's in the top right. You're going to see his stream there. This storm is tornado warned in Illinois. It is going to be the north cell that just went warned. This is Cerro Gordon on the left side of that warning. I believe they're probably going to be somewhere. It's hard to tell where they're at, actually, if they're in that general vicinity. In the Atwood, Bennett, and Cerro Gordon areas, they're going to be on both of these tornado warned storms. Yeah, there's some rotation in there as well. But back to Evan's stream. This is going to be heading. This is actually 1 county away now from Indiana. This would be on a beeline here on a general track towards southern Vermilion County. We have 2 cameras there, actually. We'll have a good look at this. But this We'll
Yeah,
bring
these
Evan back
storms
up
currently
here.
forward motion here. So he's working on pulling up some cameras and some other things here behind the scenes. Ryan, if you want to take my radar back while you do that,
Okay, I was gonna take Evan, but we can take your radar too.
yeah, whichever you want to do. Evan's got a pretty good shot there. He's on the northern tornado warning, coming near the Tuscola area, and that'll be coming. If it holds together, it'll come near Vermilion County. The southern cell is currently the stronger of the two, just south of Decatur, Illinois. And we got a downstream tornado warning now. Still a couple counties away from Indiana. The top cell is moving more east to west. The southern cell is moving more to the southeast. So a little bit slower of a moving cell. Ping pong ball size hail, as well as moving southeast, east southeast at 35 miles per hour. Still very strong couplet here associated with this, but some very strong backside winds on the backside of it there, just south and east of Macon, Illinois. Had quite a few rotating wall cloud reports out of that cell there. Coming back up here to the north where Drew and Evan are on, they're going to be looking at this rotation just to the south of, or just north of Hammond. This storm is also moving off to the east. This storm is moving a little bit faster, moving at 55 miles per hour there. This storm is trying to latch on to the warm front, but storms that are if just a little bit further north of it are too far north to really take advantage of the warm front. This storm is just right on the northern fringes of the warm front, and it's trying to become surface based near the Atwood area, just north of Hammond, Illinois 105 and US 36. But if you're in western Indiana, currently no warnings in Indiana. For those of you just joining in, have quite a few of you watching here. And currently we're watching storms off to the west in Illinois. These storms are going to be moving into Indiana over the next hour or less. If you're in northern Indiana, just some rain right now. There's not a lot. There's really no instability to work with north of the warm front right now. If you're Lafayette, Kokomo, and points northward, the atmosphere is stable as a rock right now. It's just rain and some embedded thunder. That may change as we go in later on this evening. But for right now, our warm front and areas south are going to be the areas to watch along the I-74 corridors and I-70 corridors. Lafayette, Kokomo, and points southward are going to be of primary concern right now, especially Vermilion County, Terre Haute, as well as Sullivan County. These three counties in particular are going to be likely the first counties to go warned here near term, unless something attaches to the warm front along I-74. But our warm front is sitting just south of 74, kind of 74 and then 70 is kind of where our warm front is situated there. So along that and south is where the atmosphere was able to destabilize. And warm fronts also typically have a little bit of wind shear. They can enhance spin in the low levels as well. And these tornado warned cells in Illinois are taking advantage of that spin along our warm front. No question that this is a supercell, very textbook supercell. Really nice hook on it here. Your mesocyclone, that's your rotating updraft. That's the term we give it. Is sitting right in here just south of Dalton City. You can see your hook echo here, warm, moist, unstable air flowing into the storm, rain, cold air on the back left side with your rear flank downdraft or RFD. That is rain cooled air on the back sides, kind of like the exhaust system of a thunderstorm, but that can also pack a punch as well. Going back to dual screen here, just look at our two tornado warnings and the spin associated with them. Strongest area of rotation, northwest of the Findlay, Illinois area, southeast of Decatur. Pretty decent area of rotation there, coming up to 128 in Sullivan, Illinois. Up here to the north, near the Bement, Illinois area in Atwood. This one here has struggled a little bit. It's flirting with the warm front, if you want to call it that. If I back it up here, you can see rotation is just kind of, it's tried, but it's come and gone with it. It may just be, hopefully it's a little bit too far north to really plant anything. But it does have enough rotation there where the National Weather Service went ahead and put a tornado warning on it, radar indicated. And Drew and Evan, the beautiful laminar shelf cloud that you see on your screen there is actually of the northern tornado warning near the Tuscola, Illinois area, just south of Monticello, coming up to I-57 in Illinois. You can see a really nice laminar look to it, kind of a spaceship look to it as well. and that is the storm up there, a very structured storm as well. But they are currently on the northern tornado warning. This is a radar indicated tornado warning, and this would be the storm coming into perhaps central Vermilion County if it holds together. Still about a county and a half away from the Illinois-Indiana line, so we have a little bit of time to watch this cell. Hopefully it weakens before reaching Indiana. Hopefully it goes north of the warm front and is unable to find the warm front again. Going back south to our southern tornado warning, looks like it is beginning to cycle there, where we're going to see a brief weakening phase and then perhaps a new mesocyclone taking over.
I think that
We'll have to keep an eye on that.
That back end hook near Bethany, north of Todd's Point, is going to be where I'm focused on. That northern area of rotation is what I'm looking at. The one heading towards Sullivan there, not really seeing too much there. I'm thinking the left side one.
This storm, the southern storm, is moving off to the east-southeast at about 35 miles per hour. The northern storm is moving east a little bit faster, about 50-55 miles per hour on that storm there. Really beautiful structure on it, though, on Evan and Drew's cam there near the Tuscola, Illinois area. This will be heading towards Vermilion County if it holds together. The good news is the rotation has broadened out a little bit with that storm. It's just struggling to remain on that warm front. Hopefully that continues.
I'm a little bit surprised they're keeping up with these storms.
Yeah, have a good road network makes all the difference. But you notice that they're not really getting too far ahead of it, though. It's kind of pacing at them. Forward motion's at 55 miles per hour. So as long as they have a road network, they'll stay ahead of it, though. Otherwise, it'll catch right back up to them. So still about maybe 35 to or so minutes away from these storms coming into Indiana that are severe at the moment.
Negative.
Storms across the state here today. That can pose problematic for excessive rainfall. It may take extra time for those street drains to catch back up with rainfall rates in excess of 1 inch to 1.5 inches per hour in the core of these storms here today. But more of a shelf cloud, kind of an elevated base there with that. Not really a well-defined wall cloud at this time. More of a shelf cloud or just really a base on that storm there. Hopefully that's all we see there and we don't see another wall cloud form or something like that. Probably about, when you say, Ryan, about what, 35 minutes or so before seeing a warning or at least getting close to Indiana here for these storms.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good bet. I'm watching the cell by Danville too. Looks like it's trying to become surface based up there. Question mark?
It's trying, but again, I mean, it's north of the warm front, and there's just not a lot of instability north of the warm front. But it may be, there's a lot of wind shear up there, and there is some elevated instability. So it may, if it becomes stronger, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe some small hail out of the cells north of the warm front. I think your tornado risk is going to be primarily maximized along and south of the warm front, but north of the warm front, wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of hail reports up there for the northern cells that become really taking advantage of the shear that we have in place across Indiana. Good parameters for hail today as well. Really, really beautiful shelf cloud there. Really nice structure there in Illinois. Looks like it may be trying to attach itself to the warm front again, coming into the Tuscola, Illinois area, just to the west of I-57. But the rotation, though, Ryan, appears to be behind that shelf cloud in the rain on radar.
Yep, I would agree with you.
So maybe a little bit of rain-wrapped rotation there with this storm that Drew and Evan are on.
I'm trying to figure out what storm they're actually on.
I think they're on the northern one.
I believe so, but their location isn't updated.
It's not updated yet, but I don't think they're going south. I think they're going east. So try to get in contact with them. There are a lot of things going on that may be watching radar more so here at the moment and planning the road network. Oh, they're on the southern cell.
What on earth just happened?
Copy. So you're on the southern cell then? Your location just isn't updating that?
Yes, we're just in downtown Sullivan inside the tornado warning.
Okay, so they're on the southern cell. That
Yeah,
makes it a bit more
location was a
interesting.
little misleading there. Yeah, yeah.
Make sure your guys' IRL is turned on Evan. We'll go ahead and take them back full. I got you. Thank you.
Well, now
So
that we
they're
know
on
what
that
cell they're on,
There
we
it
can
is. It'll say update now.
talk about it a little bit more in detail.
Yep.
So the northern view is not what they were on. Their location was just lagging just a little bit behind. They are actually on the southern cell near Sullivan, Illinois. Still kind of cycling right now a little bit. The rotation is a little bit more broad, a little bit more disorganized at the moment. Hopefully it remains that way, but it could just be cycling, where cycling is a process where supercells go through a weakening phase. And if it's a successful cycle, they kind of reorganize, regroup, and they reintensify again. That's kind of how it's called cycling. It's a reoccurring cycle within these supercell thunderstorms where they weaken for a little bit. And then if it's a successful cycle, they'll reintensify a little bit downstream. So we're kind of in the middle of that process right now within the storm.
I'm gonna hop in chat here, Caleb, while we have a brief minute. We're watching Evan and Drew stream from Sullivan, Illinois. This storm is about a county and a half away from the Terre Haute Sullivan area. This is currently tornado warned in Illinois, and we have chasers chasing it back into Indiana. So this is why we are focusing a little bit on Indiana. I'm gonna hop in chat here for a minute, but I do want to catch one thing that caught my eye here on radar. The core of the Crawfordville cell is getting pretty tall. So if you are on the east side of Crawfordsville toward Lebanon, wouldn't be shocked to have some hail heading your direction. There's no watch, or should I say, there's no statement or warning in effect, but the core on that is a nice and hefty, tall core. Take back the Lincoln, Illinois radar. So Evan and Drew are now reporting a wall cloud. Center screen there, it's back tucked in there. So this storm looks like it's trying to produce a tornado here in Sullivan, Illinois. Again, this is not Sullivan, Indiana. This is Sullivan, this is Sullivan, Illinois.
About 2 counties away from Indiana. So we got a little bit of a ways to go yet before the storm um, is in Indiana. If it reaches Indiana, it would probably be close to the Terre Haute area or perhaps maybe even northern Sullivan County. We'll just have to see how it trends. Looks like they're pulling off to the side here.
And Drew also said he's
Left.
getting a lot of lightning in that general area, which is not surprising. And you can see the flashes. There's a couple bolts in there too. Also, there is a little bit of a cool view on our Vermilion County cam, but I'll leave that alone for now. That is the wall cloud right back there, center left of your screen, that little rain-free lowering on the edge of that cloud base. That is what we're looking at there for some rotation and perhaps a tornado. Again, this is about a county and a half away from Indiana, currently in Sullivan, Illinois, courtesy of our storm chasers, Evan and Drew. The rotation on that storm, Caleb, is all starting to tighten back up here just to the west of Sullivan.
Yeah. Yep, we were just talking about how supercells go through what we call cycling, where they need to reorganize a little bit. They reorganize, and during that cycling phase, you'll see them weaken for a brief period of time. And if it's a successful cycle, if they're able to reorganize, you'll see a little bit of re-intensification associated with that in the low levels. Really not a lot of indications it'll not have successful cycles, as it is all alone.
Look at that inflow tail too.
Yeah, really nice inflow tail, and you can actually see it on radar as well. The inflow is actually over Sullivan right now. That's warm, moist air getting pulled into the storm. Tail cloud is another good term for it, or sometimes you'll hear chasers in slang refer to it as a beaver tail.
Yeah, yes, it does. Wall cloud 30 has now fallen apart again. So since you're organized and tried briefly.
Ooh, nice CG.
What a bolt that was.
A lot of cloud to ground action right now.
Yeah, you are. He's telling us that the wall cloud's looking a little more disorganized, but also mentioning a lot of cloud to ground lightning activity and also some intercloud lightning associated with this as well.
State your name, please, when you're talking. Copy. Cody, are you currently live?
I will be, I just stopped at the gas station on my head there, and then I'll set up.
All right, sounds good. All right, well, I want to take this off for a brief moment. I got a little bit of an interesting visual here, Caleb. Looks like the storm, it has a pretty low base on it in Vermilion County here. Not what I would anticipate from an elevated look on a storm. I'll pull this in for you guys right here. This is facing to the north and a little bit to the west here. It's got like a little bit of a rain-free base trying to form. Can't tell if it's a shelf cloud or some type of just a base of a storm, but we're gonna watch that.
Above the trees, is that where you're looking? Or
yeah, yep. Usually you don't really see that low of a cloud base on an elevated storm, which is why it catches my eye. Also, there could also be a little bit of rotation there. Caleb, look at the Georgetown area. Very, very, very weak in nature, but there's starting to get some excess velocity there. Maybe looking right where this rain-free base is. So,
yeah, perhaps maybe some. We are far away from the radar there, so it's kind of hard to tell what it is on the low levels, but it's something to watch. It is close to the proximity of the warm front, but that is a rain-free base there. Whether or not that's part of the meso or just a low cloud base is yet to be determined, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. There is some small hail near the Crawfordsville area, just south of town. Looking at our updraft tracker behind the scenes, a small hail core went through the Crawfordsville area. Maybe some P to maybe some dimes went through there. Below severe criteria, but could have had some small hail moving through the Crawfordsville area.
And there's that core we were talking about with that hail there, just south of downtown there near Alamo, Wallace, Kingman, Newmarket, and now heading toward Mace, Advanced, and toward the Lebanon.
Likely over I-74 right now. VIL's lagging just behind a little bit. So
Yep. So heading toward Lebanon at the current moment there. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Yep, and currently no warnings yet in Indiana. We do have a tornado watch in effect for Indiana. Ryan, now's a good time for those of us just joining to pull up that tornado watch to maybe show what areas are included in that ahead of our thread here this evening.
Do you have it pulled up? Or you want me to get pulled up?
I do not have it pulled up at the moment.
All right,
That
let's
was
get
just
that
kind of an
pulled up.
impromptu gesture.
You got it. Let me get on it here. There we go. Fill it on in here. There we go. So any county that you see lit up in dark red, I'm going to go ahead and take a radar that's not Indiana so we can get a better look. There we go. So there is your tornado watch currently. It extends all the way up here to Huntington, Wabash, Peru, Logansport, Monticello. I do think the risk is a little bit south of there. It is included, but right now the risk is definitely south of those northern counties. Lafayette, Kokomo, Muncie, Winchester, Newcastle, Indianapolis downtown, Frankfort, Crawfordsville, Greencastle. It currently does not include Richmond, Connorsville, Harrison, Versailles, Madison, or the bottom tier counties down here by Scottsburg, Salem, Jasper, and Evansville. It does include Vincennes, Odin, Linton, Bedford, Seymour, North Vernon, Shelbyville, Columbus, Wilmington, Martinsville, Terre Haute, and Clinton areas, all the way up here to Lafayette, Attica areas. Any county that you see or any town you see in that red color is under a tornado watch. And the probability there on that watch for tornadoes is high at 70%. EF2 plus tornadoes is at 60%. Also has a 80% chance we see winds over 60 miles per hour and a 75% or a 70% chance we see winds that are 75 miles per hour or greater. There is a moderate risk for hail that is larger than 2 inches or lime size in diameter. So there's your tornado watch there. If you live in South Indiana or in the far eastern corner, you will still get storms tonight. It's just a little bit uncertain how strong these storms are going to be as they hold together and move your direction.
And there's also a hydrologic risk tonight. And actually, Ryan, I'm starting to get concerned for the rainfall from, let's say, Lafayette, Indiana, over to the Muncie, Indiana area. Just a lot of training showers and storms associated with our warm front. And they're just moving over the same areas again and again. Let me see here.
There it is. So there's your hydrologic outlook here on your screen. Anywhere in yellow is what we call a slight risk. So it's similar to that of what the SPC has for severe risk. This is just for rainfall or flooding. As you can see here, the central portion of the state has a moderate risk for flash flooding. So keep that in mind. Downtown Indianapolis up to about Lafayette, Rensselaer, Kokomo, Muncie, Richmond, Bedford, Terre Haute areas. Again, this is not a severe risk. This is for excessive rainfall. The entire state at risk again. Highest is a little bit further north in the severe risk today, but still general same areas where you could see training of storms that leads to flash flooding.
And our tornado warnings are now a county away from Indiana. The rotation itself still about 2 counties away, but a new downstream tornado warning just issued for the Charleston, Illinois area. If this storm continues, it will be coming very close to the Terre Haute, Indiana area if it holds together. Still, the area of rotation 2 counties away, but it is still holding its own. Still trying to reorganize a little bit. I'm curious to know how it will do, Ryan, the further south it gets away from the warm front a little bit as well.
Yeah, also keep in mind though, Caleb, we're going to have an increasing LLJ soon, and the amount
Overnight
of
tonight, we
spin,
will. Yeah.
the overall spin in the atmosphere, even away from that warm front, is still sufficient for tornadoes. So even though the storm may move away from that warm front, it still has a really good chance of producing tornadoes and severe weather in general.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm going to bring up Evan and Drew back to full screen here because they have a beautiful shelf cloud there on this storm. Now, this is going to be just to the east of Sullivan, Illinois, almost close to Charleston, Illinois at this point. This is going to be a visual of what's coming toward the Terre Haute and Sullivan, Indiana areas. And we're once again about probably maybe 30 minutes away from our first couple of warnings here in the state of Indiana. Also keep an eye on the cell behind this one near Decatur, Illinois. Again, that also has a nasty hook on it. This is going to be interesting, Caleb. This is not really materializing just yet how the moderate risk was played out, but of course it's still early. It's only 6:48 p.m. Eastern time. We have a lot of event left to go, but for right now, there has not been anything big or massive that has happened yet. Let's hope it stays that way. But in the meantime, our strat here in Indiana is growing closer.
Yeah, prepare for the worst, hope for the best. This was a high ceiling event today, meaning the potential was there for very significant severe weather, and it's still there to some extent. Hopefully we don't see the maximum potential today realized anywhere, whether it's Illinois, Missouri, Indiana, whether the potential is there. Hopefully we don't see it realized. Really nice structure there.
I agree.
In Illinois.
As a storm chaser, you see that and you get excited because that's not doing much anything in terms of like damage. It's just a very beautiful storm at that point.
Yep.
There could be some
from a
hail with
storm
it,
chaser
and so
perspective, my favorite storm is a storm in the country or rural areas, knowing it has a better odd if it does produce something severe. Less people are impacted than let's say it would in a metropolitan area. So
yeah, it's just a very beautiful storm here. This is heading in the counties. It's heading towards. Go ahead and pull up my county software here.
Hey, Ryan, before just FYI, I'm going to be staging around the Henry Rush County line. You don't think too bad before we done even.
Copy.
So the upper level rotation is there within the storm that's on your screen. It's still trying to get organized in the low levels.
The counties this is moving into in Illinois: Edgar, Clark, and Coles County, Illinois. And then if this continues on its track, Vigo County and Sullivan County here in Indiana would be of concern. Sullivan County. YouTube does have audio. I'm listening to myself right now, so it has audio.
If you are north of Lafayette, Indiana, and really north across all of northern Indiana, there is no severe weather currently ongoing. I think the overall severe weather risk is a little bit more limited once you go north of Lafayette and Kokomo here this afternoon and through this evening. It's not zero, but I think the primary focus for our severe weather event is going to be focused across central Indiana, I-70 and I-74.
Is that a cop behind him?
I have no idea. Maybe a little bit of a wall cloud there, Ryan. Starting to form there underneath your
nice
base.
bolt.
Nice lightning there. A lot of storm chasers, though, have those Durangos or Explorers, too.
Yeah, you're not wrong by that.
I mean, Evan has one, so.
Looking at the radar, I don't see too much that indicates rotation's increasing.
It's the storm overall, Ryan, just looks a little bit more messier on the organization side of things in the low levels.
In the low levels, yes. That does not appear to be a cop.
Maybe just another chaser.
Probably. I'm going to take back
Watching
my radar
at the
here.
cell, go back to the Harrisontown, Illinois, the Decatur cell. That one there is really starting to grab my attention
yeah, that's
radar-wise.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty intense there. This is the Decatur cell. The one behind, the one Evan and Drew are chasing, which is over here in the Charleston area. This cell. The one behind it is, it's got that hook to it. That's a very nasty looking storm here. And once again, Decatur, who just got baseball size hail, once again in Decatur, there is a large hail core in town there. So if you're in Decatur, Illinois, that is unfortunately Hail City right now. Rotation on that hook,
Yeah,
though,
2
Caleb,
inch
is quite
size
weak.
hail.
Yeah, lime size. The
Lime
rotation on
size
that hook,
hail.
though,
Yep.
is not that's not very organized again in low levels.
Not in the low levels. Ryan, keep talking. I'm actually gonna look at some mesoanalysis here.
You got it. Just so you're aware, the warm front's kind of kinked in around the Bloomington area. I saw that. See if
Yeah,
that
it's from
still,
the outflow boundary south of the warm
yeah.
front.
See if that's
I
still
think I
the
talked
case
to
there
you
in the latest
earlier
update.
about that.
So we're gonna keep it back on. I guess we'll take it back, Evan and Drew, while we look at some stuff behind the scenes here. I think 5 o'clock was definitely too early of a start time for the stream, but we wanted to be live for you guys as storms entered, which we are right now. So it's just a matter of tracking it.
Yeah.
And
One
these
thing that's
storms
happened
pushing
though,
through.
storms have slowed down a little bit. When we started the stream, we were expecting them to be in Indiana by now at their previous velocity. They were moving at 60 miles per hour. Now they have slowed to more reasonable pace. We'll call it that. And that guy's parked in a ditch. What is going on?
He's backing up his driveway, it looks like. I'll have to go back to that one point where you said somebody hit the ditch. That was
Somebody did like
crazy.
a 360 turnaround right behind Evan, and he did not slow down. You can see him bounce in the ditch.
I'll have to go back and check it out. Yeah, Cody, I got you.
I guess if his insurance asks questions about his fender being storm damaged, we can just ask Evan.
All right, let's hop in chat here while we have a minute, Caleb. I can answer your questions if you want to look at mesoanalysis. So on your screen currently, you see our feed here from Evan. He is one of our Michigan storm chasers. He has partnered up with Drew today. Also in the top of your screen, you have Cody, top left. He's from Indiana storm chaser. Storm hunter, should I say. Dakota. In the middle left, you have another storm hunter from Indiana. And also Corey Stewart. All of our guys out there today. We also have Casey, as well as the other Corey. We have another Corey. Corey with a K, Corey with a C. They're all out chasing tonight. So we'll have a lot of feeds and a lot of real-time data to share with you guys. Popping in chat here. If you're asking about your location, we can't really answer that because the entire state, by technicality, has a severe risk tonight. If you live in west central Indiana, from roughly the Vincennes area up to about the Danville, Illinois area over to Indianapolis, you have the highest concern as the current storms in Wisconsin are moving in your direction. That's the highest concern, as these supercells can contain very hefty hail, some tornadoes, as well as some wind. Right now, no warnings in Indiana. That will change here in the next couple hours. So if you have questions that do not relate to your specific location, I'll be happy to answer it. But it's very hard when we have currently about 1,500 people watching right now, and we're getting location questions every 3 seconds. We just can't keep up with those. And it's not realistic because the entire state has a risk tonight. So just a blanket statement, west central Indiana has the highest concern, but the entire state does have a severe risk. No problem, Rachel. And we'll be live all evening long. We were planning to be live well into probably after midnight, to be honest with you guys. The storm is supposed to clear South Indiana by 2 or 3 a.m. If it's still looking pretty bad, we'll be on it. When will our app be out? Well, it's going to be out either late this month, or we might be shooting for a July 1st launch. Brand new month, brand new app. It'll be out probably no later than July 1st. We're hoping for late this month, though.
Yeah, the warm front does still appear to be stalled and buckled there, as you mentioned.
Okay. Yes, the cloud on Evan's cam here is what we call a shelf cloud. That forms when rain-cooled air gets forced up and out from a storm, and it kind of forms and condenses into a cloud that looks kind of raggedy in nature. They are harmless, but on the leading edge, you can and sometimes do get some pretty hefty winds. Not all of them, but some of them will contain winds. Otherwise, they do not produce tornadoes. Wall clouds produce tornadoes. Cheyenne, Eastern Indiana for a 10 p.m. arrival. It depends where Eastern Indiana. This line is slowing down, so we might be a little bit delayed on that. But Eastern Indiana from roughly Fort Wayne on south is going to be over the next couple hours, yes. Really north of I-70, I believe will be cleared by midnight, no later than midnight. This is your live radar currently. We have storms currently over the Lafayette area, but these are north of where our storm fuel is. So really there's not too much concern up here for severe. There is some concern, but not overly concerning for right now at least. And that may change later on tonight. That warm front, the unstable air can surge northward. But right now it's a low risk for anything. We're going to watch it, obviously, just because the environment at hand can do some pretty crazy stuff. There's a lot of wind. In fact, there's a ton of wind shear. This is a environment that we typically do not see in summertime or late spring even. We see this typically in fall and winter. A lot of spin, a lot of wind shear. So it won't take much to get these storms to become severe. But the problem is we don't really have much of any fuel right now north of I-70.
So
while there's still,
in fact,
so while there's still a chance, right now it's just overall low. Take back the Illinois radar. These storms across central Illinois, they were traveling pretty quickly. They did slow down here over the past couple of about hour or so. This is still on track here for a Terre Haute impact in probably about 30 to 45 minutes here. It's actually getting close to the Indiana state line. Currently, it continues to be tornado warned. That's what the cell that Evan and Drew are on up in the top right. So as this progresses toward Terre Haute, we're going to have a visual as it moves into town, which is really cool. There is some rotation down there north of Charleston. Also back here toward Decatur, the one behind that, still moving in, is starting to rotate just a bit, but still looks to be quite elevated in nature, where that spin is not reaching the surface fully. It's still way up in the atmosphere. So that's really good news there too. Backing out, taking a look back further west, we have a broken line of storms that has developed. This will finally congeal eventually and push to the southeast here as the evening goes on. But for right now, this threat is in Illinois. But as Caleb mentioned a few minutes ago, we have a tornado warning up to the county line just west of Indiana. Taking back Evan and Drew's cam, I'm going to take back some questions here in chat. We'll pop them in full screen. And back to chat we go. Do you guys have opinions on the movie Twister? I love Twister. I also love the new version Twisters. But Twister obviously is the classic. Love that movie. Is the slowing down mean it has a chance to weaken? Not really. It basically comes down to how these storms interact with the warm front. If they stay north of the warm front, they can't tap into the unstable air. If they're south of the warm front, they can tap into the unstable air. But right now, at least, we are seeing these storms kind of teeter with the warm front. And Caleb's sending me stuff behind the scenes here. The wind shear right now in Terre Haute area is absolutely insane. But the problem is there's really not much storm fuel out there right now. The storm fuel is sitting just south of Terre Haute.
Yeah, it's been there for a minute too.
Yeah, that wind shear is absolutely insane, Caleb.
Yeah, no shortage of shear. In fact, the wind parameters that we have today are very reminiscent of what we see in February and March across our neck of the woods. Very strong shear parameters for this time of year. And how stacked they are as well. If you're at the surface, winds are out of the south and perhaps even southeast at 15 to 25 miles per hour. In fact, we have wind advisories across southern Indiana and southern Illinois for wind gusts up to about 40 to 45 miles per hour out of the south and southeast. You go up to about 10,000 feet above your heads. Winds are out of the southeast at the surface. Winds are now out of the southwest. You go up even higher than that at about 20,000 feet. They're a little more out of the west, but also a little bit faster at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. You go up to the top of these storms at about 30,000 feet, there's a jet streak. That's where our main transportation jet stream is, that really is responsible for transporting our weather systems across the world and here in the Midwest. Jet streaks are really common in early spring, and that's a term used for an area of the jet stream that has really enhanced winds. In fact, close to 80 knots. That's fast, and that's something that we see here more often in February and March versus June. So if these storms can, get robust enough, tall enough, and organized to tap into the stronger winds aloft, they're going to be moving. But any isolated storm that's able to get up and get organized will more than likely want to spin a little bit. Whether or not that produces a tornado or not, yet to be determined. You notice how flat the bottom of the storm is. I was looking at data here behind the scenes. So this storm is kind of playing with a little bit of an outflow boundary where we had some rain-cooled air earlier move down south of the warm front. And looking at some sounding data behind the scenes, there's a little bit of surface and temperature inversion within the first 5,000 feet of the atmosphere or less. That cold air, you kind of see our temperature line, they warm, and then it cools off right at the surface. And that may hopefully limit some really tornado potential here near term. I hope that's the case. But again, the shear parameters are phenomenal today. But I'm hoping near term that surface temperature inversion is enough. But there is a crazy amount of wind shear out here today. So hopefully it doesn't become negligible.
So on the cell that Evan and Drew are on, the rotation on that cell is actually beginning to increase here, just slightly on the latest couple scans. So we're going to keep a close eye. Actually, two areas we're going to watch: one near Humboldt, and just one north of Charleston. Also have increasing wind velocity on the other cell behind it near Decatur. But this cell is now entering. It's in the county here of the Terre Haute, or not the West Terre Haute area. I did have the county names pulled up here. I'll pull them back up. This is going to be on the Illinois side. Is going to be Clark and Edgar counties. Clark and Edgar counties is where this storm is currently in. The tornado warning is for Douglas and Coles County. So this is heading directly toward the general area of Terre Haute. This storm is beginning to rotate a little bit harder, and you see it on your screen with Evan and Drew. They're looking at the interesting area of the storm. I don't see any features here that really stand out to me as like a tornado imminent, but we had occasional wall clouds that kind of develop and they form, they dissipate, they form, dissipate, typical storm cycles. Right now, though, I believe we are getting into a bit better of an environment as the storm becomes further south here, Caleb. We're getting a lot of I believe some moisture trying to pump into southwest Indiana here as well. Not moisture, but instability. So I think, in my personal opinion, we should have a
instability. Sorry, I didn't mean to undercut you there. Looking at what we call mesoanalysis, basically a shopping list of what the ingredients we have, a lot of instability is starting to build in southern Illinois, and that's wanting to try to advect into southwest Indiana. So while we don't have a lot of CAPE now, we are watching what's upstream to our neighbors there in Illinois. And this storm is kind of right on the edge of where that instability axis is. So if that instability can work its way north just a smidge, this storm may continue to organize. Again, the wind shear profiles are phenomenal, and the storm is looking a little bit better on radar as well. And that is something we are watching here pretty closely. We are getting ready though to go into the radar gap between Springfield, Indianapolis, and Evansville's radar. But a new wall cloud appears to be trying to develop underneath this, and we'll have to watch to see if that's a wall cloud or even a bull funnel. We'll have to see. The rotation is increasing. This would be, for reference, in Illinois, directly north of Charleston is where this area of rotation is, pretty close to the State Road 130 area. I believe maybe he's on 16 and 130. Was that the interchange they just crossed there?
No, I don't think so,
That looks
because
like
if they were there, they'd
maybe
be
a
in
little-
town. Unless they're going into town right now. They might be going into town or just skirting south. I'm trying to figure out where they're at. They might be on 1000 north there. They're probably on
You know what?
1000
I bet
north and
you're-
130.
That intersection would make sense. I bet you're right.
They're on Reeser Road, 1000 north. It's going to go into the town called Ashmore. So they're running basically parallel with this, and they're also their location right now is kind of unique because they are between the rotation of the storm. But if they drive any more into further east, they're going to run into the hail core of the storm, and there's your hail core there on the right side of your screen. So they're sandwiched right now between the rotation and the hail, and I think that's why you just saw them dive south there, outside of Charleston, Illinois here. And there is a little bit of a lowering back in there where we could see some rotation try to develop here on the surface. So far, though, it's just been beautiful structure tonight.
Yeah, thanks to our wind shear profiles today, it's really allowed for some rain-free basis as well. But don't let this fool you. As we get some stronger winds and more storms developing overnight, they may become rain wraps at times with our shear profiles today. So do be mindful of that. But Evan and Drew have to be careful here as well. If they get too far ahead of it, with our shear parameters, especially on our stronger storms, they're notorious for throwing hailstones out ahead of the main storm as well today. So they have to be mindful of that when they're out there. A lot of things these guys pay attention to when we're out there, and also why we don't recommend doing this yourself.
Check out the side lobe contamination on that Dalton City cell. Not a
Looking
win
at
there,
that.
but that's crazy. So they basically just skirted around the city of Charleston. We now have a tornado warning to the state line. We have a warning up to the Terre Haute area. I'm going to take back the radar here. This is your new tornado warning for southern Edgar and northern Clark counties. This is going to be radar indicator rotation for the cell we've been watching for the past hour here on Evan's stream. This is heading in the general direction of Terre Haute. So if this continues into Indiana, we're getting close now. We have Vigo County, perhaps southern Vermilion, and then northern Sullivan counties would be on deck for this and are on deck for this cell. So there's your red polygon indicating your tornado warning now to the state line of Indiana. This cell continues to have rotation. The bad news, as Caleb mentioned a few minutes ago, we're heading into a radar gap between Lincoln, Illinois radar, the Indianapolis radar, and the Evansville radar. So right now, data is okay, but it will become a little bit more cluttered as we move toward the Terre Haute area. Again, this is a tornado warning to the state line now here in eastern Illinois, about to be western Indiana. I'm going to pull up Evan's stream again. We'll watch this. This is a cell that's currently warned to the state line. So we do have eyes on it as it progresses into the state of Indiana. We're going to pull up Evan's stream right now. There we go. They are in Charleston, I believe, Illinois. The cell behind us just went considerable warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds and lime-size hail. So the storm behind this also packing a big punch. Our saving grace right now is that there is just not there's not much storm fuel out there to work with, but that is expected to increase here as the evening goes on. So we'll have to kind of see how it all plays out in real time, because sometimes weather is just the future, and we can't tell the future. We're not fortune tellers. We can guess, which is what we do for forecasting. But Otherwise, when it comes to weather forecasting like this, it's just a wait and see game, which is why you have streaming, why you have storm chasers. So they're turning north, it
Awesome.
looks like. Ooh, look at the
Yeah,
wind there.
this-
The wind on the outflow of that storm is cranking. Look at the tree there on the left side of the image.
Is that outflow or inflow there?
It has to be outflow. Actually, I'm gonna ask them. Good question.
They're ahead of the storm, so I'd have to say it's inflow.
You guys taking Drew or Evan? You guys taking inflow or outflow from that storm?
We're still getting it flow on this side.
Okay.
It's just there's no wall power, and every time there's a wall power trying to pour, it just gets choked out.
There's a 950 millibar inversion there. I've noticed on soundings, just below the cloud base.
Alexia,
what's kind of flat.
Alexia in chat asked, "Do storm chasers not get scared?" We do. It takes a lot.
We would be
for
lying
us.
if we said we never got scared.
There
it
are
takes a
times.
lot to scare us.
Yes.
But we would be lying if we've never been in situations where we were scared. We are human, but it takes more to scare us than it would most people.
One of the scariest moments for me personally in my chase career, I was chasing at night, and I had a tornado just off to my south on the right side of my car. I had no idea it was there until it crossed the road about 100 yards in front of me. It took out a transformer. It blew up the whole sky. That was insane and also very humbling because I had zero idea it was there. It wasn't on radar. I couldn't see it visually because there was no lightning. It was crazy. Well, that was one of the scariest moments for me. But yeah, we do get scared. We do. We are not immune to that. Does storm chasing get the adrenaline running? It does for some. For me, not really. No, a lot of storm chasers, you can label them adrenaline junkies, but not all. Some are, we call structure junkies, where we love to see the structure. Like what's on Evan's stream the past hour. I live for that. Photography is part of my passion, and I like to get out there and take videos and pictures of beautiful storms. So that's my passion. I don't do it for the adrenaline, no, because I'm not gonna go skydiving. I'm not gonna do the crazy stuff that other people would who love the adrenaline. I'm just here for the beautiful views in respect to Mother Nature.
I tend to get a little bit closer than Ryan.
James asked, "Can you make money
Within
storm
reason.
chasing?" James asked, "Can you make money storm chasing?" You can, James. There is ways to make money. You can sell your
You
footage to
can,
a
but
news
it's
station.
hard.
It's
Yeah.
hard to make a living off of it. Very hard. There is nothing currently severe right now in Indiana. I expect that to
Lena.
change shortly for Terre Haute, though. I would anticipate at very least a severe warning coming in for Vigo County. Probably going to be, I'm going to guess, baseline with probably a possible tornado tag on it.
The
That's
issue,
my
looking
guess.
at the environment behind the scenes, this storm is riding just north of where the best instability is, but also looking at the surface, there's a really interesting setup here. Although the warm front is north of this storm, there's an outflow boundary south of this storm that it's running into. It's buckled a little bit from storms that had moved through the region earlier this morning. And that's creating a temperature inversion at the surface, and it's possibly cutting off our updraft a little bit, still leaving a hail and wind risk. But I'm hoping it'll limit the tornado risk near term. That may change as instability is still trying to advect in from Illinois. But this first cell, I'm hoping continues to struggle here a little bit on the tornado side of things. A lot of mechanics go into these kinds of setups, especially messier setups where we have a lot of moving parts that all correlate and influence each other one way or another. So a very dynamic system, but also a kind of a messier setup this has become as well, which is good news. Those of you that wanted, big tornadoes for whatever reason,
Why?
we're probably hoping. Yeah, probably not super happy right now, but most of us sane people who do not want a high ceiling event to realize. This is some good news overall. But I would still not let our guard down yet. The event is far from over, and in fact, the stronger upper level support is yet to move in. That'll move in over the next couple of hours, and that's our LLJ, a low level jet. That's strong mid level winds of 60 to actually 70 plus miles per hour. That'll move in later tonight. That's about 10,000 to 15,000 feet above our heads. And once that moves in, that can increase risk for severe weather, but also that can help drive instability into Indiana, kind of give it the little push it needs to come on in. So that is something that we are watching here as well. Those of you across northern Indiana, especially Lafayette, Kokomo, and points northward, I think your severe weather risk is more limited here tonight. Can't rule out maybe some hail, maybe some elevated thunderstorms, but the chances of storms becoming surface based and tornadic, I think, north of Kokomo and Lafayette are much lower than what our previous thinking was. And that is largely because of our warm front being stalled and rain and cloud cover persisting throughout the entirety of today, and just really not allowing our unstable air mass to come up north to really take it for storms to take advantage of the wind shear we have. There's actually better wind shear parameters across northern Indiana, even better than what we have across southern Indiana, but we don't have the instability. But there is a little bit of a 950 millibar inversion just within the first 5,000 feet of the atmosphere between the
Hey,
cloud bases and the ground. So, really, probably the first 2,000 feet
Caleb.
of the atmosphere. A little bit of a stable layer at the very surface. So, going to be interesting to see if we can mix that out as our stronger winds aloft move in and kind of push that instability access northward.
Two
That's
things, Caleb.
something that we are keeping an eye on.
Two things
Hopefully, that
here.
doesn't happen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
The warning of the cell behind the Charleston cell just went destructive for 80-mile-per-hour winds observed. So the cell behind the one that we're watching here on Cody's stream now is now warned for destructive 80-mile-per-hour winds that were observed. Also,
Yeah, in
Cody,
fact, there's also really strong rotation with this cell. Maybe
yeah,
a couple
Cody
layers, kind of getting
also,
some.
yeah, yep. Cody's also at a head in the same area as what Drew and Evan are. I think that rotation though, Caleb, jump back over there.
Would
It
that be a
looks like it's kind
downburst there
of
on the northern side?
it looks like rotation, but it's not in the right spot.
It's not. No, it's interesting to me. That could almost be maybe a downburst or maybe a microburst occurring within this storm. We'll have to see how it plays out, if it holds together or if it moves apart. We'll have to see how that looks. But there's lots of embedded pockets of really strong winds within that core of that storm, near the Arthur area, Atwood, Illinois area, just north of Sullivan, Illinois, not Indiana. This would be the cell that's about 2.5 counties from Indiana behind our tornado warning cell, but also some pretty large hail in this storm as well, up to 2 inches in diameter. That's lime size hail, which any hail coupled with 80-mile-per-hour winds is just bad news. But when you have destructive hail, or not destructive hail, considerable hail, coupled with 80-mile-per-hour winds, you're just escalating the situation. That's enough to, puncture siding really easily, shatter windows, cars, etc. Wind-driven hail damage can be significant. That's the kind of hail damage that can shred a lot of crops and cause a lot of economic damage in the agri industry as well. So growers in this area might want to go check on your corn fields and bean fields and your wheat fields too. Getting pretty close to wheat harvest as well. A lot of wheat is heading and starting to dry out as well, getting near that Feeks 11 stage. So any growers watching, we do have a hail risk tonight in Illinois, but also Indiana. So do keep that in mind.
We're getting very close here. I'm going to assume very close to our first warning in Indiana.
We're in a very rural area in Illinois, so impacting a lot of agri communities across southern Illinois.
I'm going to assume we're getting very close to our first severe warning, or very, very close to at least our first warning.
Yeah, we've been live now for what, about 2 hours?
We've been live for 1 hour 45 minutes. Also behind the scenes, looking at mesoanalysis and also looking at a few other chats behind the scenes. Caleb, there is heightened concern that the risk for spin is increasing here across the west central Indiana area.
And that's from that warm air advection as the LOJ comes in. All the instability is pooling across southern Illinois. And I think there's a chance that that's going to move in a little bit as the stronger winds aloft. That'll kind of give it the push it needs to move in. And that's something we're watching. Hopefully it doesn't, but we always have to prepare for the chance that it does. And that would impact storms later on this evening and tonight. But we are starting to get into that radar gap for our leading cell.
Notice that too.
Yeah, that part of Indiana, we don't have the greatest radar coverage. It's better than some areas, but we're still getting an elevated look of our thunderstorms just in that portion of Indiana. Nothing new. It's been like that for many, many years. But there are worse radar gaps in the country, that is for sure. It's not ideal, but it's also not terrible at the same time. It's why our chasers and spotters for us are really important in that area to see what is going on real time in the low levels. I do want to remind everybody, do watch out for hydrologic concerns here tonight. A lot of training showers and thunderstorms. Some areas, by the time tomorrow morning rolls around, may have seen 2 to 4 inches of rain across portions of Indiana. There is Cody there, taking a selfie with a shelf cloud there, as we call it. He's in Marshall, Illinois.
Is he taking it on an iPad?
I think so.
Cody. Taking a photo with an iPad is criminal. I don't know if he has his radio on him, but we'll see. I don't think he does. He may not have heard
He's
me.
going back to his...
He may not have heard me.
That's okay.
I bet he's probably using his phone to stream, so he's probably taking pictures with his other device. That's probably what it is.
There's still some pretty good laminar structure there.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's gonna have that little bit of a saucer feel to it. Marshall, Illinois is where he is at currently.
I want to take back the radar here. You guys are asking for it, so we're going to pop this back on. We're going to take the reflectivity here, your rain radar. Here's Terre Haute on the western half of Indiana. Here's our cell. Nothing, Drew. I was talking to Cody. I don't think he heard me. Nothing, Cody.
Said you were talking to me. Now I want to know what you said.
I don't know if you guys can hear that behind the scenes, but we got good banter.
You said you had a really nice laminar shelf cloud there.
Okay, I thought you were making fun of me for recording on my iPad.
Well, I wasn't. That was Ryan. I said you had a really nice shelf cloud. Anytime, buddy. Anytime.
We love you, Cody.
Sometimes we have to, what's a job if you can't have fun while you do it when everyone is being safe? It's really good for morale for our chasers too when we're out in the field. Looking at our storms here, so the biggest hail threat is actually going to be the cell northwest of Charleston. That area, Ryan, has just gotten
core.
This is the second round
baseball
of
size
hail.
now hail. Baseball size hail. Updated destructive
Baseball
warning on that
size
cell.
hail, so that's 275. So that's destructive hail now. with 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's yeah, if you live in this area, treat this as a tornado warning. Honestly, wind-driven hail of that size is enough to shatter windows, cause extensive, if not catastrophic, damage to crops, trees, um, and also your vehicles outside as well. And the Arthur is just getting pounded right now. It's an atmospheric paper shredder, is really what it is. When you have wind-driven hail is bad enough, but wind-driven significant and considerable hail
Yes.
is just it's just bad news.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take
That's
a look back at Cody and Evan's stream here. They're getting really good structure here.
so they're both looking at the cell coming into Terre Haute. Just a couple different angles here. Evan and Drew are right up next to it. Cody a little bit further away, but I love the stacked kind of laminar, kind of the spaceship kind of feel this storm has to it. Very picturesque from a photography standpoint, but also from a realistic standpoint, that is rotation. So it is something we're going to have to pay attention to. Thankfully, right now, the strongest area of rotation is in the mid and upper levels of the storm and has not come down to the point where it is extremely strong, but it is strong enough to where a tornado could form at any moment. We do have that tornado warning still in place, and we are starting to get pretty close to Indiana. This is going to come into the Terre Haute area here pretty soon. Now, the forward motion on this, for timing purposes, this is moving east at 45 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and time it out here for you. Behind the scenes for the area of rotation will include Terre Haute, Indiana. Whoops. I need to redraw my ticker there. There we go.
I would say Terre Haute probably in about 15 minutes for the heaviest of rain here, and then rotation would be what?
About 25 minutes. 25, 30 minutes here on, well, actually, we'll call it 25, about 15, 20 minutes here on the current speed.
Yep, and that's gonna be moving toward Terre Haute proper. It'll also probably hit Clinton, Indiana on the north side there. We have to have a camera in Clinton. I'm going to pull up and get that ready. It doesn't look to have any visual right now, but if that does, I'll pull it in. Monitoring as well to see if we have any incoming warnings here for Vigo County. I don't have any information on that yet, but
about 25 minutes for Terre Haute at its current speed at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, taking a look out here, checking out the north half of the state. You guys still
and really, honestly, the severe risk is quite low across Northwest Indiana right now.
Yeah,
it looks to remain pretty low across Northern Indiana. That may change as our low-level jet moves in. We may see some storms try to form north. If they do form north of the one front, Ryan, I think the main threat is going to be primarily a hail threat across Northern Indiana versus tornado at this point in time with the environment that we have.
I would agree with you. New update from the forecast, AFD from IND, just so you're aware. If you want to read that, I don't know if it's aviation or if it's an update, but they just pushed it.
I'll take a look. I'll take a look at it.
So we're looking at the area here, moving to Terre Haute. Also, the cell behind it growing more concerning, as this is a nasty core. The warning on that is actually observed 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. Moving into Arcola, Illinois. This is right behind the cell heading into Terre Haute right now. So we have quite a bit of, I would also have to imagine here, Caleb, the flooding risk for the Terre Haute area may be increasing as well. If we look back here in the western Illinois here, it's just nonstop training of thunderstorms here. So if you live in the
Weather
West
Prediction
Central,
Center has issued a pretty
model.
high hydrologic outlook
so if you were down
across
there in
this area.
If you're down there, West Central Indiana here from Terre Haute, I-70, really between I-74 and I-70 from Indianapolis to the Illinois line there, that's really, we're going to be some probably pretty intense flooding, I have to imagine. This is just nonstop storms coming into the area. These could be pretty nasty here too. The first cell right now on the rotation side, again, it's up in the upper levels of the atmosphere, so we can't get a good clean slice. Right now we have storm chasers on it, but so far it looks to just continue to keep its Beautiful structure on it. We have Cody as well as Evan and Drew on there. So here's Cody's view of this, and you can see it's a very beautiful, picturesque storm there. And also, their corn is tall out there. Holy smokes! But yeah, that's a very picturesque storm there. And then also you got Drew and Evan that are running basically right underneath it, or just a little bit south of it. A little bit different angle, but same storm here in the area. This is moving into Terre Haute at the current time.
So really, the National Weather Service in Indianapolis post a recent forecast update. Um, yeah, so far they say there are a few limiting factors, but there's a few things they're watching. So far, limiting factors for a more significant tornado threat with ongoing convection is substantial mid-level warming, around 700 millibars. So that is a few thousand feet above our heads. Um, we need those temperatures to be cool. The cooler, the faster you can cool with height, the faster the air ascends with height. That's called low level lapse rates, the rate at which air wants to rise. The faster the rising motion, the more robust updrafts we can get, and the more intense updrafts we can get. The steeper that is, the easier it is for these thunderstorms to really take advantage of the wind shear that we have and organize it within these storms. And they say that is weak at the surface at the moment, which is good news. Hopefully, it remains that way. Um, and I would agree with them. They say showing classic large with laminar shape motion on it. That's kind of the layers that you see, kind of smooth sided in layers with a flat base. That's a laminar. And that also shows they're having a hard time drilling through that. Part of that could be maybe a remnant outflow boundary at the surface. I mentioned some sounding data around 950 millibar. Basically, the cloud base is below kind of a temperature inversion a little bit. So hopefully that continues. That would be fantastic news for the state of Indiana if we can get away from not having a huge substantial event here today. That would be just incredible with the sheer parameters that we have here today. But we will continuing to have to watch that destabilization across southern Illinois to make sure that doesn't advect into Indiana. If it does, we may see an increased threat of severe weather continue and ramp up. But for now, right now, based on the current environment, the primary risk is going to be hail, torrential rainfall, but we can't rule out a tornado. At least near term, the tornado threat may go up, and it may still go up if we can get some more instability near the surface near these storms. Were they using their iPad or a camera? So, shout outs there to the National Weather Service in Indianapolis for keeping an eye on us here tonight. They're very busy tonight and they're watching the environment just as we are, evolving in real time. We mentioned that this was a high ceiling event, meaning that all hazards were possible today and all cards were on the table, but it really came down to the evolutionary trends of how the day unfolded, how early morning convection and cloud cover altered the position of the warm front, how far north was it allowed to advect, but also surface conditions. Surface conditions are extremely important when talking about tornadoes. We have the wind shear aloft. We have an incredible amount of spin. In fact, this is even impressive for March and February standards. That's how much spin we have here today. The issue is, are storms going to be able to tap into that and bring it all the way down to the surface? Surface details are incredibly important when it comes to tornado genesis and tornado formation, and it can mean the difference in the first 5,000 feet between a hail risk or a tornado risk. Those details in that shallow of air, just that narrowest column near the surface, make a big difference in what the scenario plays out. Now, I will say this, though. I'm not trying to mitigate the risk at all tonight. All cards are still on the table, especially if we can see that advection move into Indiana. We have a lot of stabilization occurring with plenty of instability across southern Illinois. The question is, will it be able to move into Indiana for these storms to take advantage of the amount of wind shear that we have? Lapse rates, so the rate at which air cools and ascend with height, that really helps us determine what our updrafts are going to be and how strong and robust our storms can be. They're steep across southern Illinois. So we're watching that very, very closely. But for now, these storms are just riding the northern edge of that axis where we go from subsevere, severe to a moderately to highly unstable environment. There's a really short, only of about a 20-mile difference between no severe threat at the moment, or at least limited. I wouldn't say no, limited severe weather risk to a more substantial severe weather risk. And it all depends on that warm front and south. So that a lot of things we're keeping an eye on here tonight. And it won't take much of a change for things to change atmospherically either with these storms. But right now, the strongest storm is near. So the storm coming into Terre Haute, the good news is it looks really laminar still. A really flat base on it. The rotation is in the mid levels and upper levels within the storm, but it's really struggling to drill that down to the surface. It's really photogenic right now. I hope that continues. More of a shelf cloud feature right now with a flat bottom. Could be reminiscent of those that temperature inversion in the 950 millibar. But we are going to have to watch this. It could re-intensify, starting to get a little bit more of a hook on it again, just to the northwest of Marshall. So not out of the woods yet. If it finds some instability, it could definitely still do it. So I don't want to downplay this yet. If you're in Terre Haute, keep an eye on this. The strongest storm is back to your west near Charleston. Baseball size hail, 80-mile-per-hour winds, just a very impressive storm. To the west here, producing some monster hail near the Arcola area and Humboldt, Indiana area, crossing I-57 in Illinois. Now, these are training thunderstorms, training just like a freight train, how all the cars move on the same track. Our railroad track is the warm front today, and these storms are going to train along that warm front, and then also brings a hydrologic threat to central Indiana. The Weather Prediction Center has a pretty high risk for flash flooding today along the I-70 and 74 corridors, where some areas I would not be surprised to see 2 to 4 inches of rain by tomorrow morning. Rainfall rates could exceed 1 to 1.5 inches per hour in the cores of these storms here. Yes. And when they're moving over the same areas again and again, that's a recipe for some flooding. So do be mindful of that. Flood risks always go up at night. Standing water is extremely difficult to see at night, as it is black as well. It's extremely difficult to spot. So do be mindful of that. All the green boxes on your screen are flood warnings. From Peoria, Illinois, Charleston, Illinois, and even one up in Lake County, Indiana. That one continues for another 18 minutes. I thought that one was getting ready to expire, and it is. But there still could be some standing water up there in rural areas. But give extra time for your street drains to drain, but also in rural areas, especially low-lying areas, viaducts, do watch out for standing water there. But a very picturesque storm, Ryan, regardless of what it's doing at the surface. Very nice structure to it. But for right now, it looks more wind dominant versus tornadic at this point in time at the surface, with that laminar look to it. Kind of running into some low level stability there. And with lapse rates about 6 or less, you're really going to struggle stretching that wind shear, that vorticity at the surface, which is a good news. I know those are some fancy words there. Basically, the air isn't rising super fast in the very, very low levels near the surface, and that's good news. The faster the air rises at the surface, the easier it is for that spin to take place in the very, very low levels of these storms for tornadic development. But these are supercells. They all have rotating updrafts, and rightfully so. It's going to be hard for a storm not to spin today with the shear profiles that we have. All of these clouds are going to be spinning in some way today, but the difference is surface-based versus not surface-based. Are they going to be able to produce tornadoes, or are they going to be a hail threat today? If we have more surface stability because our warm front is stalled or instability isn't catching up, we're going to transition from a tornado threat to a hail risk today. And we did kind of mention different scenarios in our outlook here today with this high ceiling event, but it's still early. We're still keeping an eye on things, and the tornado threat is still not zero In fact, it's still rather elevated across the I-70 corridor and 74 corridors across central Indiana. Our low level jet will move in later tonight. That's strong winds, about 10 to 15,000 feet above our heads. And once that piece of energy moves in, if these storms are still here, we may see some organization and perhaps some robust organization as well. So do stay weather aware tonight as we still have a long night to go and we are still early.
It's just a wait and see game here. That worst part of that cell is heading now very close to Vigo County. There's no warning yet in effect. We are awaiting the decision on that. I'm not sure if they're going to pull a statement or perhaps a new severe or perhaps a tornado warning on it. But the cell is gradually weakening here. There is some rotation on it still, just west of Elbridge area. I'll go ahead and pull my radar back up. We're watching this green and red here, just west of Elbridge. But overall, this is a little bit of a weakening trend or noting here. The cell behind it, though, continues to crank. It's still destructive, I believe. Yeah, destructive warning continues for 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. This is heading, again, toward Terre Haute, but it's just behind the current cell out ahead of it. So perhaps a bit more of a threat here behind this, behind the first one. Even though the first cell does continue to have some rotation, we'll have to see if they issue anything for Vigo County momentarily.
Yeah, just
But I
pulled
think
a sounding from the area. That's kind of looking at our ingredient shopping list, Mother Nature's shopping list of the vertical profile of the atmosphere.
there it
And
is.
there is a little bit of low level stability there, which makes sense why they're opting for a severe thunderstorm warning.
Clay and Vigo counties, I'll wait for the details, but the hazard, they say there is 60-mile-per-hour gust. The source is radar indicated. I will probably, I'm going to assume it's going to include a tornado possible tag. We'll wait for it to pop on the screen here for the Clay and Vigo County areas. We'll read out the details momentarily.
Yeah, still not a lot of super strong low level rotation though with it. And yeah, tornado possible tags, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and penny size hail.
It's going to include Terre Haute, Prairieton, Riley, Sealyville, Fontanet, Shepherdsville, New Goshen, Tecumseh, Burnett, Billtown. I think I already said Brazil. Brazil is just outside the warning. Sorry. This is going to be in effect for 43 minutes. Puts it at 8:30 p.m. Eastern, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. And again, the rotation on this cell, it does appear to be increasing. Just Caleb, there's a couplet now on it.
Yeah, I'm looking at that as well. So it may be increasing here. Like I said, it doesn't take much. If it can find some instability.
Ryan, going into Indiana, it has a little bit of a current threat. The wall top is so elevated. It looks more outflowing than anything. And the water foul that it's the LCL base going higher up.
Sorry, chasers are saying there may be a little bit of a wall cloud, but they're saying it's still elevated in nature, but they're keeping an eye on it. And you can kind of see that there on the right side of your screen. If I assume that's still the storm. Yeah, near Marshall. I would assume
Cody,
that would be your wall cloud.
On the right side of your screen there, or right side of the storm. Is that where you're looking at? I had to imagine that's where it's at.
Sorry, what was that?
Disregard. It's got to be the right side of the screen there, just because that's where the wall cloud would be if there was one. Looks more like a shelf cloud to me, though.
A little bit, but there could be maybe a little bit of a wall cloud there on the right side, just above the trees. A little bit of rotation crossing State Road 1 just south of Paris, Illinois. We'll have to keep an eye on it, but it still looks laminar in nature. Though the cell right behind this one just got a tornado warning on it near Mattoon in Charleston, Illinois. And that one looks impressive. And we have tornado reports on this cell here via our spotter network coming in. That's the So two storms we'll have to look at here. The storm directly behind this one is very impressive right now on radar, but still about a county away from Indiana. This cell here is a live view coming into the Terre Haute, Indiana area. That would be Vigo County, as well as northwestern Clay County, also included. And this severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, with the possibility of a tornado. Area of rotation is crossing right now State Road 1 in Illinois, just to the west of Elbridge, southwest of Vermilion, Illinois, and that'll be moving into the pretty Terre Haute, actually, on the north side of downtown. Only moving east at about 35 miles per hour, so it is moving decently slow at the moment. But we have to watch storms directly behind this one. And there we go, PDS tornado warning now for our cell right behind this. Damaging tornado is on the ground. And this is the cell right behind this one, coming near the Charleston, Illinois area. Multiple tornado reports of a possible rain wrap tornado on the ground via spotter network reports. We have a couple different reports saying that it's a rain wrap tornado.
And there's
maybe a cone
very,
tornado.
very definitive. It's heading right into Charleston. Right into Charleston here. It's actually very definitive. Again, this is Illinois, the cell behind the one in Terre Haute. There's your couplet there. It's heading right into Charleston. That is not a good situation. If you live in Charleston, or if you know anybody who lives in Charleston, Illinois, get them underground right now. Turn the debris tracker on. I don't see any debris on this particular storm. Maybe there was one right there. But it is heading into Charleston, Illinois. This is actually the cell right behind the Terre Haute one. This is only a county away from Indiana now, too. That's a now PDS, particularly dangerous situation, which is issued when there is a very large and perhaps strong EF2 type tornado that's on the ground. This is just the storm at this point verifying those parameters and the potential of the day here. So we'll have to watch that carefully. We're still a county away.
A relatively populated area as well.
Yeah. We're still a county away,
pull
though.
the trigger on it too.
Yeah, being a county away, we have time to watch it and see how it evolves. We have chasers who are right on it too. So as it gets closer, we're gonna have visual feeds here from both Cody and Evan on the top of your screens there. So we'll have eyes, we'll have it tracked here. Focus remains back here toward Terre Haute. There is still a little bit of a couplet there. However, our chasers still report that anything that is rotating is elevated, which means it's not very close to the ground, which is good news for the short term at least. Taking a peek at that, it does look pretty outflowish there, Caleb.
It's definitely more reminiscent of a shelf cloud. It just kind of has that outflow look to it, which is good news. That's what you want to see. But we'll have to keep an eye on it there. The storm of greatest concern right now is actually the Charleston, Illinois cell, moving right behind this cell. That cell there is very intense at the moment and has some very strong rotation and a possible rain wrap tornado just to the west of Charleston. National Weather Service issuing a PDS tornado warning, a particularly dangerous situation here, but also baseball-sized hail. Baseball-sized hail and a rain-wrapped tornado is a very dangerous situation, getting reports of power flashes as well just 2 minutes ago. So this sounds like this tornado, or at least damaging winds. Damaging winds can cause power flashes too. There's some really strong winds on the south side of this, Ryan, for RFD. That can also produce some significant winds and power flashes.
The velocity on this couplet here is looking very, very concerning now. In fact,
gate to gate's pretty strong.
I'm going to get my inspector tool out. Again, this is Charleston, Illinois, 111 next to a 31. That's 140 mile per hour gate to gate there. heading into Charleston. That not only is a potential tornado, it's potentially a strong, perhaps intense tornado heading into a very populated area center here of Charleston, Illinois.
And these supercells do have their own mesoscale discussion now. And this is by the Storm Prediction Center. And summary is a couple supercells we're tracking southeastward along the southern flank of a larger cluster of storms, mentioning the rain showers above these. Despite the presence of very strong low deep level shear, yada yada yada. Basically, the synopsis is these storms and the environment may support streamwise vorticity, supporting a few tornadoes, some of which could be strong or intense with any long-lived supercells. Very large hail, severe wind, gusts of 75 plus will also be possible with these storms as they continue. So they're watching these for a localized tornado risk as well as damaging wind risk and hail near term if they continue. So the Storm Prediction Center is showing that there is possibilities for these storms to continue with what we call streamwise vorticity. That's wind shear that these storms can use and makes it easier for them to spin in the low levels. We have some of those winds that are oriented just right to where these storms can pick them up easier and to spin that with winds backed out of the southeast there a little bit. A very strong couplet, likely a rain-wrapped tornado just on the northwest side of town. Going back on our debris tracker, I'm going to try to turn on our debris tracker.
Confirmed on the ground right now, Kayla. This is confirmed on the ground via storm spotters in the area. Latest scan there continues about 140 mile per hour gate to gate. So when you think of gate to gate, you have winds going toward and away from the radar. When they meet, they call it the couplet. That's how intense the wind speed is. When you get 140 mile per hour winds, that is equivalent to what is that? A high-end EF3 tornado? 140 mile per hour winds. So that's pretty high.
Keep in mind though, our sample here is a little bit above the surface as well.
3,000 feet off the ground, yeah.
But there is a debris ball though that is near Charleston. There's a little bit of a debris signature there.
Also, not going to forget, you guys down here in Terre Haute. That storm is now moving into Vigo County, north side Vigo County, north of Terre Haute. It does have a hook on radar here. It is severe warning with a possible.
It has a hook,
tornado tag.
Low level rotation is still broad in nature.
Let's check on our chasers here. I believe we have chasers trying to pull back west to get on that cell, so we'll have a visual on that one soon. Keeping a close eye in Terre Haute. The radar here, we've been mentioning this. It's kind of in a gap of data here. We have Indianapolis radar, we have Evansville radar, we have the Lincoln, Illinois radar, and they don't really, neither three of those give us a good low-level scan here in Terre Haute. So it's kind of a guessing game. But what we do know from our chaser feeds earlier in the stream here is that cell looked very, very, we'll call it elevated in nature, having a hard time producing tornadoes. It's kind of staying above the surface and can't tap into all that fuel that we have on the surface. So that's good news. But again, that can change here. We do have a strong jet, which is upper level winds that may bring in a lot of moisture and may help the case here for more instability, and it may help these storms strengthen here. Otherwise, I'm keeping a very close eye. We have increasing velocity here on the west side of Terre Haute. I do not like to see that. It's kind of side lobish, but I have to imagine that's definitely trying to get its act together. I don't think we have any chaser feeds on it. I'm going to check Evan's stream here, get a good idea of what's going on here. Oh, Casey's also live with us. Go ahead.
I'm going to try to head to the Prairie Creek area, Indiana, about 36 minutes out.
Copy that. Thank you.
Directly downstream of it.
All right, we're going to try and put Casey up in the top left here. Give me just a minute.
Yeah, I actually have an in-dot camera showing the Terre Haute cell as well.
There we go. Nope, now I got two Caseys. Oh, good gracious. Hold on.
Well, 2 are better than 1, right?
We love Caseys. There we go. Wait, now we have 2 Who am I? Corey. I'm missing Corey. Stand by, guys.
We have several chasers out right now. We're just trying to get them organized here so we can pull them up accordingly.
There we go. We're good to go now. We got Cody, Corey, Casey, and Evan. We're good to go. Casey is in what appears to be Clarks Hill, Indiana. Drew and Evan, they said that they're in Westfield. So they're going to have a visual of this. Actually,
You're pretty close. They're
yeah, let's
right
go ahead and take them.
downstream of
They
it.
are, yeah, they are very close. To that.
very
That's
close.
confirmed on the ground. They're going to have a visual of it here. Probably wrapped inside the rain there. But if there is a tornado on that Charleston, Illinois cell, it's going to be tucked somewhere in that rain.
They located in Harrison, Indiana.
Copy. We're going to watch the Terre Haute cell as well. Just because we have a chaser feed pulled up, we're still watching Terre Haute, and I still am a bit concerned there. Although the velocity has increased, the storm likely remains elevated. I don't know if you have any traffic cams in the area. If you can check on Terre Haute, Caleb. But overall,
There's a couple of them.
Okay.
I have a little bit of a base starting to come in, but it's just above the trees. If you want to take mine full, you can.
You got
This
it.
is looking west on I-70. So the storm is just to the north of this camera location. And you can see a little bit of a base here of your mesocyclone or possible wall cloud. Kind of hard to tell which feature it is. But this would be just outside of Terre Haute. This is looking west here. So the feature you see over here is to the north. Hey, if anybody's watching from InDOT, if you want to pan this camera to the north, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, still keeping an eye on this cell. There is some rotation increasing within the cell, but whether it's at the very lowest level of the storm or still a little bit in the mid levels, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Radar height here is a little bit elevated too, so we're getting a little bit of an elevated look, but does appear to have a pretty nice base on it there as well. Ryan, if you'll take radar back, I'll see if I can.
Report of a wall cloud on this cell now in Terre Haute. Report of a wall cloud.
Yeah, and that might be part of it there on that InDOT stream as well.
So if this area
Just
of
not seeing
interest,
enough of it.
we're going to treat this a little bit more seriously now, just because radar data is a little bit inconclusive. If there's anything rotating, it's going to be north and a little bit west of Terre Haute, moving into the north side of downtown Terre Haute. You guys do have a severe warning in effect, which has a tag on it for a possible tornado. So if there is something that is going to rotate, it's going to be heading basically right into town. You guys should be
There,
inside.
I got a
away
better
from
view
window.
of it now.
Inside, away from windows there. It looks like a shelf cloud to me there, Caleb.
Yeah, it's still kind of flat in nature. There still could be a feature on the right side that I'm just not seeing on this InDOT camera. Keep that in mind as well. But on the southern flank of this area of rotation is still kind of laminar. But rotation has picked up a little bit, though. This is at Darwin Road on the south side of Terre Haute on I-70 is where this InDOT camera is.
Looks like Evan and Drew are getting really close to that tornado warning in the Charleston. I saw a couple comments there. This is Westville, Illinois, not Indiana, for points of reference. This cell is heading behind the one currently warned in Terre Haute. This cell is in the Westfield, Illinois area. In the top right of your screen, you do see Evan's feed there. He is with Drew and they're in Westfield, Illinois. We'll go ahead and pull them full here. We're tracking 2 cells here. That is a monster of a cell there. Got a nice blue aqua hue to that. That just looks like a beast of a storm. We have no desire or need to use flock cameras. We have chasers for that. So let's not get political in chat, please. Again, this is going to be in Westfield, Illinois.
Look at the turquoise hue to that. That really is just reminiscent of just how tall this thunderstorm is, with the storm's ability to block out the sunlight and
Hmm.
refract that sunlight, only allowing longer wavelengths to come through. A lot of times, it's a really good indication that you have some really intense. Um,
I want to back out of here quick, take a back look at the radar in Terre Haute. I want to keep an eye on you guys there too, just because you guys are under a severe warning, the only severe warning currently in the state of Indiana. So Terre Haute proper obviously is right here where you see Terre Haute. The town's pretty big. North side, you have a little bit of a hook there on radar. Rotation would be between Elbridge and the North Terre Haute area. There's a reportable wall cloud on this storm a little bit earlier on, about 20, no, sorry, about 8 minutes ago. So this would be heading into Terre Haute proper. I would say if you guys are in the Terre Haute general region, not a bad idea for you to take shelter in a low-lying, or not low-lying, but in your basement, lowest floor of your house. Don't have a basement, basically interior closet or a hallway away from windows. I don't think this is tornadic at the current moment, but with increasing velocity, I would not be shocked, Caleb, to see a trigger pulled on a tornado warning at some point. Although we do know the storm has
Unfortunately,
a
the
history
closest,
of being
yeah,
elevated, but it could become surface based here the next couple of
yeah,
hour or two. Go ahead.
yeah, unfortunately, the closest in-dot camera is staring straight into a pole.
Oh, that's lovely.
So,
Well, I
there is
will
some nice
use this.
zip tie work though, I think.
I will use this opportunity. If you're a business owner watching, we are looking to expand our network of weather cameras in the state of Indiana. We actually have about 11 of them across the state. We have we have 9 of them pulled up here on this software. We have another 3 on other software. So we have 12 or so cameras in total. We have Vermilion County, we got up by Gary, we got Fort Wayne, we got Bourbon, Mishawaka, we got Jasper County, but we don't have much down here in South Indiana. So if you're watching from the Southern Indiana area and you want to sponsor a camera, return for advertising, we'll gladly get in touch with us. Send us a message on Facebook. We'll talk to you. The hook of this storm is now entering the North Terre Haute area. Once again, the rotation on this appears to have weakened just a bit. We saw it together back here, and as it moves in, it looks like it's trying to weaken. It's still together, but not really overly tight, if that makes sense. I guess it's heading into North Terre Haute, so downtown for this storm looks to be getting missed just to the north here. The cell behind it, though, this one is a big boy. This has a tornado on the ground and a lot of hail with it.
And it's kind of the dominant cell, kind of the big boy in the neighborhood, as you will. And it's actually the way our shear parameters are, Ryan. It's actually kind of stealing some ingredients away from our Terre Haute cell a little bit, the way it's oriented. So that is something to keep in mind as well. And that's going to be something to watch as it heads towards Vigo County, Indiana, and perhaps even a little bit of northern Sullivan County too, depending on how it tracks. But I just can't get over the color of that cell there on Evans
Oh,
Stream,
wow,
just
look at that structure too.
how turquoise it is. But look at the beaver tail there. That is your
Wow.
tail cloud, your inflow notch. That's streamwise vorticity coming into this cell. And that's kind of what the Storm Prediction Center was talking about there. Your tornado would likely be kind of just inside the rain there if it is still on the ground. Radar shows an occluded hook um, on radar. So possible rain wrap tornado still. But that's just impressive. And the reason it's turquoise is because of the heavy amounts of precipitation, but also how tall this storm is as well. When you have extremely tall, dense, and very large thunderstorms, it refracts the light, scattering out shorter wavelengths and leaving behind longer wavelengths. And longer wavelengths are your greens and your darker blues, and that's why we see a lot of turquoise here with that. Go ahead,
We
Ryan.
have a PDS tornado warning to the state line now. PDS tornado warning to the state line. Considerable warning, observed tornado, as well as baseball size hail for the cell in Charleston. We're just watching on Evans Stream. Continues to have a large, extremely dangerous tornado on the ground. Also, a new report of a funnel cloud up in the North Terre Haute area. So if you are in the North Terre Haute area, we have a spotter report showed up on our software here. It says, I have watched and captured rising, rapidly rotating scud leading to a funnel cloud. So likely a wall cloud at very least, perhaps a funnel cloud report on the north side of Terre Haute via one of the spotters, not from us, but a spotter in the area. Again, this is moving up toward
I
Terre
hate the
Haute. The
term
area,
rotating scud. That just makes me cringe, but I know I have an idea of what he's looking at.
same. It's probably a wall
Probably
cloud.
just likely probably an updraft there, and moisture is getting pulled up, but there is some vorticity, so that scud may dance around a little bit as it's getting ingested there. But some of the in-dot cameras still show kind of laminar feel to it a little bit, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Don't ever report rotating scud to your National Weather Service. That I'll just little professional advice for you if you're making reports of something not to say. That's what you don't say.
Take notes. Spotter training 101.
Take notes. 101 class.
Going back to Evan and Drew here. They're on the PDS tornado warning to the state line here. I want to take a minute here, I guess, before we dive headfirst back into the stream. I want to zoom out and take a bigger picture here. Obviously, we have a cell in North Terre Haute that is rotating broadly, perhaps a wall cloud or something happening there. There's no tornado warning on that cell, but it is a possible it could produce one as it moves toward Brazil and eventually toward Cloverdale. But I want to get you guys prepared for this cell. We have a bit of time to prepare here. This cell behind it is we're going to call a hefty chonker. This is a chonker of a storm. It's heading into the Terre Haute area here. So you guys have time to prepare, but there is likely, number one, very large hail occurring with this storm up towards a baseball size. In addition, there has been multiple reports. Look at all these reports on my radar. Every single one of these is either a wall cloud or a tornado report as it moved through Mattoon and Charleston areas about to head into Westfield. This is heading toward the Terre Haute area and points southward here. So if you live in Prairieton, Terre Haute, Prairie Creek, Darwin areas, you need to be alert for this cell as it continues. So with that being said, if you live in Vigo County, Northern Sullivan County, be alert, probably about half hour or so before the worst arrives. But this is your early heads up. Be alert. You could have either large hail, extremely large hail, should I say, and perhaps a large tornado moving in here in about a half hour. Now we can go back to Evan. If you know anybody in Sullivan or Vigo counties, let them know of what's coming. In fact, if you know anybody down there, share a stream with us or share our stream with them. We'll be covering this in detail here next couple of hours. So you are more than welcome to tune in, tune out as you so wish. But we'll be covering this. If it does produce anything, we'll be on it here in the Terre Haute area. Obviously, we have chasers out chasing, and we'll have visuals of this. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a Brazil in-dot camera pulled up here looking at this storm, and still kind of has that laminar feel to it. There's the base of your storm here. This is looking northwest, and still kind of has that laminar feel to it a little bit. So we'll have to continue to watch that as it moves back towards the Brazil, Indiana areas and areas north of I-70. Let's go ahead and turn my debris tracker off. We'll turn back on reflectivity here. And in this storm here, still showing a hook on it as it comes near the Fontenette area just south of Rosedale. Nice hook on radar. And there is showing a little bit of rotation here that we'll have to keep an eye on. It did look a little more laminar from the Brazil camera, but it may not be panned north enough to see the whole structure. So I do want to say that as well. I don't have the full picture of it. I'm not there underneath of it. So we'll have to watch it, at least in the mid-levels. It's spinning pretty good. But whether or not the storm is going to be capable of bringing it down, there is a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning. Do keep that in mind. We are getting close to the warning box here. We'll have to see what the confidence level is with Indianapolis, if we'll see a downstream warning and what that warning will be. That'll be up to the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. Right now, the storm of concern is to our west, near the Westfield area. This is a PDS tornado warning for an observed tornado. I don't have the last tornado report was near the Charleston area. It sounds like there's some debris from a tornado being reported on the southeast side of Charleston. The area of rotation is near the Westfield area right now. Maybe a little side lobish. Not getting the best radar scan of this storm right now. but still a very powerful storm here, potentially up to baseball size hail being reported as well. As I back this up here, you can see it just really continue on, moving off to the east, and maybe it's starting to cycle here a little bit too, starting to see a little more less organized structure with it. Hopefully that continues. As I back the feed up here, closer to the Chesterton area, you can really see a really well-defined hook echo textbook supercell near the Charleston, Indiana area. As I hit play here, you can see a little bit. I think the outflow kind of caught up with it a little bit. At least that's the interpretation on radar. But either way, if there is a tornado on the ground, it's likely rain wrapped. You're not going to see this tornado coming. The rotation is still there, likely just near the Westfield area or just to the east of it now. If we turn on our debris tracker, again, we're kind of far away. I don't really see anything conclusive on that. Just a lot of clutter. Again, we're far away from the radar. Kind of having a bad cross section there because of the distance. Um, but either way, I would still be in your safe place, and as if there is a large tornado still on the ground. This is a PDS tornado warning, and this does include the Marshall, Illinois areas and areas just to the west of Vigo County. If you're in Vigo County, one storm that was severe warned is now moving out of the area, and this one here is looking a little more disorganized. That is some good news there. As I back up here, had a little bit more of a hook on it, maybe a little bit of rotation there, but it looked like it has broadened out just a little bit. In fact, let's go back and see if this NDOT camera has anything more to show. This is looking northwest in Brazil, Indiana. Still kind of that laminar feel to it, looking northwest, just more stratiform clouds. Maybe a little bit of a temperature inversion still at the surface, 950 millibar, somewhere in there. The first 2,000 to 3,000 feet of the atmosphere. A little bit kind of suggests atmospheric
A new
stability,
tornado warning has been issued.
but there is still a little bit of rotation still associated with that as well. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. Again, I don't think I'm seeing the whole structure on here either. There may be more structure back here that I'm not seeing. So do keep that in mind as well. And it just, National Weather Service went ahead and put a tornado warning on it. I don't blame them for that.
Yes, Caleb. There is
Especially,
several more reports of funnel clouds behind the scenes are coming in. So
okay, there was some pretty tight rotation there just to the west here. Likely is this is probably when they were starting to type out this warning, was for this scan here at 8:10. And you can see that continue here a little bit. So I'm really not surprised they pulled the trigger on this out of a sense of caution. Good call there. This is for northeastern Vigo County, west central Indiana, northwestern Clay County, and Park County until 8:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 8:15, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Brazil, or 10 miles northeast of Terre Haute, moving east at 60 miles per hour. Hazard tornado. Penny-sized hail is also a possibility within this storm as well. We also have another supercell just to the west of Marshall. The good news is the PDS tornado warning has been dropped, and we are down to a radar indicated tornado warning. That is good news there, but still a tornado warning nonetheless. And this storm has a history of producing a tornado. A lot of tornado reports and also some debris reports coming in from the Charleston area as well. So do keep that in mind if you're in Vigo County. One storm is done, but you have another one on the way. So do remain in your safe place or be ready to head back there at a moment's notice. Area of rotation, pretty close to the Fountainhead area, just northwest of Brazil or near Brazil. And this is going to move near the Carbon, Indiana area, just south of Bridgeton, under a radar indicated tornado warning. Sounds like we do have perhaps some funnel cloud reports coming in here behind the scenes that just aren't published yet on our radar software. So if you are in the Brazil area, Carbon area, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. Maybe a little bit more structure. I think this cam is just not tilted. The NDOT cam's looking at the intersection here. This isn't a weather camera. If you are interested in sponsoring a weather camera, these are dedicated weather cameras that we use to spot storms, and we really are not interested in looking at cars on our weather cameras. Which tornado warning are you referring to?
the one heading towards Brazil.
Copy. So radar indicated rotation here. Latest scan does broaden it out just a little bit, but it may come back. You can see fairly decent rotation just to the west of Brazil here at 8:10 p.m. And it has broadened out. Area rotation be just outside of the Brazil area and Fountainette area, kind of between the two here. And sounds like we may have just had a brief funnel report a little bit ago.
Yeah.
From the storm
How
near
long ago was
Brazil.
that? So funnel cloud just west of Brazil on that cell, last 30 seconds. Probably near the Fontenot area, Burnett area there in Vigo County. Kokomo is not at risk, guys. We are focusing on where the risk is currently at. So up in Kokomo, you guys are fine for now. If there is anything happening up there, we'd be covering it. You guys are good.
Yeah, there is some heavy rain up there, rain and embedded thunder. That's really the only hazard right now. And the risk across northern Indiana is quite low right now from Lafayette, Kokomo north. The greatest risk is south of those areas at this present time. It may change later on this evening, but right now, northern Indiana, you're clean and green at the moment. But we'll have to keep an eye later on tonight if anything does form. But for right now, our main risk is across central Indiana along the I-70 corridor and I-74 corridor. Go ahead and switch radars back here. Still a little bit of a hook echo on radar here. May have some shallow rooted rotation. Let me pull up the Brazil traffic cam again. Again, I just don't think it's aimed further north enough for this storm. Kind of right in here on the right side of your screen. That's kind of the structure that has my eye. I just don't think it's panned enough north for us to really get a good view of it from a camera perspective. But perhaps maybe a little bit of rotation right in here, just west of town, or perhaps northwest of town. Kind of hard to tell. Tracking this back just a little bit. Yeah, I kind of have to say maybe right in here a little bit, kind of between Brazil and Carbon is where that little bit of rotation is. Again, I think it's just really shallow in nature and hard to pick up. If I use the TDR, the terminal Doppler radar, it's just a little bit out of range for that. We'll get a better view as it comes a little bit closer to that one. Still maybe a little bit of rotation, some rain wrap rotation still on the Marshall cell. Again, that appears to be rain wrapped area of rotation sitting just due west of Marshall, actually coming up in the I-70 corridor, running right along East Clarksville Road is kind of where that rotation is, where you can see the reds and greens holding hands a little bit. There, I'll move my radar up for you a little bit. Right in there, you can see a little bit of a rain-free inflow notch right in here. Area of rotation sitting right in there just east of Westfield, just to the west of Marshall. Marshall, you're going to have hail and wind come first with the area of rotation right behind it.
Our feed, I'm in live feed is back. Okay, I gotcha.
Go ahead and take a quick look here at Evans and Drew's stream here. They are on that tornado warning cell in the Martinsville, Illinois area. This is not Martinsville, Indiana. This is Illinois near Marshall. It's going to be over Grandview and Elbridge. This is heading into southern Vigo County and northern Sullivan County. You guys in northern Sullivan and southern Vigo, this is your early heads up that we could have some large hail and a potential tornado.
Between Shelbyville and Rushville, just off the border.
Copy. Yep, you got it. Back to your radar. You are muted, Caleb.
Sorry, I was talking on the radio there with our chasers. A little bit of a lowering there on the Brazil cam, just right up the street here. And hey, they turned the camera. Wow, that is a view. Well, they did pan the camera for us.
I'm blinded by the light.
Bad news
How
is
it goes.
there is a spotlight. Yeah, blinded by the light.
The Weekend song there.
Because there's a spotlight in my face. All right, going back to you guys did not pay. There's a reason I'm not a singer and I'm a storm chaser, and that is the reason right there. If Julia's watching, she's going to have a heyday with that.
Oh, she is.
Area of a little bit of a nice hook kind of redeveloping there. That's probably why they pan the camera north, just kind of seeing if they can get a view of this. Area of rotation likely situated just on the north side of Brazil, south of Carbon. And this is moving. Sorry, that gave me the funnies. Anyway, it is moving east at 60 miles per hour. And yeah, there we go. Area of rotation is picking up just a little bit there, Ryan. Just on the south of Carbon near State Road 59. New hook developing and a new couplet. And the couplet is a little bit more concerning. A little bit stronger of an area of rotation there. State Road 59 and Murphy Road. Ryan, we had somebody on this, didn't we? I think. I'm trying to remember who reported that funnel cloud to us a little bit ago. Gotcha. Radar indicated tornado warning coming into the Marshall, Illinois area. This storm here trying to reorganize itself a little bit, a little more disoriented at the moment. Right now, I'm going to stick near the cell, near Carbon, Indiana, and Brazil. Really nice hook just developed here on the north of Brazil, just northwest of Harmony, State Road 59, just crossed, coming up to North Murphy Road, south of Carbon. Really nice hook echo here. Let's go ahead and turn on our, let's go ahead and turn on our debris tracker. I don't see anything definitive there, which is good news. Hopefully we don't see this touchdown. Taking our in-dot camera back.
Hey, Caleb.
You can actually look at the clouds moving there above the building there.
Yeah, I want to also point this out here. That rotation is now on the TIDS radar, so very low level rotation here increasing.
Yeah.
This is heading actually in the same general area where just last night an EF1 tornado touched down in the Putnam.
Near Cloverdale.
Yeah, near Cloverdale. This is heading in the exact same general area here. So this is falling just north of US 40 up toward Putnamville and Greencastle areas. You guys need to be alert. There's tornado warning in effect here. The rotation is beginning to increase here between Carbon, Harmony, just north of Brazil, heading toward Putnamville. This is your early heads up. We may have a developing tornado here in this next coming minutes.
Yeah, you can really see how fast the clouds are moving here just above the buildings here. I know we have the street lights are on, but I'm looking at the clouds motion here from right to left, and they're moving pretty good. Hard to tell if that's a shelf cloud moving in. Brazil's kind of on the south side of the hook echo, so it could be some RFD getting ready to come into town as well. Taking back radar here, area of rotation right up in here. Brazil is right up in here, so they're looking due north. My guess is it would be maybe some outflow or some RFD getting ready to come into town. The area of rotation is actually just up here to the northwest near the Carbon, Indiana area. And for reference, where that tornado touched down, just off to the east here, south of Greencastle and Putnamville, they're also included in this tornado warning. So it's going to come very close to these guys. So I have to keep an eye on that. Waiting on the next scan to come in as well. But the area of rotation is near Carbon, just to the north of Brazil, is where it appears to be. Wait for the next scan to see if we can confirm that or not. The good news is I have our debris tracker pulled up here behind the scenes. I don't see anything that would indicate there's a tornado on the ground, which is some good news there. Taking back the Brazil camera here. Looks like maybe that shelf cloud or whatever that feature was is moving over. You can see the flag and kind of the cables here bouncing around a little bit as well. On radar, it looks like maybe an outflow boundary is moving through Brazil right now. You can see almost a little bit of a shallow hook now on reflectivity here, just north of Harmony. And that area of rotation does continue right up in
A
here.
new tornado warning has been issued.
It sounds like, yep. You'll see a tornado warning coming in here. Area of rotation appears to be near the Marshall, Illinois area, and that is moving east. Radar indicated rotation and moving east at 45 miles per hour. At 8:28 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located near Marshall, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard tornado radar indicated rotation issued by the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. Pulling up the TDR or terminal radar here, a little bit right in here, perhaps. Just a little bit out of range for that, but close. But watching this area of a little bit of a hook, kind of a maybe a little bit of two areas of weak rotation there.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Kind of hard to tell. But if you're in the Greencastle area and Putnam County downstream, have to keep an eye into your room, away from windows until the storm has passed.
Looking at the tornado warning that's new coming in for Terre Haute. We'll go ahead and read that off here in just a second. I don't have it on my screen. I guess I do. Maybe I don't. Do I? Okay, there it is. It's kind of hard to tell on my radar. So it includes downtown Terre Haute. The text of that reads off that severe thunderstorms were located. Where'd it go? Located near Marshall, moving east at 45 miles per hour. The hazard there is tornado. The source is radar indicated. Locations impacted: Terre Haute, Brazil, West Terre Haute, Prairieton, Prairie Creek, Sealyville, Staunton, Riley, Corey, Saline City, Pimento, Indiana State University, Sanford, and North Terre Haute. This includes Interstate 70 between mile markers 1 and 23. So if you live in Terre Haute, Prairieton, Riley, Corey, Clay City, up toward Brazil, Sealyville, you should be in your basement right now. If you have no basement, you should be in an interior hallway or a closet as the storm passes through. Your area of rotation back by Marshall looks to continue to the east here and toward the Prairieton area, Prairie Creek area as well. So we have a couple areas to watch within this line here, but the area of interest moving into Marshall at the current moment. Checking back here to the airport radar, rotation continues to be a little bit low level here. Very, very weak though, just to the west of Putnamville. Wouldn't be overly concerned at this current scan for anything imminent or on the ground with that, but it could change here soon. The warning here for Greencastle continues. This is going to be again for the counties of northwestern Clay and southeastern Park, southern Putnam counties. That goes until sorry, this is confusing. They have a lot of text on here. In effect till 8:45.
Yeah, there's
Checking
radar indicated rotation, but a really nice hook. Just
Yeah,
on
look at
the
that hook.
northeast side of Brazil.
Yeah, it's actually a really
South.
classic.
Yeah, really kind of a textbook hook there, and very hate to say it, but it's really close to the same areas that where we saw that EF1 confirmed last night.
Yeah, I don't like the signature there on the back end of the hook. The increasing velocity there kind of concerns me.
Yeah, kind of some RFD wraparound there, but that can a little bit of an occluding hook look to it.
You know, I would not be shocked here, Keela, if they were to extend this warning south here for like Cloverdale, Poland, Center Point area.
Yeah.
This hook is
it
actually
kind of
riding
cycled
the
south
very.
just a little bit.
It's
Yeah,
riding south of the current warning here. So even though Cloverdale is not included in this red polygon, you're still going to have in the path of this. So we'll see.
turn on our debris tracker here behind the scenes. Still nothing that I see on our debris tracker, which is some good news. But it does have a really nice hook echo on it. So I definitely have to keep an eye on that. If you were in north central Indiana, northern Indiana, just some heavy rain and thunderstorms from Adams County, Wells County, Jant, Grant, Blackford, and over to Howard County and Kokomo. Just some heavy rain. Um, nothing really to write home about up there. I don't even see any VIL that indicates pea-size hail. Maybe some peas just west of Kokomo near Flora, but even peas, I think, are going to be a stretch up there. So, really, just not much going on up there, which is good news. I think our severe weather risk is really going to be quite limited the further north you go, thanks to just how the atmosphere evolved today. These southern cells are going to steal the show, and hopefully that remains from becoming a larger statewide event. Area of rotation is getting ready to come near the Wabash River in southern Vigo County. And still trying to tighten up a little bit. Now, we do still have an elevated look at it, Ryan, but still
Right.
some decent rotation associated with it near Marshall.
Yeah, we've got a view of it on Evan Stream here. He's in the Martinsville area. Last update on his location. There is some decent rotation there near Marshall. Would expect a downstream warning to be issued for northern Sullivan. I'd have to expect they're going to issue that.
Yeah, shifted south, cycling south just a little bit.
Shelburne area, probably Farmersburg, Fairbanks, Hymera areas. Probably going to be included here within a new tornado warning if this continues on its south track and its current
Yeah,
intensity.
in fact, very, very tight rotation here on the 833 scan, just on the west side of Marshall. This would
We'll
be
go ahead and-
crossing US 40.
We'll go ahead and take that on the screen here. This is going to be in the Marshall area, heading toward Prairie Creek, Prairie Tin, Fairbanks area in southern Vigo, northern Sullivan County. Caleb, you have it pulled up for you? I can pull you up. There
I
you
do.
go. Yep. There you
Yeah,
go.
I'm using Evansville's radar here, but or no, I'm on IND here.
I'm using SRV.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, very, very tight rotation here, just outside of Marshall. Unfortunately, wouldn't be surprised to maybe see another tornado report coming in. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, which is good, but the radar beam is a little bit elevated here, so it may take a couple scans before we see a CC drop show up on radar or a debris signature show up, just because the radar beam is higher in this location. But you need to be in an interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Looks like there's a report just to the northwest of town. Possible tornado.
I mean, Evan and Drew are on it, so
I don't know how behind the storm. I don't know how he could see it though, being rain wrapped up there. We'll have to see. Look at the wall cloud. I have to assume that's a wall cloud there on
Mhm.
Evan's stream, just to the behind the semi truck there. There you can see it, a really pronounced rain-free base there on the leading edge. Just a beast of a storm. And this is going to move into southern Vigo County. If you're in northern Sullivan County, like near the Shelburne area and areas northwest, north of 48, I'd keep an eye on this storm. It may cycle south. It has cycled south a little bit, which is good news for Terre Haute proper, but areas south of Terre Haute, look at that wall cloud. If there's a tornado right now, it may be on the edge of that, or it may form on the leading edge of that. We'll have to keep an eye on that coming through some trees here. But gate to gate on this is actually starting to get pretty impressive. Once
Yeah, I
again,
agree.
unfortunately.
We got a report of a funnel cloud now on the Greencastle cell.
A rotation appears to have broadened
Yeah,
just a
I don't
little bit on
see-
it.
I don't see it myself, but there is a report of a funnel cloud here coming in from that cell. This is going to be moving up in toward the Putnamville area. The rotation on this just doesn't look very organized on either radar.
There could be
So
some low level rotation, perhaps, but Yeah,
treat it seriously, obviously. I mean, there's obviously a tornado warning in effect here. I still would not be shocked
absolutely.
if they were to extend this south into the Cloverdale area, just because the hook on this storm in particular, is moving to the south of the warning polygon here, the red
And north
line
of
here.
48, have to keep.
Let me
Yeah.
make this line bigger for you guys so you can see it. Give me just 1 second here. There we go. There is your you can see the edge of the polygons better here. So there's your bottom edge of that tornado warning here, and the rotation, the hook here is coming just outside of it here. So if you're down in Cloverdale, don't be surprised they get extension to the south of that one. The Marshall area still has my eye here. This is very intense rotation that we're seeing. Decent couplet there too now. This is heading directly toward Prairieton and Prairie Creek. You guys are already in a tornado warning. You guys should be taking shelter here as a secondary storm is heading your direction here. I'm going to turn it back over to Evan and Drew. They have a visual of this storm as it progresses into Indiana, so they're going to have a best look at this, your real-time look at what's coming. Obviously, they're in some rain there, but the wall cloud behind the trees, or at least it was, we'll see if it still is. Looks like there still is some type of lowering back there, just above the tree line, the left side of the image. I'm going to ask them how the wind
They're
is.
getting
Evan,
they're getting a little
Drew.
further away from it here as they're repositioning.
At Terre Haute,
How is the RFD? And is that a wall cloud behind you to the south of the road there? So if you guys can't hear that, it's a very low wall cloud just recently developed. How is the RFD there? Are you getting inflow, outflow? Yeah, check that out.
still RFE. I bet it's still hell yeah producing another tornado potentially.
Okay. So that's a wall cloud there. This is heading in toward Prairieton and Prairie Creek areas. You guys should be underground right now. There's no indication this is on the ground at the current moment, but there is a wall cloud, and wall clouds spin, and they are precursors to tornadoes. So we have basically all the boxes checked. That wall cloud has to tighten up into a tornado, which is certainly possible. Rotation is very tight on radar. Copy. Sounds like Cody's also on it. Cody, are you on that cell? Yeah, he is. Never mind, that's your location. Disregard. So there's your view of it. Cody, disregard. Sorry.
Okay.
So Cody is going to be near the town of Hutton. Trying to figure out where that's at.
I would say it's Houghton.
Huttn. I can't find it
Oh,
on my.
maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of a
software.
different town.
No.
Is he in Vigo County or?
Yes. He's looking at that cell coming to Terre Haute right now. Yeah, so he's basically on the Illinois Indiana line here. He's looking right at this cell that's rotating. This is a perfect shot of this. So you're looking basically right at the area of rotation heading into the Vigo County area, south of Terre Haute, near Marshall, Illinois, heading toward Prairieton, Prairie Creek, and Darwin areas. If there's going to be a tornado, it's going to be on Cody's stream right here. Looks like there's a very beautiful mesocyclone here on this storm. In fact, look at that latest scan on reflectivity there, Caleb. 842 scan, completely closed off donut hole. That is a very picturesque mesocyclone. Check that out on radar. That's crazy. Take back the radar here quick. So we're looking at this cell right here. Area of rotation heading just south of Terre Haute here. That's a bad look at this. Here we go. This is going to be in the Marshall area. Looks like it's a little bit disorganized past couple of scans. There is your rotation that increased here just near Marshall. That continues. It has weakened just a bit, probably cycling. So I expect there to be a cycle phase here. Heading toward Prairieton, Prairie Creek, and Darwin areas. I want to take a look back up here to the north as well, as this tornado warning continues to be in effect for the Greencastle area. Velocity on this on the low-level airport radar scan continues to look weaker in nature. The center of rotation, if there is any, would be either just a little bit near Putnamville, probably on the south side of Putnamville right now. New warning coming in for Hendricks, Putnam, and Morgan counties. I'll wait for that to pop in. I'm going to assume it's a downstream warning of the current tornado warning here. We'll wait for it to pop in. It should be a yellow polygon. And there it is. This is going to include Plainfield, over to Mooresville, Brooklyn, Waverly, Adams, Monrovia, Clayton, Coatesville, Stylesville, Eminence, and Cloverdale. We're going to go 60 mile per hour winds, as well as a tag on there for a possible tornado. This cell is rotating near Greencastle and Putnamville. It is moving to the east towards the cities I just mentioned. So if you are in that warning, be vigilant. We'll check back in here in a few minutes. Your cell near Marshall heading into Vigo County continues to rotate. Increasing rotation here will probably be near the Prairieton area shortly here. Again, Evan and Drew as well as Cody are on this cell. We're going to take back Cody's stream because there's literally a bird's eye view of what this cell is doing. I'm going to actually talk to him now. Cody, do you see anything rotating or anything of interest there? I believe the wall cloud there's going to be on the left side, center left. So Cody is saying, copy. Cody is saying that he has a little bit of motion on it, but there's nothing that's prominent yet here with this storm. So good news there. Looks like if there is going to be a wall cloud on this storm, it's going to be in the left center of your screen where Cody's name box ends, go straight up. I believe that's going to be where the area of interest is for a wall cloud that also could produce a tornado. Latest radar scan, though, on velocity looks pretty weak in nature. So we are going to keep an eye on this as well. Currently, the Terre Haute area and the cell on your screen currently, and also the Greencastle cell are the only two cells in the state that warrant attention. I will take back the radar and clear you guys north just because I know there's people asking about further north areas. There is currently not a thing on radar north of Fort Wayne. Fort Wayne, South Bend, Rensselaer, Valparaiso. Radar is completely clear up here, minus a few showers by Angola and Fort Wayne Metro. Otherwise, no storms here. The storms down here. Copy. This is going to be Bluffton area, Kokomo area. This is going to be some rain, some lightning, but again, there's no severe weather ongoing further north, so we're not going to cover anything up there. It'd be kind of useless, so it's going to be some thunder, lightning, and some rain for you guys. If there are warnings issued, we'll cover it. Back down further south for Greencastle. This is going to be a Hook or Putnamville moving east. We're going to check our products here. Looks like a little bit of increase of velocity there near Putnamville. Yeah, rotation a little bit increasing here just east of Putnamville. I'll have to watch that carefully. Let's check out the airport radar here. And the airport radar doesn't seem to be very good look on that thing. I don't know what's going on with that, but the IND radar here does have some rotation near the Putnamville area, moving east right down US 40 towards Stylesville, Monrovia, and Eminence areas. It does not appear to be too tight, but it is there. No debris that I see there, but it is in the right spot there. So Putnamville east toward Mooresville should be alert for that. Back down to Cody stream in the Terre Haute area. I'm also going to check out a Dakota as well. Dakota is offline at the current moment. I'm going to refresh him real quick. See if that helps bring him back in. Dakota stream looks like he's in Farmersburg. He's going to be on the Terre Haute cell as well. We have a lot of chasers surrounding these cells. We got Cody, we got Drew and Evan. We also got Dakota. So we have quite a few. Back to Cody, though. Oh, that's Caleb. I need Cody. Give me Cody. There's Cody. This is a live look southwest of Terre Haute, Indiana, at a tornado warned storm, courtesy of our storm hunter, Cody Fields. If you are new here to the Indiana Weather Network, I am Ryan. Caleb was below me. He has taken care of a few things. We'll be back in a few minutes, but that was Caleb. We are joined tonight by several of our storm hunters. We have Evan and Drew in the top right of your screen. They are from Michigan. They're down here chasing Indiana today. We have Casey, top right of your screen there next to Evan. We also have Corey, top left-ish, center left, I guess. And also Cody on your screen, large screen, full screen now. He has the All right, we are back online here. At least we should be. I'm not sure what just happened, but yes, we're back live, Danielle. Current time 8:55. Here at my office, I lost power and it came back immediately. I just had to reboot my internet and we're back online here. So we have all sorts of tech issues today. Of course, it happens on a day like today. I don't mean to. I apologize. First it was YouTube, and then the whole stream goes down. I'm just frustrated in general. I apologize. Let's see if we can get through this again. All right, we got to get back situated here. Give me a second here to get everything pulled back up. Just give me a couple minutes, a couple seconds. When I went offline, I've lost everything I had. I had like 15 million tabs pulled up. Test 1, 2. All right, we're good. We should be back up. And I apologize. This is not how I want the night to go, but I appreciate you guys tuning in. All right, let's hop back over to the YouTube side, make sure we're streaming over there. Yeah, you guys are up in the top right. Copy. Yeah, not how I want the night to go. We'll get back into coverage here in a minute. In the meantime, I'm going to throw up Evan and Drew. They say have a view of the wall cloud there in the area. There it is. There is your wall cloud there in Terre Haute. That's going to be the area that may produce a tornado. So we'll take a look here at radar here shortly. I'm just making sure everything's set up on the back end here. It appears that perhaps the YouTube stream didn't even go down. So Caleb, welcome back. I lost power there and the whole stream came kaput. Looks like Facebook crashed. It appears that YouTube may have kept connection. So, maybe on YouTube, that's a bit less place to watch there. But again, I apologize to you on Facebook or on YouTube if it went down for you guys. I lost power there for a brief second. If it happens again, I'm going to get a battery backup here at the office because I'm sick and tired of it happening. Anyway, back to the coverage. We are good to go. Tornado warning continues for Terre Haute. Evan and Drew on a wall cloud here. Oh, wow. Yep. It looks pretty raggedy. Also, keeping a closer eye down here in the Eminence Stylesville area for some weak rotation on that cell. It is severe warned now. They dropped the tornado warning there heading toward Monrovia, but there is still some signs there of some weaker rotation. Look at that hook, man. That's a nasty hook. Although doesn't look too overly organized right now, but that is one to watch here. If it interacts with any type of storm fuel, that's going to be interesting to watch there. Back here toward Terre Haute, look at Evan's stream here. We got Evan and Cody underneath this. We got to take them back here in the Terre Haute area. This is your the lowering, the wall cloud of the storm as it progresses. The area of interest in South Terre Haute, I believe. This is probably the closest that I've seen this storm to producing a tornado at this point. The wall cloud is very low, but it looks a little bit unorganized, so that's good news at least. Not surprised there. Cody has an amazing structure on his. I'm going to refresh it. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube side, let me know if the stream went down or is it back up. I'm curious if it connected and stayed through, or if it actually restarted.
Yeah, that's still rotating. You have just kind of like backside RFD.
Yeah, Cody's in the back side of that cell. Latest scan on the Terre Haute cell continues some pretty good rotation there. Although, as Caleb mentioned, it's a little bit displaced, but we're seeing a little bit of a merger going on there, Caleb. That's going to be watched there carefully. Look at that merger about to happen. A little pop up that's about to ingest itself.
It could act as a little bit of a nudger too.
That's what I'm thinking. We're gonna put the radar back up here full. We're on a little bit of a more heightened alert for this cell. So for those of you who don't know,
rotation is actually very tight near Riley. If you're in Riley, the latest scan is very tight. You need to be in interior room, underground preferably. Lowest level of your home, away from windows, just to the east of Prairieton. The rotation is the tightest I've seen it here, at least in Indiana. Interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Lots of lightning associated with this storm.
So when we have storms that like to pop up and kind of merge together, looking at this little pop-up cell, it's about to ingest itself into the storm there. And when it does that, it can act as a little bit of what we call a nudger or a storm merger, which can help increase. Sometimes it kills the storm, but other times it can help increase rotation and some spin there. So as it ingests this little cell near Riley, it'll be very interesting to see if that helps it spin something up here. So we're on a little bit heightened concern here. Downstream Riley, the Corey areas, Saline City, downstream Clay City, Patricksburg, Center Point areas along State Route 46 or just south. Also have County Road or West County Road 300 south, West County Road 600 south. Those are going to be the two areas to watch here in the southern Vigo County. We're going into the western part. Is this Clay County, I believe it is? I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, it's going to be coming into Clay County.
Okay. So western part of Clay County is on deck there as well. We have chasers surrounding it. Cody,
and I'm going to turn on debris
Drew,
tracker.
anything you want to speak up about? Anything you're watching?
I'm on a terrible road right now. I don't have a speaker. I'm getting that deep with it though.
Copy.
Strong rotation still present on the cell. We are directly behind it. RFD's wrapping around. Low wall cloud on the cell right now.
Copy. You're going to be full.
Yeah, very strong rotation directly over Riley right now. Going to be moving towards.
Yeah, the latest scan is very concerning.
Just very, very tight near the Riley area. State Road 159, going to come pretty close to the Corey area.
Latest scan there.
If you're in Clay City, Patricksburg, Center Point, interior room, away from windows. I do not like the look of this.
Okay, I'm going to pull this up real quick while they have a shot of. Hold on, we have to get a visual here. Okay, wall cloud's still present. I don't see any funnel clouds or anything on the ground just yet. We're going to come back to that very quickly. This is your rotation. South of Riley, the greens and the reds coupling together here. It's not just rotation, it's also strong rotation. We're getting the very bright reds, the very bright greens, and they're meeting here just south of Riley. Going to be directly over East Dallas Drive and south. Is it Slinghurst Road? Singburst? I can't read that
Sure.
backwards. Harlan
Singhurst.
Drive, Dallas Drive, Oregon Church Road, East Dallas Drive area. Go ahead.
Yeah, Singhurst Street, Dallas Drive, Harlan Drive is coming very close to State Road 159, just on the southwest side of Riley. Is going to move towards the Corey, Indiana area, Clay City. If you're in Clay County, Center Point, interior room of windows until the storm has passed. This is very tight rotation. Imminent tornado here. Does not look like we have one on the ground right now, but the velocity, the rotation here definitely supports a possible tornado.
We're going to take back Evan and Drew here. They have a visual there, so we're going to see it drop in real time on their stream. About to lose a visual here. Hope we can turn his camera to the north there. They're going to run parallel with this. I'm going to assume they're probably on East Harlan Drive here. We're going to run parallel with this. Come on, Evan, turn your camera to the north. There we go. Come on. There we go. So we got a wall cloud there. You're lowering is that rain-free base there. You can barely see the sky behind it. Center of your screen. That's the area of interest.
Flooring still, Ryan. Yeah, they go well, get it. 119 south. If there's a funnel, it's very low. It's below the tree line. Like, we don't have clear visual right now.
Okay, copy. We're watching. I do not see a debris ball. I do not see anything that indicates it's on the ground here just yet. Although I will say latest couple of scans here continues a concerning trend here near the Riley area, heading toward the Corey and Clay City and Saline City areas here. This is going to be in the western part of Clay County, the very far southeast corner of Vigo County. Also taking a peek back up in the Mooresville area. Got some wind heading up your direction as well. I'm taking out the radar here for just a brief minute. This is going to be the Mooresville storm on radar. It continues to have a little bit of a gust front with it. A little bit of a hook still near the Eminence and Monrovia areas. We're going to be looking at the area here. This is going to be heading up toward Mooresville, Brooklyn, Monrovia, Waverly, into eventually Southport, Greenwood, and Bargersville area. Rotation on that storm does not appear to be very tight, if much at all. But we're going to watch it carefully. I think the main concern continues to be the Terre Haute cell, where some tight rotation continues.
Near the Riley area moving towards Corey.
Yep. Woods Small Drive.
Also, maybe
there is your lowering of the storm here. I can't make out any definitive features within this this cell here. Again, this is in Terre Haute, courtesy of our storm chasers, Evan Heemstra and Drew Brummel. They are paired up today and are chasing very tight rotation, Caleb, on the latest scan there. Very tight rotation. Just south of East Dallas Drive, over East Harlan Drive and East Wind Drive. This is going to be at the Louisville Road and East Wind Drive intersection. It's about to cross West County Road 300 South, East Oregon Church Road on deck here as well. This is very intense rotation continuing to the south and east toward Clay City. If you live in Clay City or Saline City, on the anywhere really in Clay County here, you guys need to be in shelter right now. The rotation continues to be very intense. While we have a brief second here in the woods there, we're tracking this red and green coming together very closely. Clay City is on basically a beeline path here. It may split just north, but I cannot say that for sure. This is heading directly in toward the Clay City area. And again, currently just south of Riley, Louisville Road, cross road of Eastwind Drive.
Yeah, and there is also a cell directly behind this one that may impact Sullivan County near the Effingham, Illinois area that has a tornado warning on it, an observe tag near the Effingham, Illinois area. And that is also going to head towards the Sullivan County area right behind it.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And a
Perhaps a
downstream tornado warning has just been issued for Clay County.
That's a very, very tight couplet there, Caleb. Very, very tight.
Yes, it is. I do not like to see that.
Again, Evan and Drew are on it. However, we are kind of in the woods there where they're at, so the visual on it's not that great. Let's come back. Keep an eye. They're in the top right of your screen there, so keep an eye on them. Scream at us in chat if they come into a clearing and we're not noticing it. I want to keep a close eye on that. There's your downstream warning now coming in. It's going to include places like Center Point, Poland, Patricksburg along State Route 46 from Corey, Saline City. It does not include Clay City. Weird on that, but if you're in Clay City, I'd still be in shelter right now. But this is going to include County Road 46, Bowling Green as well. Back to the velocity on this, the greens indicate that the winds are going toward the radar site, and the reds are going away. The brighter the color on those velocity signatures, the stronger the rotation is. And this storm has been tight for the past couple of scans here.
But it cycled to the south. If you back up the radar, the rotation near Riley has cycled about a mile south, just southwest of Corey appears to be where that rotation is a little bit. It did cycle just a little bit south.
If you look at the motion on it, it kind of looks like a southeast track, more so toward Clay City. So
kind of maybe deviated a little bit to the south, over cycled south, maybe the right term for it.
If you are on the southern edge of this warning polygon by Coal City, Clay City, and Freedom, don't let your guard down. Also watching the Marshall cell again, Caleb, some rotation back on the Marshall cell. Behind the Marshall cell, we have the Effingham cell. Behind that one, we have another one that's tornado warned. We have cells starting to go off across Illinois. So here comes our threat here. The threat is ramping up as expected, just a bit later, but still happening here.
The LLJ is also getting ready to move in. It's very close.
When you hear us say LLJ, that is what we refer to as the low-level jet, which is a fancy terminology. The winds in the low levels of the atmosphere begin to ramp up at night. That can do a couple things. It increases our spin, our moisture content into the area, and also our wind shear. So it can do a lot of things to help increase our risk tonight for tornadoes, and we're seeing that start to increase here.
Also, possible TDS. Possible TDS on the latest scan, on the 9/11 scan just south of Corey, FYI.
Okay, let's wait for that scan to come in. We'll wait for that to come in here. Drew or Evan, possible TDS on the latest scan. So again, they are on this cell looking at the area of interest here, but unfortunately it's just so wooded and dark.
What's that?
Possible TDS on your cell. We're waiting for a new scan to confirm. Let's go back to the radar and check out our debris tracker here. So the area of rotation is now going to be near the Corey area.
Very low lowering, maybe a funnel cloud, right?
Yeah, so here is that debris that Caleb was talking about. It's on it's on the southern flank of the precipitation. So copy. So the debris ball that we're seeing here, if it is one, is just displaced just south of where the heaviest rain is. So we have damage now on Evan's stream here. They have a tree blocking their roadway here. This could have been on the ground. If it's
either
not a
straight
tornado,
line winds,
yeah, straight line winds.
The possible tornado. There is some RFD with this storm, a rear flank downdraft, which is straight line winds southwest of the area of rotation. So that could be either. Yeah. They sent a photo of a lowering in our chat behind the scenes, but it's inconclusive because the lowering goes behind a tree line and we just can't see the bottom of it. Yeah, it looks like they did send maybe a bowl funnel in our chat here behind the scenes, but like I said, it's inconclusive because we just can't see the bottom of it due to trees. IWN MSC. Yes, there is.
And Dakota's beat our state.
So that CC drop does
A new
phase,
tornado warning has
phase
been
out
issued.
on the next scan. This is for the so this is a downstream tornado warning for the Prairie Creek and Prairieton area for yep, and there it just popped up here. A very tight rotation coming in near the Darwin, Illinois area, right on the Wabash River, just to the west of Prairie Creek, is where this area of rotation is. Just southwest of Terre Haute is where this area of rotation is. Yes. Went Effingham went PDS. Big CC, just outside of. I'm gonna butcher this name. We'll say just northeast of Effingham. I won't even touch the name. Just to the west
Dietrich.
of Montrose.
Dietrich.
No, if you zoom in, Teutopolis, maybe.
We'll go with Teutopolis. But no, this is Effingham, Illinois. There is a very large debris ball there, north side of Effingham, Illinois. But this is what's coming our direction here, guys. Over the next couple hours, we have broken cells that are pushing in to west central Indiana, and this is not going to be any. This is not going to wrap up anytime soon. So let's go ahead and track back over here to Terre Haute area. We have another tree down on Evans Stream, so they're running into a lot of damage out there. They're going to be kind of boxed in, it sounds like.
Yeah, still
They might.
inconclusive if this is tornadic or straight line winds.
I'm going to talk to him here real quick. So Drew and Evan are going to revert back west to the Darwin cell. They're trying to catch up, but it's hard because they're running into a lot of trees in the roadways. Let's head back over here to the Darwin area. The rotation continues. It's now going to be crossing into the state of Indiana in the southern part of Vigo County, northern part of Sullivan County here shortly. Prairie Creek, be in your safe place. Fairbanks as well, Farmersburg, all on deck here. Rotation is increasing or is looking to move right just north of Darwin, heading right in toward Prairie Creek area. It's going to be
Right over the Wabash River right now.
West Little Drive. It's going to be Darwin Ferry Drive, Batterow Place. You guys have some weird names down here. Getting reports on X from chasers on the Effingham area. That tornado, Caleb, is a cone tornado. It is very picturesque as well. Nice debris field underneath it. That's a large tornado in Effingham, Illinois. Luckily, have not seen too much here yet in Indiana. Hopefully, it stays that way. Also, check out the CC again. Kind of doesn't line up though, but CC south of Saline City. It lines up with rotation.
Yeah, a little bit.
But again, this is
Still a
not.
little
It's
inclusive,
displaced.
Yeah,
It's displaced.
almost looks a little side lobish.
Okay, new information here off the IND radar. Perhaps a pocket of gusty winds here, close to severe criteria between Waverly, Brooklyn, and Mooresville area. This pocket of tan color here. It's heading up just south of Mooresville toward Waverly. This area just got hit by a tornado like a few weeks ago, I'm pretty sure. Crossing I-69 here, just probably going to impact Waverly here. Crossing 69, going to head toward New Whiteland, Bargersville, and Greenwood area. Some intense winds there, potentially there. And there's your airport radar. I don't see anything rotating here, but the winds in this area are definitely at or just above severe criteria. It's going to just cross State Route 67, now heading down the Dayhuff and Watson Road areas. Again, not rotation, but it does appear to be some pretty strong winds there, moving in toward the
Yeah, I would
Mooresville,
say
Waverly areas.
that might be a possible CC north of Clay City, but it is inconclusive.
Okay, let's go back here to Clay City.
Latest velocity scan lines up a little bit better.
Yeah, it's just displaced. Everything's being displayed. It's
out,
sus,
it's
but
out ahead of the rain, though. It's just, yeah.
it's just slightly displaced a little bit, so it's not conclusive. Shout out to the Weather Service as well for being on their game tonight. We've had a lot of well-timed warnings and communication as well on their game tonight. So shout out to the Indianapolis office here. It'll be soon to be the Wilmington office as well as the Paducah office as the night goes on.
Looking at the
but we have-
Mooresville cell that has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, pretty strong winds near the Brooklyn area. Looking at the TDR, Ryan.
Yeah, I just got done talking about that. Heading
Oh,
up
did
toward yeah, I did. So when we're locked in here, guys, Caleb and I sometimes ignore each other when we're talking because we're so focused on the radar. It happens to us all the time. So we'll just get done saying one thing, and then one of us will pop back on and say the exact same thing because we're so laser focused on the radar. Also, look just west of Adams, south of Brooklyn there. We have a little bit of a notching going on potentially
Yeah, I
on
was
that
looking at that.
cell. It's, again, very... that's actually interesting there. Yeah, so south of Brooklyn, Adams area, we have some rotation increasing here on the latest scan here. It's not overly tight, but this could use watching. It's going to go just north of Adams. It's going to be heading down toward probably between Bargersville and Trafalgar. This is on the hook of that cell, also increasing velocity. Look at that hook on this. Comes down and swings around. That is not a good look here. So we'll have to watch this carefully. Yeah. It shows up on both the Indianapolis radar, also in the low-level scan here. Latest scan, that could use a tornado warning, actually, Caleb. We're at 50 mile per hour gate to gate, and a little bit, this could use a warning on it. North of Adams, south of Brooklyn. We'll see if it holds together. If it holds together, would not be shocked to see a tornado warning being issued for that storm here in the Brooklyn, Adams, and Bargersville area. So we'll come back to that. Back over here, this cell's also getting a defined hook just west of Patricksburg, north of Clay City. Watch that carefully too. That is warranting some attention as well. The Darwin cell now back further west. We have this one moving in. The rotation continues toward the Prairie Creek area. It is weaker at the current time in nature. It's not as tight as it once was near the Darwin area, but continues to push toward Prairie Creek. I think the most concerning, interesting cell currently is going to be the one in the Brooklyn area, Caleb.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
Yeah, look at the RFD. Look at the outflow from this. This is intense winds here, guys. 59, 66 mile per hour winds, 70 mile per hour pixels in the hook of this storm here near the Waverly and Brooklyn area. So it's not going to be a tornado, very intense straight line winds.
Yeah, the other two cells appear to be perhaps cycling a little bit.
New warning for severe for Hendricks, Johnson, Marion, and Morgan until 10 p.m. 60-mile-per-hour winds is your hazard there. Wait for the next scan to come in on this cell. I'm actually going to dual pane. I'm going to dual pane this. I'm going to put the velocity up on the, we'll do our CC on the right. We'll do our velocity on the left. So what this is basically your wind direction and also your debris tracker to line this up to see if anything could be touching down. And the good news is right now I don't see anything on the Brooklyn Adams Waverly cell. Continues to show signs of intense straight line winds here with these pockets of, on the left side of your screen, the brighter reds and tan colors. That's heading up your direction. If you live in Waverly or I-69 here, also want to keep an eye down here in the Adams area for some rotation. We'll come back to that. We're going to go back here. Ooh, check out the airport radar in the Patricksburg cell. Looks like some rotation trying to develop there as well. And yeah, that's not a good look here. Caleb, increasing velocity just north of Patricksburg. And that hook here is beginning to look a little bit more concerning as well.
Yeah,
We have to
a little
watch this
bit.
area closely. Zooming out for the bigger picture here, north of I-70, we have some conglomerate rain impacting the Bluffton area, Hartford City, burn areas. This is not severe, but could have some hefty rainfall and a lot of lightning. Further south, Tipton, Fishers, north side of Indianapolis, Crawfordsville. No severe weather ongoing, but same thing applies. Heavy rain and lightning. The severe threat is staying at or below I-70 for the time being. Here we go down back further south. Further west, we have a confirmed tornado near Dietrich, Illinois. It's actually a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation warning for those of you in Illinois. Back further to the east in the Terre Haute area, our chasers are converging on the cell near Prairie Creek. I think the highest concerning areas here are going to be near Patricksburg as this cell continues to increase in strength. Also up here in the Waverly area, although the Waverly area has kind of broadened back out. So the reds and greens were once trying to form and kind of hold hands, as we call it. We kind of see a little bit indentation there. It kind of has broadened back out to more of a linear look, which is good news. Waverly being impacted by wind now. I-69 between Adams Waverly getting impacted now as well. That's downstream is Bargersville area, Franklin, Trafalgar areas.
Yeah, nice hook echo on the Adams cell, just right on the highway, I-69 actually.
Yeah, I got that. It turned more linear past couple of scans.
It turned more linear. It's definitely yeah.
I got you pulled up now, Caleb. You can take over for a minute if you want.
Oh, okay.
If you want.
Yeah, looking at this here, kind of to show you what we mean here. So this is not necessarily rotation here, and I'll show you what I mean. So I am using the airport radar here. So we have winds going northbound and winds going southbound here. This is more convergence, more of a kind of a convergent line or divergent line versus a really strong couplet. So we have winds going past each other at different directions, but they're not rotating. This is more or less just a divergence line here that we are looking at. Just a nice shear line is a better way to put it. Where winds are going next to each other, but they are not rotating. So some good news there locally on the Adams cell, but definitely some strong winds crossing the highway there. And if I cut out here, I am sorry. I am right underneath one of these heavy thunderstorms, and it is just dumping. New Hook, just south of the Poland, Indiana area. So kind of some broad rotation here associated with that. Radar indicated tornado warning. Almost maybe even a little bit of a couplet starting to form near Corey once again. In the southern cell, broadening out quite a bit near Prairie Creek, which is some good news there. Let me switch radars. Let me look from a different angle here.
Hey, Caleb, just as a point of reference,
Yeah.
real quick. Whoops. Real quick, I'd expect a downstream warning coming in for Owen County, perhaps parts of Morgan and northern Monroe counties for that cell that's rotating just north of Patricksburg. I would expect a
Yeah.
downstream tornado warning to be issued here shortly.
Yeah, that's the one we were just talking about there south of Poland.
So we're going to take a zoomed out look here. We're going to go back to my radar here. I want to take a look across the state once again. If you're in the Indianapolis area, down further south especially, intense straight line winds are heading into the Bargersville area. We're getting pixels here of between 50 to 65 ish mile per hour winds here heading into the Bargersville area. So be mindful of that. The brighter reds, they're indicating the stronger winds are coming your way. Also on the airport radar, we're seeing the a little bit stronger velocity signature there in the Patricksburg area. Have to watch that a little bit more
A
closely.
little
here.
more displaced on the latest scan.
Yeah, it's kind of it's something to watch if it tightens on itself, but right now it's kind of running parallel.
But I'm watching back near the Corey area. Kind of an interesting feature there.
Just a lot of a mess out there currently.
It really is. Just torrential rainfall, though. If you're on I-70 right now between like Cloverdale and Terre Haute, watch out for ponding. There's got to be some standing water on the highway somewhere along here, as just torrential rainfall is occurring. Rainfall rates well in excess of 1.5 inches an hour. Just torrential rainfall. Watch out for ponding and flash flooding. In fact, we have a flash flood warning in effect until 12:30 a.m. for Terre Haute. And this was issued just now at 9:28 p.m. Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain in the warned area. Up to 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional amounts up to 1/2 inch or 2 inches are possible. Flash flooding is ongoing or will begin shortly. This includes Terre Haute, Brazil, Prairieton, Sealyville, Staunton, Riley, Indiana State University, and North Terre Haute and Stanford. Do watch out for some flash flooding. We may see a downstream flash flood warning as well.
Drop it out, go down to the. This is Corey with a K. You know that Bargersville storm directing.
Also,
Copy.
kind of some rain wrapped rotation coming into Saline City, just southeast of Corey, northwest of Clay City. I think we're in Clay County here. If you want to have a look at that, Ryan.
Stand by.
You have their own life.
All right, got a post on the page of a nice looking storm about 20
Yeah, rain
minutes
wrapped
ago.
hook echo actually near the just north of Clay City.
Casey's in it.
Actually,
Casey.
possible. Let him know there's a possible CC in the rain. I'm gonna send you a screenshot.
I see it. I got it. I see it.
Okay.
Corey, be advised, if you're in Center Point, if you look just to your southwest near Salient City, there is a rotational couplet there. It's a little bit weak in nature, but it does line up with a little bit of a CC drop. So be mindful of that. Be just to your south of Center Point by about probably 3 miles.
Inconclusive, but I'd be curious there. If you are really, Ryan, probably now's a good time to give a general view of what's going on. We've been focused on these cells here, but there's probably a lot of people watching and wondering what is the come across northern Indiana or southern Indiana.
So long story short here, because I don't want to spend too much time up here. If you're in North Indiana right now, you are in the clear. There's a couple areas of rain near Bluffton and Portland areas. Heavy rain, lightning, that's about it. Tipton to Muncie, Fishers area, Crawfordsville area. You guys, again, just some lightning and thunder and rain. The threat right now is along or just south of I-70. Stay safe, be careful. So our Casey, let's see if I can throw Casey up there in one of the top, actually, let's see if he's live first. We're going to pull Casey in. He is live. We're going to pull him up here. We're going to put him in the top, we'll put him in the top left for now. Or actually, no, Corey's about to intercept. We'll put him in the top right. Copy. Going to replace, there we go. Should have Casey up there now. What the heck? There we go. Now we should have Casey. Bruh. There we go. So Casey's up in the top right now. He's going to be close to that potential area of rotation near Saline City. Latest scan did increase velocity. That debris might move, actually. We're going to 4-panel this, guys. I want to take a closer look at this. Yeah, I think, Caleb, you still here? I think this could be something on the ground here. This CC drop followed this rotation the past 3 scans. I think this is actually a tornado that touched down or potentially is still on the ground here. So we're going to take this back to a 1-panel look for you guys. It does line up and it does follow and it does track the last 3 scans. We're going to turn on the debris tracker here. This potentially could be a tornado that touched down or is on the ground just south of Saline City, County Road, or West County Road 300 South, West County Road 200 South, South County Road 100 West is where it's going to cross, about to cross State Route 59 here, East County Road 400 South as well. This is going to be the area I'm watching just south of Saline City. I believe we have something here that could be on the ground. If it's very indefinitive, but it does follow the rotation. There's your rotation. The greens and the reds coming together there. So it's a little bit, it's not as tight as I want to see on the rotation aspect. It's getting tighter though, just east of Saline City. Let's check out the debris tracker now. Inconclusive on the latest scan. So it looks like it went away, but you can see the debris ball started right here and it did follow and kind of deviated towards Saline City and kind of jogged south there.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Johnson, Shelby counties, new tornado warning coming in for that area there. Let's check this out. Yeah, this is an area of rotation increasing here just west of Franklin. At very least, straight line winds here coming through the Bargersville area, Needham, Franklin, and Marietta areas. So Shelbyville, Franklin areas. This is an increasing area of rotation. There's your new warning coming in. It's radar indicated rotation. But otherwise, this is going to be something to watch here closely as well. I'm going to take on the airport radar. Corey, this tornado warning is in your neck of the woods, I believe. This is going to be area of interest just south of Bargersville, due west of Franklin. If you're in Franklin, you should be in your shelters, taking shelter right now in your basements. This is a radar indicated warning. The good news is this scan, at least as of the 937 scan that I have, it's not too tight, but these storms like to tighten and twist up very quickly. So it could easily tighten up as it moves into Franklin. So if you live in Franklin or anywhere around the Franklin area, you should be in your shelter right now. Basement is preferred. No basement, go to your bathtub, interior closet, hallway, away from windows. Corey, top left of your screen. So Corey is out here ahead of this in the Shelbyville area. We'll have a visual on this shortly from him. He's in top left of your screen for point of reference here. So we'll have a visual for us soon. Latest scan. Let's check on the debris tracker here. This is kind of looking like a little bit more like it's trying to hook out there. And yeah, there you go. There's a nice little hook. Stay Route 44 heading into Franklin. That little indentation you see on your radar there is not a good sign when you see a tornado potentially trying to spin up there. It's trying to wrap up on itself. So latest scan is concerning here for the Franklin area. So if you're underground, you should be getting underground right now. Current time 9:40 p.m. Eastern time. This is going to be due west of Franklin on a cell trying to tighten up and produce a tornado at the current time. Check out the debris tracker on this. I don't see any debris being lofted at this point. Area of rotation is going to be over State Route 44 and west 100 north due west of Franklin. Backing out of this, going back here to the area we were tracking before. This is going to be back here. We have a couple areas of rotation. The first most concerning, north of Clay City, west of Patricksburg. Check on the debris tracker here. Nothing there. It's good news. Continues to rotate slowly between Saline City, Patricksburg, Clay City. This is moving toward the Patricksburg area, so you should be in shelter as well. Up here, a pocket of gusty winds at very least continues north of Gosport, Spencer areas. Let's turn on the airport radar here. Very strong winds here, 66 mile per hour winds just north of 67 and just east of 231 in the Paragon areas. This is moving to the east toward Paragon, Gosport area. It's going to cross State Route 67 soon. I'm going to take the Indianapolis radar back, come back further to the west. South Terre Haute, you guys are looking in Terre Haute proper, all clear for now. So maybe some broad rotation, some gusty winds near Lewis area, heading toward Clay City and Jasonville, as well as Freedom areas. And then back to the west here, heading towards Sullivan County. We have a tornado warning in Illinois for ping pong ball size hail and rotation back there as well. There's your rotation on that cell near Hunt City, Illinois. So we have a lot going on here. We have 3 tornado warnings in the state of Indiana. We have 1 severe warning, 2 severe warnings, sorry, 2 severe warnings.
Yeah, I got a lot of fallen debris today.
Copy.
Copy.
10-4.
Back to the Franklin area and the developing area of rotation. We're going to take back the airport radar. Good news on the airport radar. I don't see anything too tight there. It does look to be pretty gusty heading into Franklin. You can definitely tell how it tried to tighten up here as it moved toward Franklin. It did not have a good look at it at all, which is, you want to see that. But right now, it looks like some gusty winds in Franklin. I don't see anything immediately rotating strongly. Sirens going off in Greenwood. So some counties do sound their sirens for the entire county. Greenwood, technically, it's not in a tornado warning. They're in a severe warning. But if this county is a policy, if a part of the county goes under a warning, they may sound it universally and throughout the entire county. That is not uncommon. Not uncommon by any means.
And some counties also sound their warning sirens for considerable or severe thunderstorm warnings as well. Just kind of on a county by county basis, each county has their own guidelines for that. But also why we call them outdoor warning sirens and not just tornado sirens. They are to warn those who are outdoors that need to seek shelter indoors. And don't always rely on tornado sirens to wake you up at night either. They are not designed to be heard inside your home. Obviously, if you're near one of the sirens, you're probably going to hear it. But that is not their intended purpose.
Near the Gosport area, heading into Paragon, a area of 65 mile per hour winds should skirt just south, perhaps impacting Martinsville.
Skirting right along State Road 67, coming into the Paragon area and areas just north of the Gosport area. There is some decent upper level rotation within that cell, Ryan. Looking at the Evansville radar, it's just not in the low levels. Yeah. IND also has it on some higher tilts.
I think it's also increasing our flash flood risk here. If we look across the central part of the state, we have a lot of rain. There is a lot of rain moving in. So aside from our severe risk that's going on, we also have the increasing risk here for flash flooding across central Indiana here. So I-70, especially the corridor, and just a little bit south I-70. Don't be shocked to see a few areas with intense flash flooding within these storms. Back to the west here, we have tornado warnings continuing across central Illinois. The cell here near Oblong, Illinois, continues to rotate. In fact, that's actually a pretty tight rotation near Hunt City. Also back here near Ramsey, heading into Effingham once again. Man, parts of these Illinois areas have just been hit repeatedly over and over today. Back at Franklin, let's go west to east, or sorry, east to west. Area of rotation continues. Franklin itself probably has some gusty winds here in town at the current moment, but I don't see anything that warrants immediate attention for anything tornadic-wise. If that changes, I'll let you guys know. Obviously, the storm is rotating, but it's not really doing an efficient job at bringing that down to the ground, which is great news. Back here, we have that area and pocket of pretty hefty winds continuing near the Gosport and Paragon areas. This is going to cross 67 closely. This is going to move probably just south of Martinsville proper. But it's going to cross 69 here close to Paragon, just south of Martinsville, north of Ellettsville. Back here further to the west, I no longer see much here that warrants my attention in these two tornado warnings. So I think for the time being, we're kind of ramping things down here. The most concerning cell, obviously the Franklin and the Gosport cell.
Yeah, a little bit of rotation starting to tighten up just to the south and southwest of Gosport. A really nice inflow there with that. Just to the west, northwest of Steinsville. Really nice inflow there.
So we're looking at this area right here, just south or perhaps along State Route 67 here, where those reds and greens are trying to come together. It's a little bit... It's getting
kind of a rain-wrapped area. Mm-hmm. Not super tight yet, but it has developed a new hook.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a look at it there.
So while we have a brief second here of a little bit of a, I can say a break, but there's nothing too intense right now. We're just waiting for new scans to come in to look at.
Turn on CC on Gosport.
All right, hold that thought. We're gonna go 4-panel on this again. Caleb, this is looks like a tornado on the ground.
Yes. Yeah.
This looks like a tornado on the ground here, guys, just south of Gosport. So we're looking at that debris ball, bottom right of your screen. It lines up perfect with the velocity. This is 100% on the ground here. This is, I think, one of the most certain signatures we've seen all day here. Back to our 1 panel, we're gonna take on debris tracker. Tornado on the ground south of Gosport. Your debris tracker picks up here Williams Road and about to cross North Moon Road between Gosport and Steinsville. This is a tornado on the ground here. This is your debris product here, as this is going to pick up on the rotation. It lines up perfectly. There's your rotation here. Williams Road, again, just north of Steinsville, about to cross North Moon Road. Other areas include West Wampler Road, North Bottom Road.
A new tornado,
and there's our tornado warning.
Has been
West
issued.
Brighton Road. So this is 100%. It appears to be on the ground here. There is a debris ball that lines up perfectly with radar. Caleb, can you get a text post out on IWM, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're going to get this covered here. The tornado warning they just issued is radar indicated. I do believe we have a debris ball here, so it should be radar confirmed. Next scan, I'll probably have to see it expand, perhaps get a little bit bigger. We'll see, though.
What county is that
lifts.
for, Ryan?
This is going to be, give me a second, pull up GR2. This is going to be in, it's in Owen County. It's crossing into very far northern Monroe County. It may ride very far south Morgan County. So Morgan, South Morgan, North Monroe should be in their shelters right now. Again, North Monroe, South Morgan. This is going to be, again, what we believe to be a tornado on the ground here between Gosport and Steinsville. Areas out ahead of this, I-69s, a couple other road names we're going to zoom in here. Burma Road, North Burskirk Road. There it is. That is 100% on the ground. That's a debris bowl. It is perfectly aligned with velocity here. It continues to grow. This is lofting debris. This is on the ground currently between Gosport and Steinsville. Expect a radar confirmed upgrade here to the warning any second. This is 100% on the ground here between Gosport and Steinsville. So be taking shelter if you're out ahead of this. The good news that I see, it looks pretty rural out here. So perhaps not many populated areas here, but if you know anybody who lives there, or if you're watching and you live in this area here, this is a tornado on the ground moving in between Gosport and Steinsville, moving east along the North Bottom Road, West Brighton Road. It's about to cross North Mount Tabor Road. This is your debris being lofted, the big yellow dot you see on your screen. It started lofting back here toward Gosport, continued to grow stronger, and continues onward toward I-69 here, next town down. This is just south of Martinsville. Copy. So if you're downstream here, next town's up Morgantown, Helmsburg. Copy that. Thank you. This is going to be in the very far northern part of Monroe County, northern Monroe County, which is where it's in currently, very far northwest Monroe County. This is going to follow the line very, very closely of southern Morgan County. So it's going to pass just south of Martinsville, just south of Paragon, just south of Browns Crossing. This is a tornado that is on the ground here between Steinsville and Gosport areas.
And this is going to come near I-69 in a rural area just north. Not really a town nearby either.
Yeah, it's good news in a sense here. There's still population centers out here, but the area, there's no big towns it's about to hit. So that's at least some positive news here.
Yeah.
But
north of Steinsville, rotation VROT is actually increasing quite a bit. I'm going to get a measurement on that here real quick.
117. That has to be clutter. 86 next to 7, so we're about 95.
CC is increasing though.
Yeah, this is not a good situation here. I'm going to assume this could be a little bit of clutter here, Caleb, but I'm getting 117 mile per hour winds next to 83.
I was getting the same as well.
That has to be clutter.
We'll give it another scan and we'll see. But CC increases. PDS tornado warning
has been issued.
Not a PDS.
Oh, they just went confirmed on it. I see.
Radar confirmed. So this is officially radar confirmed via NWS in Indianapolis. You're looking at the yellowish green dot on your screen. That is your debris being lofted by this tornado that is in the northern part of Monroe County here. This is going to be on the very far southern tip of Morgan County. It's basically on the black line there that we're seeing. That's your county line of Morgan and Monroe County. So this is following very closely here. I-69 should also be alert here. It's got a few minutes before it crosses, but you guys on I-69, any traffic cams in the area, Caleb, if you want to check on that as well. This is going to be heading up towards 69.
It's south I-69. There's nothing there.
Okay, thank you.
They all stop at Martinsville.
Which is why we need more weather cameras in the area. Woohoo. Okay, let's go ahead and zoom back in here. It's going to be on West Wampler Road, impacting or has impacted West Brighton Road at West Wampler Road. Excuse me. It is about to cross North Liberty Hollow Road. It then will cross North Bauman Road, following very closely and along West Wampler Road. Eventually turns into Burma Road. It's going to impact Burma Road at North Mount Pleasant Road along West Brown Road. Those are the next roads in the path of this. As it continues east, it will impact West Fry Road, North Burskirk Road, Burma Road, West Burma Road. Excuse me. Throat's giving out on me, guys. West Burma Road all the way up to I-69. And that is where the last of the roads stop. If it continues past 69, we're going to have road names here. Old State Road 37. We're going to have
Really
East
deep
Bryan's
CC.
Creek.
And also that tight velocity signature continues, Ryan. We're at minus 100.
Yeah, that's actually very intense here. They may go PDS on this, guys. This is actually very concerning. The velocity on this, 66 mile per hour next to 70. That's 134 mile per hour, 136 mile per hour gate to gate there. This could be a strong tornado on the ground here. Yeah, there's your CC. This is hitting structures and hitting trees. This is lofting.
This is a rain wrap tornado.
This is lofting debris very high in the atmosphere. Let's see if I can get a cross section on this. This is a very look at your reflectivity on this. You can see the debris being lofted on your radar. That is insane. This is likely a very strong tornado in progress here, guys. Likely a very strong tornado just south of Paragon. This may go PDS on this. I would not be shocked at all.
And you're not going to see this tornado coming. This is a rain wrap tornado, a very strong tornado as well. It appears to be a very classic debris signature. We have a debris ball on radar. Ryan, if you want to take my radar back while you're doing that, here behind
there it is.
A new PDS tornado warning has been issued.
All right,
there we go. They went PDS with this tornado warning. Ryan, if you want to get that graphic on the page, I'll take radar back.
It's all you.
Yeah, very strong VROD here.
F11 for me.
Getting ready to cross.
F11 for me. Thank you.
Getting ready to cross I-69 just to the northwest of Steinsville. Large rain wrap tornado in progress south of Paragon. Right now, it is currently on Burma Road and looks like north Buskirk Road is where we're on now. Buskirk in Burma at that intersection. Very large tornado in progress. The pink that you see on radar here on the left side of the screen is the tornado. And this tornado is moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. This is our largest debris ball of the night here so far here in Indiana. Just south of Paragon. Paragon, you're in the clear right now. The tornado is off to your south, getting ready to cross I-69 right now. This is a very wooded area as well. This is a very forested area here in Indiana. Do be taking shelter. This is north of Bloomington. Bloomington, if your sirens are sounding, you're okay right now. This storm is not headed in your direction. If you're in the Helmsburg area or Morgantown, do watch to your west. We have a large tornado in progress. Let's go ahead and turn back on our CC, our correlation coefficiency here. Let's go right here. Yeah, very, very tight debris ball, very large debris ball associated with this. Our next scan, it'll likely put it very close to I-69. And this will be just north of the Sample Road exit, East Sample Road exit on I-69. Perhaps exit 125, if that's the marker for it. Yeah, exit 125. Be just north of exit 125 and just south of
a new
mile marker
PDS
134.
tornado warning has been issued.
And huge debris ball. We have a very large debris ball approaching the highway. Downstream PDS tornado warning now in effect.
This is going to be a downstream for Bartholomew, Brown, Johnson, Monroe, and Morgan counties.
This is crossing I-69 right now, just south of Martinsville, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. And while we wait on that to pop up, I'm going to go ahead and cone this out for you. That is not what I want. Hang on. Let me switch my tool around here.
The radar confirms the winds on this couplet are 41 miles per hour next to 93. This is still a very strong tornado in progress. It is over I-69 at the current moment. It is, again, over I-69, current moment, moving to the east-southeast here. It's about to cross East Far Road and Old State Road 37 here on the east side of I-69. It's going to be moving in very soon to appears to be this is going to be the northern part of Brown County here very soon. It's in the very far northern half of Monroe County.
We are about 10 to 15 minutes out from Helmsburg, Indiana, under a PDS tornado warning. Nashville, about 20 minutes. Grandview Lake, 36 minutes. And if it makes it to Columbus, we're at 43 minutes from this. This is a particularly dangerous situation. We have a large tornado in progress crossing I-69 right now, likely just crossed the highway Likely next scan, we're likely going to see it near East Far Road, just north of East Anderson Road on the east side of I-69. Likely crossed I-69 already. If you're in Helmsburg, Indiana, Nashville, Indiana, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Large tornado in progress and on the ground here. And this tornado intensified very quickly as well.
Hey, Caleb, next scan that comes in has increased the VROT further. We're at 91 miles per hour next to 43. So we're continuing to increasing, and that's a very deep debris ball here too.
Very deep debris ball, but we're in a very forested area. A lot of trees and a lot of, also it's a very rolly area as well through here. You're not going to see this tornado coming at night. There's a lot of hollers, a lot of hills, and it's very forested. Likely picking up a substantial amount of tree debris right now, but also there's also residential neighborhoods here, residential houses all throughout the woods here, throughout this area. It just crossed I-69, and right now it is on the east side of I-69, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is going to be near the Helmsburg area here in about 10 minutes. If you're in Martinsville proper, you're safe from this tornado. It is not moving in your direction. If you're in Morgantown, I would keep an eye on it. Right now, it's going to look to come pretty close to the Helmsburg area. A very large tornado in progress. This is a very large debris signature. If we turn back reflectivity, you're going to see the debris ball on this right here. Very, very intense debris ball just crossing I-69. This is the tornado. The tornado is that pink dot that you see on the screen. Debris is so intense right now, the radar is picking it up as rain, as reflectivity, but that is not rain. That is the tornado, and that is moving right on top of Forest Road, as well as Bryant's Road, and looks like West Hacker Creek Road. This is a very rolly area, very forested area. You're not going to see this tornado coming. This is possibly a rain-wrapped tornado as well. If you're in the Morgantown area, in Helmsburg area, interior room away from windows, basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, find a in lowest level of your home away from windows until this storm has passed. If you're in a trailer in the Helmsburg area, Morgantown area, now's the time to get to your predetermined place of safety. That can be a gas station or a nearby sturdy structure with a fixed foundation. Do not ride this out in a trailer. Mobile homes will be destroyed in this tornado.
Caleb, for point of reference,
this is just south of Martinsville, moving east at 45. Go ahead.
For point of reference, the cross section says between 15 and 20K feet lofted.
Wow, so a strong tornado here. In progress here. A very, very large new debris ball here, and it actually took a north turn a little bit. It may be occluding here a little bit. It took a little bit of a north turn. You can see right in here how it is moving north. It took a north turn, and this is coming directly towards Goose Creek Road. It is occluding to the north. Hopefully we see it wrap in on itself before going much further east, but we'll have to keep an eye on it still. Large tornado in progress. Go ahead and turning back CCV. Wow. VROT is very tight at the moment.
Latest scan that came in has weakened it just a little bit, but the debris continues.
Let's go ahead. Okay, I'm still waiting on the latest scan then. Yeah, still a large debris signature on radar here with this tornado. And maybe even a little bit of a hail spike up here near Martinsville. Not a lot of hail with this, though. About penny-sized hail or so. Currently, the tornado is getting ready to cross Goose Creek Road as well as Forest Road. Likely over that area right now, just to the south of Martinsburg. And this did take a north turn. So if you're in the Martinsville area, I would watch this if you're southeast of town. Especially if you're near Mahalasville Road, Downey Road, Low Gap Road as well. If you play this back, whoops, you can see how it did just turn north just a little bit. So if you're in the Morgantown area, I would watch this very, very closely. Enter your room away from windows until the storm has passed. Large tornado still in progress.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have a new downstream tornado warning coming in for the storm near Robinson, Illinois. Don't see evidence of a tornado in progress there. Radar indicated. We're going to stay on this PDS tornado warning here. Debris ball on radar continuing. It is now crossing Forest Road, Scout Ridge Road, Service Road, near the Goose Creek Forest Road interchange. And that is going to be coming up to Downey Road and Low Gap Road any minute here. This is took a north turn a little bit. It did shift north just a little bit by about a mile or so. If you're in the Morgantown area, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. It did shift north just a little bit. You can see it here.
If you're in
Moving about
Morgantown,
due
I would
east.
be
Morgantown, yeah.
if you're in Morgantown, I'd be very, very cautious with this as it progresses your direction. It's turning north directly toward Morgantown. So you guys technically are kind of cut center of that current warning, but this is pulling northward, and if it continues north, it's going to head into Morgantown.
At about 45 miles per hour forward motion here. And center area rotation there, right on Ryan's screen, right on my screen now. Right where you see this purple black circle, that is the tornado with the area of rotation right here. It is crossing Forest Road right now and Scout Ridge Road. Likely this is a little bit further to the east now, waiting on the next scan. This is the 10:04 scan. We're currently 10:06. The next scan probably is going to be coming in here any moment now. We'll see this move a little bit. But if you're on Downey Road and Low Gap Road, you need to be in your safe place right now. Into your room, away from windows. This is northwest of Helmsburg, moving towards Morgantown at the moment. It did pull north just a little bit, by about a mile or so north over the last couple of scans. 10:06 scan, debris ball continues. It is now over North Low Gap Road as well as Bud Davis Hollow Road. A little bit of a dead-end drive there. Rotation velocity did weaken just a little bit compared to where we were, but the debris ball continues, and it's still a very stout debris ball on radar as well. Going back and turning on CC here, our debris tracker. Yeah, still a pretty good-sized debris ball here, moving right over. Looks like Downey Road and North Low Gap Road is where this tornado is currently situated, just west of Morgantown, Indiana. If you're in Morgantown, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. This tornado is taking a north turn. It is heading towards you. If you are on, name some roads out here ahead of it here once they populate. Here they go. East Mahalasville Road, as well as Bar Yellow Road, Old Railroad Road, and in Morgantown. Interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A large tornado is still in progress, or appears to still be in progress, moving east at about 40 miles per hour, 45. It did just take a north turn just a little bit. It appears to be heading more towards Morgantown versus Helmsburg, Indiana. Nashville, you appear to be okay so far from this tornado. This tornado is to your north, moving away from you at the moment, but it is heading towards Morgantown, Indiana. In the Nineveh area should also be on alert for this storm. You can see there how it did track north just a little bit, running right along the county line here, just to the south and east of Martinsville, towards the Morgantown area. Going to come pretty close to and likely over Carmel Ridge Road. Looks like Cooks Hill and Mount Zion roads. Going to come pretty close to this area here, just to the north of Helmsburg. And looks like they downgraded this from PDS to observed. which rotation has broadened out a little bit, so maybe suggesting some of this may be fallout, Ryan.
Probably is fallout, and also watch for a recycle of this.
Yeah, we could recycle here. There's still a decent kind of a debris ball look to it on radar. Not quite as deep as what it once was, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. An observed tornado warning now in effect for this. I'll go ahead and read the warning aloud for you. At 10:08 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, a confirmed tornado is located 7 miles southeast of Martinsville or 14 miles northeast of Bloomington, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Hazard damaging tornado. Radar confirmed tornado. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roof, windows, vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. The good news is on the rotation side, we are just not quite at the VROT we once were, but there is still a little bit of a CC continuing with this storm. Hopefully some of this is fallout, but I would treat it as if there's a tornado still in progress. And it would be heading pretty close to State Road 135 here, just north of Helmsburg, southwest of Morgantown, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. This is going to be coming up on Lick Creek Road, 3-story hill road. That looks like 3-story hill road takes a curve there. So Lick Creek Road is where this is coming. Intersection, Richards Road and North Hasseltown Road. Some road options there just to the north of Helmsburg, southwest of Morgantown, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This is southeast of Martinsville, moving away from Martinsville, north of Nashville. This will be coming near the Nineveh area downstream if this holds together. This is an observed tornado warning.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
Uh, 10-4, Ryan. Giving me some information here behind the scenes. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Bloomington area. No tornado warning for downtown Bloomington, just severe thunderstorm warning at this time. I do want to briefly talk about a tornado warning. Let me change my radar sites here. Area of rotation coming in pretty close to the Indiana area near Robinson, Illinois. A little bit broader in nature. It was a little bit stronger just a couple of scans ago. Right in there, it was pretty strong. So a little bit broader there, but that'll be coming near the Carr Isle area, Palestine, Illinois, Jerome, Indiana, and the Paxton, Indiana areas, near or south of Sullivan. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Coming back up here to the north, some fallout perhaps is occurring, or there is still a tornado in progress. The circle, the yellow circle that you see, not the clutter up here to the north, but the yellow circle just north of Helmsburg, that would be debris, whether it's debris still in the air or it's fallout from a tornado that has lifted. We need to treat it as if there is still a tornado in progress, as it is a pretty large amount of fallout still occurring within this storm. But debris was lofted, you said, Ryan, as high as 15 to 20,000 feet.
Yeah, the cross section at very least 17, I'd say, is a good safe bet. I don't know if it reached 20, but it came very close.
This is a very forested area as well, so there could just be a lot of tree debris up in the air right now as well, a lot of leaves up in the air, and leaves are very light, and in a turbulent environment, they can just stay in the air for a significant amount of time. So we may see this fall out for some time yet, since the debris was lofted just so high up in the atmosphere. but treat it as if there is still a tornado on the ground. And this will be coming up near State Road 135 north of Helmsburg. I hope that it's lifted, but it's just inconclusive enough to say that. We just can't say that right now. An observed tornado warning remains south of Morganstown. This is moving east at about 40 miles per hour, going to come very close to State Road 135, as well as Bailey Lane, East Fruitdale Road, and Vinkea Drive. Going to come pretty close to those locations there. South, going to split between Morgantown and Helmsburg, Indiana. It took a little bit of a north turn, but the fallout is now tracking more east, due east at about 40 miles per hour. So good news there. It's not hitting any downtown areas right now. It's kind of splitting the two areas, but there's still residential neighborhoods in this area, still residential houses, and people in this area. A lot of private drives in this area, and it's also very wooded as well. You're not going to see this tornado coming. It's also dark, and there's just not a lot of cloud to ground lightning with this either. Strong winds coming into the Bloomington area, perhaps up to 60 miles per hour, penny-sized hail. Coming back down here to the southwest portion of Indiana, western Sullivan County, area of rotation coming into the Palestine, Illinois area, going to come into the Monroe
new tornado
area.
warning has been issued.
And we have a new tornado warning being issued for Bartholomew, Jackson, and Monroe until 10:45 p.m. Yeah, it has some. I didn't know if they were going to either. There's some broad rotation here on the north side of town near I-69 and State Road 46. I've been watching that for a little bit. It was broad enough to where I was hesitant to say anything.
Same.
But it is coming into a populated area, so out of caution, I'm not surprised they pulled the trigger on it. So probably a good thing they did that. But the area of rotation would be over State Road 46 right now and North Smith Pike Road on the north side of Bloomington. And this is kind of moving southeast. Is moving east at 45 miles per hour, radar indicated rotation. And this does include Bloomington, Indiana, now under a tornado warning. This is radar indicated, while the warning to the north still has an observed tag on it. The good news is on reflectivity, not seeing the debris ball that we once saw. Still a little bit of fallout, I think, still occurring over 135 right now, northeast of Helmsburg. It is inconclusive if the tornado is still on the ground or not, but also watching some rotation directly over Morganstown. We actually kind of have a bookend vortex, Ryan, over Morganstown directly. Rotation is now forming over you. Going to come near the Trafalgar area on the latest scan. If I back that up, you can really see how that kind of occludes on itself right in there. This is kind of a backward comma head feature here, what we call a bookend vortex. May see a new tornado warning get issued on that. We're close to VRAT there. Turning on our debris tracker, I don't see anything on that yet. Still some fallout to the south, but will be something to watch there. You can see the kind of the backward comma head here right over Morgantown. So rain-wrapped area of rotation on the backside of the storm coming near the Trafalgar area and Nineveh area. Have to watch out for that. This area of rotation is directly over Morganstown and going to be coming along West 700 South as it heads towards the Trafalgar area and Nineveh along in South State Road 252. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Coming back down south to the Bloomington, Indiana area, kind of some broad rotation north side of downtown Bloomington, kind of just northeast of State Road 45 and I-69 interchange near North Walnut Street. A little bit of some rotation kind of right in here. Kind of hard to define exactly where it is. Maybe right up in here. Maybe north of 45 near Walnut Street, 45 interchange, somewhere up in there. Likely a rain-wrapped area of rotation here as well. Moving east-southeast at 45 miles per hour. The Morganstown area of rotation, Ryan, actually is a little bit more concerning for me over the Bloomington cell, at least at this moment, as the couplet looks a little more defined up in that area. A really nice classic bookend vortex, and if velocity continues here.
Looking at the TIDS radar, it looks to be pretty much a wind with perhaps a little bit of rotation. So there's also a little bit of lower scan there available.
Yeah, let me pull up the
Yeah,
TDR there.
I see what you're talking about there. It's in the right spot for it. Probably some good mid-level rotation. But the
A little bit of
TIDS
clutter there,
radar,
but
yeah, I wouldn't say it's close in the TIDS, unless I'm
yeah, I
interpreting it
wouldn't
wrong.
brush it off either, as we saw this tornado touchdown
Right.
before the rotation intensified as well.
We'll see
I
what
would
they do.
still keep an eye on that.
Caleb, latest scan on TIDS is more concerning than the last one is. So yeah, if you're in the East Morgantown area, I think you're right, Caleb. That's probably something to watch there very closely as it heads toward the Nineveh area. It's gonna
Yeah,
be
in fact, we're
crossing.
going to go ahead and turn on our debris tracker here just to take a
the
look at
same
that.
thing.
It's concerning enough to where I want to have that on just to look at it. I don't see anything yet, which is some good news. Still a little bit of fallout down here, probably some leaves just still tumbling around in the air. But the rotation is just southeast of Morgantown, south 700 west, coming near south 575 west, south 700 south, kind of right in there. It's going to right along 700 south, south of 135, towards the Nineveh, Indiana area. If you're in Nineveh, Indiana, or Edinburgh, Indiana, heads up, interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed. Getting some decent inflow, some straight line winds out ahead of it as well.
It's crossing
Looking at the
south
TDS
500 west. Go ahead.
Yeah, the TDR is a little bit more concerning on the low levels.
Yeah, I agree with you
Gate
there.
is a little gate to gate's more impressive on the TDR.
If not tornadic, it's definitely a pocket of some straight line winds here.
Straight line winds for sure. Yeah.
So if you're in the Nineveh area or downstream, definitely be alert for this. This is worth monitoring here. Perhaps a little bit of rotation, but also definitely wind.
Looking at the Evansville radar, rotation is picking up near the Palestine and Marome areas, near the Wabash River. Coming back down here, that's for a tornado warning in Sullivan County. Decent rotation sitting right in here, right over the Wabash River. That's going to come near the Paxton and Carr Isle areas here in southwest Indiana.
Watching
I don't see.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, but this is an area to watch.
Watching the northeast side of Bloomington closely. It's a weak rotation, but it's starting to couple together.
Are you up near the 45 area?
Yes. Yep. That's where I'm watching close.
See a little bit of reds and greens trying to hold hands up in there, northeast side of Bloomington, but they're more parallel to each other right now, which is good. Hopefully, we don't see them try to hold hands anymore. And this appears to have broadened out just a little bit. It was pretty tight right in here. But that did broaden out. If anything, more straight line winds. As you can see, that's more south moving, Ryan. As I hit play here. Likely still some pocket of embedded straight line winds here. Maybe a little bit of rotation aloft. But if you're in the Nineveh area, I would still prepare for some pretty strong winds associated with that. Looking back to our west, we still have a tornado warning in the Effingham area and Dietrich area. Some rotation near the Watson area being reported, and perhaps even a cone funnel. Strongest area rotation, though, seems to be near the Marome and Palestine area, right over the Wabash River. Radar indicated rotation there with that. This will be coming up State Road 58, just south of Marome, just across the Wabash River, southwest Indiana, central Sullivan County, west central Sullivan County. Going to come pretty close to the Carr Isle area and US 41 corridor there. And where are chasers currently at? Ryan, do we have any of them still out?
Corey is probably the only one who's chasing still. Everybody else is either getting a hotel or heading home. To my knowledge, at least.
Gotcha. I currently don't see any indication of anything on our debris tracker across the state at the moment, which is good. Area of rotation that we're watching near the Bloomington area.
Copy.
So good news, I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. Also, some good news, the Bloomington cell, our area of rotation has broadened out, and it's more linear at this point in time, more of a gust front, maybe a little bit of rotation along State Road 46, a little bit of broad rotation right in there on the east side of Bloomington. But nothing that is immediately concerning, like, hey, that's going to produce a tornado, at least right now. We'll have to keep an eye on it, though. There could be some shallow rotation that maybe is just above the radar. I am watching this cell near the Nineveh area, as this could tighten up near the Edinburgh area in Taylorsville, Indiana, along I-65. Have to watch that area closely. Perhaps a little bit of a hook just south of Nineveh. Have to keep an eye on that. Radar indicated, or sorry, this is still an observed warning still. They haven't changed that. And then a radar indicated tornado warning for Bloomington.
Watching that cell east of Bloomington very closely. I got it pulled up in my 4 panel, just FYI. That is where Evan and Drew are currently, as well as Dakota, I believe.
In the Paxton area or Bloomington?
Your cell right there in the radar.
Ryan, change that. You see the wall cause actually to our right. Pretty low base right now. The temperature in chat.
Copy.
Sounds like we may have a wall cloud on this cell. Looking back up towards the Terre Haute, Indiana area, currently still under a flash flood warning. These storms up here near the Paris, Indiana area appear to be weakening. Severe thunderstorm warning off to the west in Illinois, but not looking super impressive right now.
Goodness gracious.
Watching the area I couldn't make that out. Looking at the area just east of Bloomington, State Road 56. Watching this area pretty close, just southwest of Nashville. Watching these wind fields very closely, maybe a little bit of a couplet trying to form on State Road 46, just southwest of Nashville, east of Bloomington. Downtown Bloomington proper, you are in the clear for now. Have to watch storms over to your west. Back up here to the north, have some strong winds and maybe some broad rotation just southwest of Nineveh. Have to keep an eye on that. Gusty winds for sure. If I pull up the TDR, yeah, it looks more of a wind risk right now with that. Watching the Bloomington cell closely. In this area right in here, starting to get maybe even a little bit of a hook on it, Ryan, along the State Road 46 area.
Yeah, I got like 5 different radar screens pulled up here. I'm kind of scanning between everything here. My phone, GR2, front.
And they're going to issue a downstream severe thunderstorm warning. 60-mile-per-hour winds actually dropped the. They don't even have tornado possible tag in it. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-sized hail with this storm, and this is moving off to the east southeast at 45 miles per hour. So still have to watch that area, but for right now, rotation is weakened enough to where the National Weather Service is going ahead and putting a severe thunderstorm warning on it, a baseline severe thunderstorm warning as well. Some gusty winds coming near the Nineveh area, as well as the Edinburgh area. Rotation, I'm not seeing a lot of rotation right there right now. That is some good news. Strongest area of rotation coming into Sullivan County, or in Sullivan County right now, along in North State Road 58. This is going to come right into the Paxton area. I don't see anything on our debris tracker at the moment, but we do have some rotation there just to the west of Paxton. See a nice, a nice hook echo on radar just to the west of 41, northwest of Carlisle, Indiana.
Latest scan, east of Bloomington is concerning me.
Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Latest scan really trying to try to tighten up here.
Yeah, I was watching that hook echo just a few moments ago.
Yeah, it's really trying to tighten.
Yeah, tornado warning is in progress here. There's a downstream severe warning, but we're watching this area right on State Road 46. We were just talking about that south of Nashville. Have a really a nice hook echo forming there on that cell, and it's starting to get a little bit more concerning. If you're down ahead of that along State Road 46 south of Nashville, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. I don't see anything on debris tracker yet, but we will certainly be watching that just in case anything does touch down or come of this area of rotation. It is trying to pull in on itself and form a couplet. And the 1029 scan, the latest scan that we have here, you can really see the colors start to form a couplet where greens are starting to veer back and your reds are starting to pull ahead a little bit. And it's this zone right in here along State Road 46. I would be watching for a possible tornado just southwest of Nashville if that were to intensify. This would eventually be moving towards the Grandview Lake area and State Road 135. Again, a very wooded area, a rolly area through here. Do not wait to see this area of rotation. Do be already in your safe place, interior room, away from windows, until this storm has passed. It just has that look to it, unfortunately. I would take this seriously.
Yeah, I got CC pulled up. So if you want to go elsewhere, I can tell you here in the Bloomington cell.
Sounds good. We're going to go back down to the Carlisle cell where Ryan is watching that one here behind the scenes.
Okay, Ryan, this is Corey with K. I'm currently west. Southeast.
Strong rotation now, just to the northwest of Carlisle, coming into Paxton. Ryan, pretty strong rotation there. Go ahead and turn on our debris tracker here. Just take a look at that. I don't see anything real definitive there. You can see really nice rotation here. Just to the west of Paxton, north of Carlisle, near South County Road 100 West and County Road 500 South, going to come really close to Paxton, if not over Paxton, as well as Carlisle, Indiana.
Bloomington cell continues to increase. No CC yet, but Bloomington cell continues to increase on the rotational aspect.
And we'll go up to take a look at that cell here. Switch radars here. You can see that area of rotation. Yeah, starting to get some really nice outflow here on the back side of it. I'd like to see this tighten up a little bit more, but hopefully we don't see that. Just south of 46. Still running parallel to each other, but it is trying. It is trying to wrap up here just southwest of Nashville. I would watch that very, very closely. Tornado warning continues for 11 more minutes here. Radar indicated in penny-sized hail. If you're south of Nashville on 46, and a road interchange would be 46. It's not going to pop up here, is it? Crooked Creek Road in 46. That's an area to watch. The storm is going to be moving near Grandview Lake, northwest of Freetown, west of I-69, so southwest of Columbus, northwest of Seymour. Area of rotation there. Nice area of rotation near the Paxton, Indiana area. Nice couplet there, getting ready to cross 41 just south of Sullivan. This is Sullivan County, Indiana. Going to go ahead and turn back on my debris tracker. I don't see anything debris there. Still radar indicated tornado warning there for Sullivan County. Area of rotation right over Paxton near Carlisle. And speed on this moving east at 55 miles per hour. That'll put it near the Linton area and Pleasantville area here in the next 10 minutes or less. Area of rotation still trying to tighten up just south of the Nashville, Indiana areas, just east of Bloomington. Going to be coming near the Grandview Lake area, State Road 135. You can see that still trying to tighten up. It's getting a really nice inflow notch, Ryan, and has some outflow to work with. We'll have to see if that can tighten up or not. Also, a little bit of a hook starting to form near the Taylorsville area as well. It's kind of broad rotation at this point in time, but it's trying to reach out, trying to pull in. We'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Lots of spin in the atmosphere right here this evening. Also still have some storms back in Illinois we're keeping an eye on near the Newton area as well. Tight rotation near Paxton, Indiana, Sullivan County. South of Sullivan, Indiana, going to come just north of Pleasantville, Indiana. Excuse me, near Linton. Rotation continues south of Nashville, Indiana.
Yeah, no debris ball yet on that. I don't think it's that tight just yet, but
Yeah, same thing here on the highway. Huge jump to wet. Yeah, it's right where the rotation is at, right overhead.
A really tight rotation. The Paxton couplet, Ryan, actually really impresses me the most out of all of them right now. In Sullivan County, very tight rotation, going to be heading towards the Pleasantville, Indiana area, and State Road 159, currently located near Paxton, moving east-southeast at 55 miles per hour. Just east of Paxton now, going to come near the Linton area here pretty soon. Really, really nice defined couplet here, moving east at 55 miles per hour. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. We'll have to watch that very closely as it's definitely tight enough. A little bit worrisome there.
I'm dual paned on the Nashville and the Taylorsville area, so if you want to stick down there with that, we can. I'm dual watching these two.
And that picture sent behind the scenes, is that of the Paxton cell right now?
From Drew? I believe so, yes.
About 10 minutes ago?
Yes.
So 10 minutes ago, he sent a wall cloud from the area. A really low wall cloud at that. No funnel on it, but that was 10 minutes ago. And rotation appears to be even a little bit tighter now. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, which is good. Hopefully we don't see anything on our debris tracker. But a really healthy looking wall cloud associated with it at least 10 minutes ago.
We're all clear
in Sullivan County.
We're all clear up here in the debris tracker so far.
Rotation continuing, starting to almost get that look to it here. Just south of Nashville, starting to see that nice hook echoes. Try to pull ahead here. Area of broad rotation coming up to State Road 135 south of Nashville. This could tighten up. If you're in the Grand Lake area, I would be in interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. If you're on the south side of Columbus, Indiana, I would watch this as well. And if you're downstream in Jonesville, Seymour, I would keep an eye on this cell as well. It is heading east currently at 45 miles per hour. area of rotation is starting to increase a little bit here just south of Nashville, getting a really nice hook on radar. Getting a little bit more concerned about the Nashville cell here. Up here to the north, maybe some broad rotation here, more of a damaging wind risk at this point in time. Severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour up there. Coming back down here to the south, Sullivan County, moving into Linton, Indiana. Rotation still hanging on, maybe not quite as tight or concentrated as it was near the Paxton area, but still there. This is just east of Paxton, coming into the Pleasantville area and southwest of Duggar near Linton, Indiana. Keep an eye on that. That is in southeast Sullivan County. And this tornado warning is in effect for 5 more minutes. You have to see if we get any extension here.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Look at you go,
Speaking
Caleb.
of, I love it when that happens. Greene County, now including the Bloomfield area, under a tornado warning. You ask and you shall receive. And just outside of the Bloomfield area, it's getting late, everybody. Newberry, Indiana. Penny size hail radar indicated rotation here, courtesy of the National Weather Service in Indianapolis, Indiana. They have done just a really nice job here tonight. Really commemorable for that from multiple fronts, from flash flooding, severe, and several tornado warnings as well. Speaking of rotation, Ryan, this is really starting to concern me south of Nashville, coming up on State Road 135. Has a really nice hook echo on radar here. We're going to go ahead and turn on our debris tracker here to make sure there is nothing on the ground. I don't see anything at this time, but if you're in the Grand Lake View area, I would be in your safe place in your basement, lowest level of your home, away from windows. This area is starting to impress me and really tighten up. If you are just to the west of the Grand Lake View, southeast of Nashville, going to come southwest of Columbus and due west of Jonesville. I would keep an eye on this area here, starting to tighten up a little bit. They're not, the bright greens and the reds are not significantly close, but they're getting closer. So I would watch this area close. It may try to occlude. It has that look to it. If you play it back here, you can see this protrusion start to occlude north and pull north. As that happens, that can be a sign of tornado genesis, and that can also be a sign of tightening colors. You can actually see the pixels here getting a little bit brighter, a little bit closer, coming up over State Road 135. This is State Road 135 and East Orchard Road. A decent area of rotation coming near the Grand View Lake area, southwest of Columbus, north of Freetown. If you're in Elizabethtown, Jonesville, keep an eye on this heading in your direction. Heading more east right now. East at 45 miles per hour.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And I wonder if that's our downstream tornado warning.
Yeah, that Brown County cell is really catching my eye.
Near the Clifford. Brown County, right in here. Yeah.
Yeah, that area, the inbounds and outbounds are just.
Yeah.
It's got that look. You know what I'm talking
about? It does.
Caleb.
Yeah. Yeah. I was just talking about that. The hook echo is starting to protrude. It's starting to pull ahead a little bit as well. It's starting to occlude. Could have a rain wrapped tornado here pretty soon if it continues to at its current intensity. A downstream tornado warning now for the Jonesville, Seymour areas here. It does include I-65 and State Road 58. Area of rotation just southwest of Grandview Lake, well northwest of Seymour, but they're giving you a pretty good heads up here. But also watching the area near Clifford, Indiana, near Hope, some broad rotation up in there. Not quite as tight is what this is. The good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, but it just has that look to it. So we're going to have to really keep an eye on that. I'm going to briefly go back south here to look at our tornado warning that was extended into the Linton, Indiana area, Lyons and Newberry, Indiana for Greene County. A little bit broader, but it's still hanging on. Pretty decent rotation there, just northwest of Pleasantville, south of Duggar. And this is going to move very close to Linton. Looking at our debris tracker here behind the scenes, I don't see any evidence of debris at this point in time. Radar indicated tornado warning. The rotation is tight enough to potentially form a tornado. So interior room, away from windows until this storm has passed.
FYI, for everybody asking in the chat, I'm going to take you guys north for very, very quickly here. If you are north of I-70, Indianapolis to Greencastle to Terre Haute to Richmond, or points northward, you have very minimal severe risk tonight. In fact, if you're in North Indiana, your severe risk is over. There is nothing happening north of Muncie, Kokomo, Lafayette, Frankfort, Tipton, Crawfordsville. There is nothing happening up there tonight. You are good to go to bed. Further south, we have some storms here heading into Indianapolis Metro. They are currently not severe. And I don't expect them to become severe anytime soon. So you should be good short term here. Our warm and unstable air that's fueling these storms is right along and just south of I-70, which is why you see all of these tornado warnings down here further south. So again, if you're watching from Indianapolis and points northward, you are good to go to bed. Also, for point of reference, when we are live tracking, we are not going to be talking about specific locations unless they're an immediate risk. So if we're not mentioning your area, that's probably a good thing that there's nothing major heading your direction. All right, just want to
if
put
we
a
do
PSA
see
out
that
there.
changes, we will jump around based on severity as well.
Right.
So
Caleb's watching his radar. I got 3 radar screens pulled up. We're watching everything. We're catching tornadoes before warnings are even issued. So we got this.
yeah, multiple angles here tonight. And also, the National Weather Service has been doing a really good job here tonight as well. They are working very hard doing the same thing here behind the scenes. And they've done a very good job issuing warnings here this evening. Area of rotation is quite impressive. Just southwest of Grandview Lake, Indiana. Area of rotation right over East Christiansburg Road, east of State Road 135. And this is going to come just near the Grandview Lake area and State Road 158. If I pan this back, you can see how this rotation is starting to pull in on itself here. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet here behind the scenes. I hope I don't see anything, but the rotation is there. A tornado really could form at any moment. Also, watching a broad area of rotation near the Clifford, Indiana area, still broad. Near the Hope area, but that is an area we are watching, and that is just impressive.
Yeah, that's very impressive. Your gate to gate, it's not really gate to gate because it's not really touching, but your
it's
inbounds
close,
and outbounds in the rotational area here are about 110 miles per hour. Again, it's not an official couplet here, but the rotation is quite strong here, which is quite intense. In fact, the latest scan, Caleb, I do not like that at all. It's getting tighter here. I do not like that at all.
That's the fear of it, is going through an occlusion process and actually pulling in on each other. If we do see that tighten up, and yeah, that is actually very, very tight. I would actually go ahead and call that a couplet, right in there, just southwest of Grandview Lake, right in here. The area of rotation is right on top of South Poplar Road, Hamilton Creek Road, and
a new tornado warning has been issued.
And we have another tornado warning being issued for Bartholomew County. A radar indicated tornado. A radar indicated rotation.
No debris ball that I see on that cell yet, though.
No, one confirmed. I would not be shocked to see a tornado signature here soon with the VROT that I am seeing, the inbounds and outbounds. It is supportive of a tornado. So it could be very close to forming here. Hopefully it does not form. Hopefully the rotation just stays above the ground and won't touch down for whatever reason. But I would plan for it on the ground, plan accordingly, be in your safe place, and be ready in case it does touch down. VROT's impressive here. Outbounds are very impressive. If we measure that here, yeah, it's strong.
Caleb, it's 71 next to the brightest green couplet is 54. Within the couplet itself, it's probably closer to 80 or so miles per hour, but the brightest red, brightest green is roughly 120.
Yeah, currently nothing on our debris tracker yet. The good news is they're still a little bit separated, but if any of these decide to occlude or centralize a little bit, it would kind of be in this zone here, more than likely just south of Grandview Lake. We'll have to watch this area very closely. Really strong outbounds, really strong northbounds, but they're not holding hands extremely tight, but they want to. They're trying. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And there's that tornado warning near Hope. We were talking about that area of rotation there. It did broaden out just a little bit, but we do still have some broad rotation there near the Hope and Clifford areas. This will be moving near the Hartsville, Indiana area. And coming back down south here, I don't want to leave anybody out. Near the Linton area, the good news is this cell here, the rotation is broadened out. It was a lot stronger in Sullivan County. As it moves into Greene County, looks more of a gusty wind threat at the moment. Still some broad rotation within that, but it looks more linear to me. Maybe a little bit of rotation near the Linton area, but it looks a lot broader than where we were. We don't really see this where we see colors holding hands. That was some decent rotation there. As we fast forward here, nothing's really holding hands at the moment, which is good. It's more or less just kind of a little bit of an embedded bow echo. Hopefully we don't see rotation increase there. We have lots of scattered cells all around the area. These wouldn't be surprised to see some small hail reports in these, as well as flash flooding. Also, severe thunderstorm warning near the Newton area. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny size hail. Coming back up here to the north near the Columbus, Indiana area, still impressive. And it may have just went through a cycling phase, and it's trying to
if you loop that, Caleb, you can see there. Yeah, loop that. You'll see it's trying to hook on itself.
That's exactly what it's doing. So it just went through a cycling phase where you can see the old meso actually occluded in on itself, and a new mesocyclone is trying to form ahead of it on the south side right in here. So that is what we call a cycling phase, where it gets really tight. So it's trying to cycle, so we'll have to see if it gets tight once again. Outbounds are still really impressive, and we have some really impressive inbounds. If they centralize, would not be surprised. Hopefully we don't see a tornado on that, but if you are along State Road 58 west of Jonesville, interior room away from windows until the storm has passed. Again, it's a hilly area, very forested area. You're not going to see anything coming here. Torrential rainfall is also occurring, and this area of rotation may be wrapped in rain as well. Do not wait to see the tornado. Already be in your safe place if you are out. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, which is good news. But interior room away from windows.
The reason that freeze just disabled my car, so I guess I'm done for like.
Watching the rotation very closely, it's starting to tighten up here once again, just south of Grand Lake. It may try to tighten up a little bit north here as well. If you live just south of Grand Lake, remain in your safe place here. Really strong inbounds here and extremely strong outbounds here. It's trying to occlude once again. If you're even in the Elizabethtown area, just outside the warning here, I would be in your safe place away from windows until this storm has passed. Same thing with the Jonesville area. Seymour, I would watch this very closely. Right now it's to your northwest, but I would watch this close as well. If you're in Jonesville, interior room, away from windows, basement, if you have it. Otherwise, put as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Rotation is still holding strong here. I don't see anything on our debris tracker at the moment, but this rotation is moving east-southeast at about 45 miles per hour. Yeah, or 55 miles per hour per the latest warning here. If I play this back, you can see the parent hook echo here kind of move in on itself, and a new hook echo developing here. Pretty tight rotation here. Maybe a couple areas of rotation trying to take hold. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet here behind the scenes. Hopefully it just fails to produce. That'd be the best case scenario here, but plan on some damaging winds. Plan on some damaging winds, at least 60 miles per hour. There's definitely some damaging winds in here, if not a possible tornado. So interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is a little bit more concerning right in here, just south of Grand Lake View, a little bit more of a couplet here. You can see that, how they hold hands a little bit more right in there. This is going to be an area to watch right on top of State Road 58 and West Spray Road. A little bit more of a couplet here coming up very close to I-65. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. I hope I don't see anything here. But I would be in your safe place away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, as this area of rotation is trying to hold hands just southeast of Grand Lake, southwest of Bethel Village. Going to come very close to the Waynesville and Jonesville areas, south of Bethel Village, right in here, right where you see the greens and reds holding hands on top of State Road 58, moving east-southeast at 55 miles per hour. This is going to come near County Road 400 West, coming up to I-65, just south of Bethel Village, at the Bethel Village exit there on 58. That's just south of there. This is moving east at 55 miles per hour. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet. Hopefully I don't, but I would treat this as if there is a tornado. A tornado could form at any moment here. This is radar indicated. I trimmed it back just a little bit. Grandview Lake, you're in the clear. This area of rotation is now south and east of you. You are in the clear from this tornado warning. If you're in downtown Columbus, you got a warning to the north of you and to the south of you. But you are okay right now. Just heavy rain, lightning. The area of rotation is off to your south and east and moving away from you. Hope, Indiana. This rotation has really broadened out quite a bit. It had piqued my interest just south of Edinburgh, but it has really broadened out. So that is some good news there. I personally don't think they'd continue that, but that'll be up to the National Weather Service there on what they want to do. If there's anything in the low levels, perhaps. The good news is Sullivan County, Greene County, our tornado warning has been allowed to be canceled. Also, some rotation showing up now near the Prairieton, Indiana, just southwest of Terre Haute once again. Terre Haute, Indiana, not out of the woods yet. If you're anywhere near along this warm front, you are not technically in the clear at all tonight. You're still under a tornado watch. But rotation, Ryan, showing up now once again just to the west-southwest of Terre Haute. If you're in the Terre Haute, Princeton area, do watch out for that. Have some rotation developing here. They're still hanging on just to the west-southwest side of town, moving into Vigo County there, west-central Vigo County. Have some broad rotation moving into your location. Area of rotation continuing. Good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet.
Let's keep it that way.
Let's keep it that way. Hopefully we don't see anything yet. Ryan, I'm gonna go get a drink here real quick. My throat's getting dry. If you want to talk here for a minute, that'd be great.
You got it. New scan coming in on the tornado warning there in the Jonesville, Elizabethtown area. I'll go and zoom into this area here. This is going to be heading up in toward the Jonesville, Reddington, Rockford area. New severe warning coming in for Clay as well as Vigo counties here. Copy. New severe warning coming in for the Terre Haute area here. We're going to redo our chasers feeds in the top there as we continue. There's a new warning coming in. This is going to be radar indicated 60 mile per hour winds. There's no tag on this for a possible tornado, despite there being some rotation back here just west of Prairieton. Probably the good news here, as the night goes on, we're going to continue to lose our storm fuel here. So the chance we get tornadoes is becoming less and less as the night goes on here. So what's out here ahead has the most storm fuel of any area. We're going to watch a lot of these cells here across South Indiana, but for the most part, there's only a few of these that are actually really concerning. This is more so turning into a flash flood risk on the west central side of Indiana. Of course, if you're watching, if you live north of Muncie, north of Crawfordsville, you are good to go to bed. We're watching a few cells on the north side of India. I just can't say I-70 North or Indianapolis North. We have a couple cells here we're going to watch in the Brownsburg area moving to the east, so that will impact Indianapolis here. I don't anticipate them being severe, so you should theoretically be okay to go to bed, but I can't 100% give you the all clear just yet based on radar trends. I will say right now, it looks pretty clear at the current moment, so if that stays that way, we'll be getting to the all clear here very, very shortly.
Anything on our debris tracker anywhere in Indiana at the moment. A little bit of rotation still continuing just east of the Jonesville, Indiana area. Radar indicated tornado warning there. The good news is rotation near the Hope area has really broadened out, and I don't really see much rotation at all up there. You see a nice little hook echo still trying to hold shape there. Area of rotation will be sitting kind of right in here. South, kind of right between the Jonesville and Waynesville areas.
Copy that.
Area broad rotation though near the Princeton area. We're going to be keeping an eye on that. No tornado possible tag on this. Maybe perhaps it's elevated in nature. That'd be some good news. Maybe we're getting some diurnal stabilization here as the sun is going down at the low levels. That'd be some good news.
That would be good news.
Possible. Ryan, look at CC west of Jonesville.
Inconclusive.
That's my thought as well.
We are currently quite a bit of flooding.
Yeah, heavy rainfall is a problem here tonight, regardless of severe weather. Thankfully, though, Ryan, our severe weather day really was, despite having a large tornado earlier this evening. Thankfully, we didn't maximize our full potential today compared to what it could have been.
Oh, absolutely.
If there's anything to take away today on these bigger high ceiling events, pray for rain, pray for cloud cover, and thankfully we got that.
Yeah, we're watching it.
But the rotation seems to be broadening out, though, near the Jonesville area. That's some good news there. We may go tornado warning free here, hopefully.
Hopefully. They went ahead and issued a severe one when you were gone there, Caleb, for the Vigo County near Terre Haute again. They did not include the tag on that for a possible tornado.
Yeah, just talking about that, maybe the rotation is elevated in nature.
Probably.
There is some broad rotation aloft there, but we are looking at a higher radar angle here, too. There would be some broad rotation. It would be sitting near the Perrington area in State Road 63, near where that lightning bolt is. Oh, my radar is not pulled up. That's why I'm talking to nobody at the moment.
Now you are.
There we go. Right where you see the little bit of some broad reds and greens right in there. Little bit of broad rotation sitting right in there, but it's broad. It's not super tight and not really connected. And this is weakening quite a bit too. This is some really good news. Still a hook echo on radar. We're still gonna have to watch it. Radar indicated, but if I back this up here, look how tight it was back right in here. The rotation was a lot tighter southwest of Columbus, and this was actually very concerning. But going forward here, it tried to reconnect, tried to recycle here, went through a cycling phase, and maybe trying to cycle again. Hopefully, it has an unsuccessful cycle. But you can just see that is just not as tight as what it once was. We're very tight right in here, south of Nashville, and very tight southeast of Nashville, just north of Freetown. But it has broadened out. Tornado warning continues, but is trimmed back. Radar indicated up to penny-sized hail with this as well. Still has a nice hook echo. Could be some low-level rotation there that the radar is just overshooting, so do be mindful of that. A little bit of rotation near the Terre Haute area, but yeah, a little bit there as well, near the Perrington, Indiana area. Nothing on debris tracker yet. Still seems perhaps a little bit elevated in nature as well, which is some good news, but it is still there.
Caleb, this threat I think is winding down to more of a heavy rain and flood risk here pretty quick.
Yeah, pretty quick here. I wonder if we're having some diurnal stabilization, or I haven't looked at mesoanalysis here in a bit while we've been live.
Another thing to keep in mind as well, with the overall warm front positioning and how we had that rain stabilize things, we didn't build as much storm fuel as what we could have. So the models suggested these storms could stay severe well into the night, but because we didn't build a lot of fuel up, we're seeing a quicker weakening trend here because all that juice is getting sucked out quicker because there was less of it available. So I think the overall threat here is winding down here. Not going to say it's over, but I think it's winding down.
Yeah, the stalled warm front is helping with that as well, because these storms are moving over the same areas again and again. With the storm ahead of it used up, there's even less instability behind that the incoming storm is coming into as well. There's still just a very impressive amount of helicity and spin out there tonight. So can't rule out a tornado threat into the morning hours, but widespread severe weather hopefully will be downtrending here. It's not zero right now, not even close, but we are still starting to see. I think we've peaked on this event. Safe to say. Hopefully that trend continues here.
Pretty much gone. Kind of behind the fence, a lot of low cloud.
Area broad rotation near the Jonesville area. Tornado warning continues. Radar indicated rotation. Area broad rotation near the Azalea area, just northeast of Jonesville, right in here. It is broad in nature. There are a little bit of red and greens trying to hold hands near US 31 north of Reddington, but broad in nature. The good news is our tornado warning was canceled up here in the Greensburg area. In Hope area, not really. There's a little bit there, just southeast of Edinburgh, at 10:30, about 45 minutes ago, roughly. But that has since really broadened out. Not really seeing much there at all. We have one tornado warning in the state currently. There's some broad rotation near the Terre Haute area, but doesn't look super concerning right now. Looks to be elevated in nature. Same thing near the Bloomfield area. A little bit of elevated rotation there, but nothing too concerning near the surface at the moment, but something to watch. But we are starting to see that weakening trend.
Yeah, again, if you're really Muncie to Crawfordsville points northward, you are completely fine to go to bed. I really think I'm almost entitled to say the overall threat's trending down here. I don't want to rule it out completely, but none of these storms to the west, besides the Terre Haute one, is looking concerning. So I am more inclined to probably say you're probably okay to go to bed in the Indianapolis area, Richmond area, Shelbyville, like Mooresville.
Yeah, if you're north of the warm front, like north of 74 especially. You guys, I'd almost be inclined to say you're in the clear for the night. The warm front is still stalled. It's not going any further north. And there is zero instability up here. Northern Indiana, despite having phenomenal wind shear profiles, some of the best all season, we're stable as a rock. There is really just no instability across northern Indiana at all right now. Nothing actually on mesoanalysis. There's some elevated instability to the north in Michigan, but even up here, the tornado risk is quite low. These are likely elevated, maybe a small hail risk and some gusty winds up there. If any of showers do develop down south, they'll likely be elevated in nature, possibly a small hail risk, heavy rain, and maybe some gusty winds, but that's about it. Near term, if they're local tornado potential, a small hail and damaging winds would be south, primarily along and south of I-70. I-70 to 74 and south. Indianapolis, heavy rain and thunderstorms. Can't rule out a severe thunderstorm warning in Indianapolis proper, but the greatest risk is to your south. These storms are riding some outflow boundaries as well now. So any new storms that do fire that would have the best potential, we need to fire a little bit further south where there's still some instability. But where these storms are gobbling up a lot of that instability. And this rotation is looking less impressive as well, which is good news if we're in the North Vernon area. This storm is broadening out.
Caleb, we have reports of damage north and west of Bloomington earlier from a possible tornado that occurred. We have several reports of damage.
We back this up here.
You may have to back it up further. Or I don't know how far back you go.
We're at in Bloomington on the north side or near Elliottsville or
stand by.
The couplet looked like it moved near the on the north side near the I-69 corridor there, State Route 46 and I-69. This is not current. This is from 10/12, so an hour ago.
So I-69 at 1:30. I'm trying to find 1:30.
I don't see 1:30. I see the bypass.
I'll Google it. But there are several reports.
Yeah, not super surprised to see that. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Vigo and Clay County. 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. Currently only warned for winds at the moment. Only tornado warning is right here for the Jonesville area and County Squire Lakes, but the rotation with this is just not really that impressive at the moment, which is good news. If we back up here, it is nothing like what we saw in the Nashville area. In Brown County, that was very tall or very strong rotation up in here. Came pretty close to the state park there as well. Yeah, this area just had some tornadoes back in February of this year, Ryan, as well. Moved over very similar areas to our February tornado event of this year. I think February 26th or something like that. That's when that was. Wouldn't be surprised to see these severe thunderstorms warnings allowed to expire for the Hope and Greensburg areas. These storms appear to be weakening there. Good news, kind of a little bit of a weaker, more laid back trend here across the board. Hopefully that continues. There's some broad rotation in a few of these cells. But again, the keyword is broad. It's really broad, not really seeing anything super tight in the low levels that really screams something imminent. A little bit of broad rotation near the Bloomfield area and broad rotation in the mid levels in Terre Haute, but nothing super tight that really screams an imminent tornado, which is good. But if you're in the Muncie area, Indianapolis proper, and north, I'll say Richmond and north as well. You're in the clear. Really, much of the remaining instability is to the south. In fact, let me look at some observations here for our instability. And there's a little bit. Our LLJ is starting to kick in now. But is it too little, too late? With diurnal stabilization at the lowest level. If we yeah, still seeing a little bit of a models are still Guyton still wants to have a little bit of an inversion right at the surface. Like 980 millibar, like the first 2,000 feet of the air, like cloud base and down, a temperature inversion at the surface. It's really hard to see on your screen there, but there's a little bit of a, looks like a boomerang right there. That's good news. That may actually limit on how the ability of the storm's ability to stretch vorticity from the surface, from the ground to the cloud base. And that's really important for tornado genesis and tornado development. If it can't effectively connect the rotation from the cloud to the ground through vorticity stretching, it's not going to plant or have a very hard time doing that. So that may be something that's in our favor here tonight.
Anybody still in that Terre Haute severe cell? Looks like rotation on it's pretty decent.
A little bit of
let it pass by me.
we have a couple of chasers still out, but it sounds like they're getting pretty tired. They've been very busy today.
Yeah, it's also, I mean, a lot of these storms have been elevated in nature, so they're much not worth chasing. Plus, it's nighttime, so while it can be uh, fun to chase at night, these storms are just, I wouldn't call them worth it.
Yeah, looking at soundings, I mean, there is some rotation increasing on Terre Haute, but how elevated will it be or how surface based will it become? Looking at soundings, there's a temperature inversion right at the surface. And like I said, that's going to limit vorticity stretching. The ability of the storm's ability to bring that rotation all the way down to the ground is becoming harder with that near surface stability from the base of the cloud to the surface where we are. But we are watching it, though. If we get rotation strong enough, it could do it. But hopefully it's becoming harder for the storm's ability to stretch that.
I'm looking directly south at the rotation that's right now.
The good news is, for the first time in how many hours, Ryan, we have no tornado warnings in the state of Indiana?
It's been a while.
It has been a while, guys. But we are down to all baseline severe thunderstorm warnings for the first time in a while, which is a really good news. Maybe some gusty winds outside the Greensburg area, perhaps. But even, see what our instability. There's kind of an EML developing too. As the LOJ is kicking in, our low-level jet, a little bit of a temperature inversion aloft, and that may also help these storms go elevated just a little bit more, Ryan. If you see that elevated instability, our CAPE has increased, but it's elevated. So starting to see more signs. Basically, what I am seeing here is more surface stability, near surface stability. Despite having more instability aloft, it's elevated instability. We call that an EML, elevated mixed layer. Not surprised to see that, as some strong winds aloft are now moving in. If we were able to build more instability today across southern and central Indiana, I think it'd be a much different story right now. Ryan, wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, that morning rain really just screwed over the severe threat, which is good. We don't
That's
want to
good
see it.
news. That
The
is good
the
news. Yeah,
the parameters today on the models were absolutely insane. So if this had reached its full potential, I do not want to know what could have happened. So thank
this
goodness the
is,
morning round of rain came in. That was the best case scenario
yeah,
here.
yeah.
Obviously, we still had a what appeared to be a significant, if not even an intense tornado. We're also getting reports of injuries as well as several areas of damage from trees to structures in that northern Monroe County area, both from officials and also from the public. So it looks like at least some areas in northern Monroe County did get impacted hard, but the potential outside of it for it to be a larger event definitely did not realize its potential today.
Yeah, we really had the potential to see a lot more scenes like this with debris balls and really intense couplets here today. This is why we were forecasting a higher end potential today, kind of a high ceiling event, but also forecasting some little more uncertainty as the day went on with how things were going to materialize. And it all came down to the position of the warm front and our ability to stabilize. But we wanted to communicate the higher end potential here because we don't get wind shear parameters like this in June very often, and be very grateful we did not destabilize to the point that we could have been. We could have had numerous scenes like this to the point where we could have, two or three of them at the same time. Kind of a deal here in Indiana tonight. If we were to destabilize a little bit more, look at Illinois. Illinois had several tornado reports here this evening, and they were able to destabilize not to their full potential either, but a little bit more than what we were able to. So be thankful we did not verify the highest end potential, and that is an extremely good thing. We really did just best case scenario all the way around. We lucked out today. We got really, really lucky. But moving forward, though, Ryan, I'm really starting to see the tornado risk decrease greatly, and it's becoming a small hail and gusty wind risk. With that surface stabilization, there's some elevated instability, but it's just going to become harder for these storms to become surface based. Near term here, a little bit of a surface inversion there, and that elevated instability. Wind shear parameters are fantastic right now. Don't get me wrong.
That rotation down by Clay City continues to catch my eye, although I believe it's elevated in nature.
Yeah, I believe it's elevated as well. Yeah, look at your like 980 millibar. I don't know if you can see that, Ryan, on my screen. Basically, the
It's hard
cloud
to
base to
tell.
the ground is cold.
Negative on that, Caleb.
10-4. Yeah, some broad rotation near the Owensburg area, a little bit of rotation there, but again, it appears elevated in nature. And a lot of these cells are kind of having that more elevated look to them on radar.
I will say this too.
Um,
I will say this too, just because we're getting into the later part of the evening. If this continues on its trek of not much happening, we're probably going to hop out of here in a matter of a few minutes. I'm not sure how long we're going to stay long. Obviously, we're not going to end it now, but right now, at least, things are looking subdued in nature. And as such, I think we're at a point where I think we're at least, if we could end it now and have nothing else happen, that'd be great. But a few areas continue to be monitoring, but we'll be wrapping up here probably around midnight if this continues.
yeah, yep.
While we have a bit of a downtime here, Caleb, we can always hop in chat here. And yeah, I think if you're at this point, if you're north of Indianapolis, you're good to go to bed.
Yeah, one area, the area south of Bloomington is starting to intrigue me a little bit more. Near the Owensburg area in Salisbury, Indiana, just northwest of Olytic. Could be elevated in nature, but it's starting to get a little bit of a hook on it. Nice inflow to it. A lot of CG activity on that cell as well. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes. Just to the west of Harrodsburg. Definitely some elevated rotation there. It's hard to tell how surface based it is, but there is some rotation there. My initial hunch, based on, I guess, modeled soundings in the area, with that inversion around 980 millibar, about 2,000 feet off the ground or so, is cold air, kind of acting as a lid on how low that rotation can go. A little bit of surface stability there, that'll help limit the vorticity stretching, the ability of the storm to bring that rotation all the way to the ground and kind of make the connection is becoming harder for these storms. But this area here intrigues me just a little bit, worth watching, near the Owensburg area. And same thing with the Clay City cell. Still a little bit of a couplet there near just southeast of Corey. We have mentioned Corey, Riley, and Clay City how many times tonight, Ryan, for a couple areas of rotation? If anybody's keeping score at home, I'd be curious on the full number. If anybody has a bingo sheet at home. Looks like they're going to let this Greensburg warning expire, and nothing is being issued downstream. That is some good news. Maybe a little bit of rotation here near North Vernon, but it looks kind of side lobish. It's really kind of hard to tell if that's a couplet or just poor radar representation there. There's a little bit of a dog leg feature though. Could be some elevated rotation there. Have to keep an eye on that. Still watching the Harrodsburg area. A little bit of maybe some mid-upper level rotation there associated with that. They did add the tornado possible tag now, Ryan, on our Clay County cell.
Yeah, I see that.
Tornado possible. 60 mile per hour winds, penny size hail. This would be just northwest of Clay City. Area of rotation, West County Road 300 South, just to the southwest of Saline City.
Yeah, that's where the tornado crossed.
That's what I was saying. Right there.
Yep, I'm aware. Thank you.
So they are extending a severe thunderstorm warning. Radar indicated 60 mile per hour winds was a possible tornado. And that is for Monroe County, Clay County, and Omen County, West Central Indiana. A lot of heavy rainfall, though, across this area. Do watch out for ponding on area roadways. Lots of rainfall is falling across the state today. There's definitely no shortage in that for those of you that are under these storms. Torrential rainfall is still occurring. Still a couple of storms back here across southwest Illinois near the Edgewood area. Severe thunderstorm warning also has a tornado possible tag on. A little bit of broad rotation near the Edgewood area. Have to watch that if it comes close to the Sullivan County or Knox County areas. Have to watch that here in a little bit. But for right now, nothing really extremely concerning right now. Just a couple baseline severe thunderstorm warnings, some broad rotation, and a couple of them. But I'm not super convinced that a lot of this is surface based at the moment, Ryan.
No, I agree with you. All this looks elevated to me. Maybe the Owensburg cell could be surface based. Maybe the Terre Haute cell, East Terre Haute there. Otherwise, it doesn't look impressive to me. Watching the Martinsville cell a bit closely too, but it's just kind of it's in between like ooh interesting, but like not that interesting.
Reflectivity looks interesting. Velocity does not. I just don't see anything at the surface. But also getting less and less storm reports coming in as well. There are not near as many storm reports coming in as what we saw earlier here this evening, which is some good news. I think that surface stabilization is starting to act as a good thing here this evening.
Got TIDS radar. A lot of this stuff is elevated because of the surface looks kind of not great.
Yeah, mesoanalysis is showing some surface stability, which is good news for those of you watching at home. The risk for, I think the risk for a tornado is actually going down quite a bit. It's not zero. There's a lot of wind shear. What the issue is, these storms are going to run into a difficult situation to where they're not able to bring that rotation all the way down to the ground thanks to surface stability. If there are like any wall clouds or rotating structures, I think they're going to be more laminar in nature, kind of flat bottomed, as you will, as they they can only go so far down because they essentially hit a lid. And that's kind of what we're running into here at the surface, if that makes sense. We have some instability. We have around actually about 1,500 joules of elevated instability, Ryan. But poor surface lapse rates now, and poor surface instability is really a kind of a choking factor here for these storms. They're not really able to take advantage of the upper level instability with the surface stabilization right now. So I knew I threw some terms at you guys watching. But long story short, near the surface is stabilizing quite a bit, and that should keep the tornado risk at bay here near term. Not zero, but it is making it harder for these storms to bring that rotation lower, which is some good news. And also our updrafts have been weakening as well, but I am watching a storm in the Illinois area that's looking a little more decent near the Edgewood area.
Blanket warning coming, looks like. I'm watching that
looks like it
cell
too.
there just south of Smithville, northeast of Owensburg. It's got this hook on it, got good velocity. I think that's what they just warned, honestly. I've just taken a peek at that.
Yeah.
I was going to actually try and get a motion vector on it.
Yeah. A little bit of rotation starting to show up in Illinois.
267
That's a ways.
39.
That's about almost 3 counties away from Indiana, though, so that has a ways to go. And there's the warning on that tornado possible. Nice hook on it. Harrodsburg and Guthrie. Indiana there. I was wondering if a warning was going to go on that or not. Out of a lot of times, NWS will go on the side of caution, which is good, because you never know. Some of these storms may still be sneaky and bring a couple of those hazards down to the ground. At 11:32 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, severe thunderstorm was located 9 miles south of Bloomington, moving east 40 miles per hour, 45 miles per hour. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, radar indicated. So the only severe criteria being indicated here is winds up to 60 miles per hour. Remain alert for a possible tornado. Tornadoes can develop quickly from severe thunderstorms. If you spot a tornado, get it once it's at a basement or a small central room. Being dark with limited lightning, you're probably not going to see this tornado, so do not wait to see this tornado. I know how we are, Hoosiers. We're front porch people. Okay, let's be honest. But it is dark and there's not a lot of lightning, so probably not the best idea here tonight, especially with heavy rain in the area. But there is a little bit of rotation near the Harrodsburg area. Still kind of broad. Kind of ill-defined on a one particular, couplet there. Not really a couplet, just some broad rotation, a loft. Maybe getting a little bit tighter near the Harrodsburg area. Like to see a little better of a couplet there, but it's trying to. I don't know how well it's going to do in trying to bring that all the way down to the ground, but it is worth watching, though. If rotation gets strong enough, it could drill through that shallow inversion that we have. So it is worth watching. We have a crazy amount of wind shear out there today. So if it taps into any of that, anything is possible here this evening. Definitely can't discount anything at this point. While the risk for, I think, widespread severe weather is low, I can't rule out an isolated severe thunderstorm here the remainder of the night. And it has that look to it, Ryan, now. It's trying to get a little more organized. It's trying to form that couplet once again. Over near Harrodsburg, crossing State Road 37 to Guthrie. Latest scan, 11:34, looks decent. Looking back up in here in the Indianapolis area, mainly just rain, a little bit of thunder. Not really much to write home about. North of I-70 right now at the moment. Just kind of watching the Guthrie cell at the moment near Harrodsburg. Maybe a little bit of a couplet. Trying. It's trying.
SRV is not that impressive on it for reference.
No, it's not.
With the storm motion vector set.
Yeah.
It's got a little bit of rotation there, but. Sounds good.
And it looks like they're going to let this severe thunderstorm warning expire in the Jackson, North Vernon area. Storms are now moving out of the warning area. Just to the west of Terre Haute, Sullivan County, a storm there. Good news is it doesn't look super impressive on the rotation side of things. So that is some good news there. We'll have to watch this cell, though, near the Bible Grove, Edgewood area in Illinois. This one here is tried to produce a couplet there. One of the tighter couplets in the area. Still tag tornado possible on it. May not be surface based all the way. Special weather statement coming in for Ripley County. That is over here.
SRV began to increase on Harrodsburg, so
And did it? Yeah, a little bit better on Velo there. Like I said, it's trying. Will it be able to drill through our surface inversion is the question. If it organizes strong enough, I don't think it'll have an issue, but will it be able to or not? We'll have to keep an eye on that. Tornado possible tag remains, though, on that cell.
they're going to go for a downstream special weather statement for Versailles.
Yeah, not surprised on that. A little bit of pocket of some gusty winds there outside Jackson. Winds to 45 miles per hour, well below sphere criteria on that. That's our first SPS in a while, too. But Guthrie definitely has my eye there. A little bit of some rotation there. Yeah, I see what you mean about that looking a little better. Actually, the latest scan is looking better yet. A little bit. The 1139 scan. Trying to have more of a couplet. Also, this storm is kind of acting as a nudger for a storm east of Bloomington as well. These storms are kind of playing off each other a little bit. We'll have to see how that impacts kind of this area right up in here. Have to keep an eye on that. And nothing on our debris tracker, which is good. But this is also kind of a rain wrapped area of rotation too. Just north of Guthrie, see a little bit of an inflow notch kind of sitting right in there. Just southeast of Harrodsburg, north of Guthrie, is where the area of rotation is, just north of Guthrie. Or north of Guthrie. I can't even talk straight.
Is it Guthrie or Guthrie?
That's a good question. If someone's watching, let us know. I'm guessing it's Guthrie the more I look at it.
I would say Guthrie. I see a lot of questions in here for Northern Indiana. If you're in North Indiana, go to bed. North Indianapolis, you're good. Go to bed.
Yeah, the tornado watch has even been trimmed south. I'm actually surprised Muncie, Fishers, and those areas are still in the tornado watch. I'm a little bit surprised up there. Kind of an interesting velo signature there. Kind of running more parallel to each other, maybe more of a gust front here with some embedded circulation on it. There we go. Sounds like it is Guthrie. So I apologize to everybody who I possibly offended there by calling it Guthrie. I will say Guthrie from here on out.
I'm with you, Caleb. I'm with you. Going to watch a cell here just east of Bloomington for increasing rotation in the last couple of scans as well. A lot of what's happening out here, both Caleb and I believe, is becoming more of what we call elevated in nature. I with the lack of storm fuel out there, I firmly believe we're seeing a downtrend, and we already have seen a downtrend in the severity of these storms here. So we are seeing um, we're seeing a weakening trend and an overall severity decrease in how things are going to play out here. So all of what's out there currently is either looking meh, call it meh, or just not surface based right now.
There
I
is an
think the
area of
flood.
rotation in Guthrie, but I'm not super optimistic on how shallow it is or how surface based it is. I think it's trying. Um,
It's just hard to depict here a lot of these times. It's not as tight as I would like to
yeah.
see it, but it's
Uh-huh.
worth watching. There's also a cell up just north of Guthrie in the Nashville area is trying to do the exact same thing. It's acting more like a shear line almost between those two cells. We kind of look how they
Yeah,
connect. It's like a shear line.
it is, and you can kind of see that on reflectivity as well. It's very linear in nature. Maybe a little bit of rotation there, but it is kind of more of a shear line. Be interesting to see if the southern cell acts as a nudger for the Nashville cell. But again, seeing some of that surface stability and some of the guidance soundings here. I mean, there's some cold air near the ground. It's kind of acting as a lid a little bit, even a little bit of an EML aloft. Um, Seeing really stout warming on 800 millibar. This is part of the LLJ moving in. Really strong winds are cranking up there aloft. Look, you can see your hodograph here. A large hodograph, a lot of wind shear out there today, but yeah, still kind of hard to depict here. I mean, this is rotation, but how shallow is it? Is kind of the question right now. And I'm wondering if NWS is kind of thinking the same thing, elevated in nature. Also, this is kind of interesting here, but a little bit of a hook echo here,
I'm looking
Ryan.
at that
Just
from the airport radar. Does not look as impressive on the airport. It's running parallel to each other.
is it?
Yeah.
Yep, yes, it is. Just a sheer line there.
Looking at that Guthrie stall, I think that's going to be the most concerning area here. It's showing up on the TIDS radar too as some rotations. So I really do think it's legitimate. It continues to increase as well, which I do believe is legit. Um,
Yeah,
I'm getting
the
a second
Nashville
opinion on it.
still has a small little couplet as well. Not quite as impressive, but
I'm getting a second opinion on that. Okay, stand by. A large flood advisory coming in.
yeah, probably probably a good thing too. There is just a lot of heavy rainfall across the area, and that rotation actually, Ryan, is actually starting to form a little bit more of a couplet
Yep, I see it.
east of Guthrie. I caught myself there. North of Heltonville, coming up to State Road 446. So definitely something to watch here if it can drill through our surface inversion. Definitely not uh, something you want to downplay. Getting closer to criteria there. Inbounds are pretty good. Outbounds are still a little bit on the weak side, still a little bit more of a shear line, but it's trying to couple up there. Even a little bit of a couplet near Nashville too is starting to try to hold hands a little bit right in here. A very shallow couplet on a almost a shower, like a rotating shower. It's not really not a lot of thunder. Maybe some cloud to cloud lightning, but I don't see any CG lightning on it. But that's an area to watch too. I think the southern cell is kind of acting as a nudger for that cell near Nashville. It's influencing that cell a little bit. Yeah, I don't see nothing on debris tracker yet, which is good. but worth watching this area here near term in case it does show signs of continuing intensification there. If you're in the Freetown area, I would watch this pretty closely, and I would probably head to your interior room away from windows, lowest level of your home if you're in the Freetown area, in case this does continue to intensify. Has some nice inflow on it. As it's moving off to the east, it's getting a little more intriguing.
Getting some comments here in chat about a tornado warning being issued for Ripley County. No, there is a special weather statement in effect there for some gusty winds. I don't see much rotation. The airport radar there is running parallel. If you look at the Indianapolis radar, there's a little bit of rotation, but if you look at the closer
in the upper
radar,
levels, but if you look at the surface, though, it looks maybe kind of inconclusive here near New Marion.
If there's anything there, it's very, very broad in nature, not too concerning immediately.
There could be a little bit of something here, maybe a little bit of a hook, but it's inconclusive there. For right now, the National Weather Service
tornado warning has been issued.
I'm a little shocked at that. I don't see it.
My guess is it's right here for the New Marion area. A little bit of a couplet there, though. It's kind of pixeled out here, but my guess is that's the area they're looking at.
A new tornado warning.
There's your warning for the one we were just tracking a little bit ago.
So we have 2 tornado warnings now. Bada bing, bada boom.
No, the Versailles warning, I'm looking at the TIDS radar. It's running parallel with it. It's not like tight, which I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe a little bit near New Marion. See a little bit of a hook here, though, Ryan. A little bit right in here. Just to the west of 421, southwest of Versailles. A little bit of rotation there, perhaps. Do you take it seriously? Could be shallow in nature. Interior room, away from windows. Obviously, you want to take it seriously. The cell that is most impressive is actually this cell here.
I completely
coming near the Freetown area and Seymour. We're gonna stick with this one just because rotation looks the most impressive there. With this cell here, I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, which is good news. But the rotation has tightened up and it has met criteria. And also a little couplet near Nashville, a little supercell that is trying, I guess. A little rotating shower here. Have to keep an eye on that little guy. But for right now, this is the most concerning supercell. And you can actually see just how it's started as a shear line, but it started to occlude on itself. And it is pretty tight, just north of Heltonville, crossing 446. And this is going to head towards the Freetown area. And this is moving east at 55 miles per hour. Radar indicated rotation there. Nice hook echo on radar here as well. Area of rotation kind of sitting right up in here. Right in there. That's going to come pretty close to the Freetown area. Seymour area, have a little bit of time yet, but do watch for this. It is moving a little bit quicker, moving at 55 miles per hour. Makes sense for the longer warning on this due to the fast storm motion associated with this. Maybe a little bit of rotation right in here southwest of Versailles. Just east of the New Marion, Indiana area. Radar indicated rotation there. There's the new scan. Looks more of a shear line to me, though. Let me look on. I think that one's just a little bit too far away. A little bit. Some upper level rotation there. Near just south and west of Versailles, crossing 421, coming up to State Road 129, just to the east of New Marion, right in there. You can see a little bit of a couplet there. Looking at the TDR airport radar here, right in there. Looks to be elevated in nature a little bit, but there is some rotation there. So interior room, away from windows until that storm has passed. Take it seriously in case something does touch down. Good news is severe thunderstorm or special weather statement back here up to 50 miles per hour. So good news there. Watching this storm here, nice hook echo on it. Area rotation northeast of Heltonville. Going to be coming towards the Freetown area. Decent rotation on that, actually, Ryan. I don't see anything on our debris tracker, which is good, but the rotation is increasing on it, or at least holding its own. Also, we have open IWN chat. Ryan, we have a road washed out in Vigo County. Crossover culvert there, completely washed out. That is actually quite impressive. Area of rotation continuing, a nice couplet there on radar just west of Freetown, north of 58. This is moving east at 55 miles per hour. It's moving pretty fast. If you're in the Seymour, Indiana area, Jonesville, keep an eye on this. Freetown, anywhere in this tornado warning, you need to be in an interior room, lowest level of your home, away from windows until the storm has passed. This rotation has shown signs of intensification over the last few scans here. Backing up here, you can see how it's continuing to move east here with this supercell. Tornado could form at any moment. I don't see anything on a debris tracker yet, but tornadoes can develop quickly from rotating thunderstorms, and this area of rotation has intensified quite a bit. So if you're in the Freetown area and Cortland, Indiana, Seymour, Jonesville, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Going over here to the Versailles area, tornado warning continues. Radar indicated, turning on our TDR radar. Maybe a little bit of rotation here. See a little bit of a hook on radar here. East of New Marion, northwest Cross Plains, coming up to 421. Maybe a little bit of rotation there. Looks a little bit stronger in the upper levels, which is good. But there still could be, I think it was stronger kind of right in here near Jackson, near the Versailles area. Tried to tighten up again, broadening out a little bit, but still there, just south of Versailles, coming near the Dillsboro area. Couplet continuing now as it heads towards the Freetown, Indiana area. Really see anything super conclusive on CC at the moment. But do be in your safe place in case the tornado does touch down. This radar indicated VROT is there, so it is strong enough to potentially produce a tornado. If you were in the Freetown area, Cortland, Indiana area, or along 135 and 58, interior room, away from windows until the storm has passed. It's moving east at 55 miles per hour. You can see that rotation continuing there. Pretty nice couplet there. You see the reds and greens are holding hands. We have northbound and southbound winds, and they're holding hands right in there, right on the county line, coming into the Freetown, Indiana area. This radar indicated tornado warning, and possibly a rain wrapped area of rotation too. You see that rain wrapping around, kind of a little donut hole signature there. Area rotation will be sitting right in there. Still holding its own as it moves towards the Freetown, Indiana area. Also, some weak rotation just to the north, just west of Columbus there. Have to watch that little guy. But pretty weak in nature up there. This is the one I am most concerned about here in the state of Indiana at this time. Definitely the strongest at the moment. A little bit of rotation kind of continuing there. Just southeast of the Versailles area. Switch radars here, get another look at this. Let's go to the airport radar. Inconclusive here, maybe a little bit right there. State Road 129 in the low levels. Definitely looks stronger in the mid levels, but there is a little bit of rotation still hanging on there. Interior room away from windows until that storm has passed. Decent rotation here. outside of the Freetown area, moving east at 55 miles per hour. Rain wrapped area of rotation as well. We'll have some rain out ahead of it. And this rain free circle here that you see, that little green circle, that's the area of rotation. That'd be the place to watch for a possible tornado. This would be a rain wrapped tornado if there is a tornado in progress. You're likely not going to see this tornado coming if it is on the ground. Nice rain wrapped feature there. You can kind of see how it kind of occluded in on itself a little bit, but the rotation is still there. Pretty decent there. Just northwest of Freetown, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Also, lightning activity, Ryan. A lot of cloud to ground lightning now showing up. Out ahead of this, maybe some positive bolts off the anvil, perhaps. Out ahead of that, rotation still continuing.
Looking at the warning for the further east there, I still don't see any rotation with that particular cell. It's
There's some mid-level rotation, but I'm struggling to find a lot of significant rotation at the surface with the TDR.
Yep.
I'm not saying there's nothing there. There could be some shallow rotation that is just hard to pick up there, but there is some mid-level rotation there. I will give you that. I'm struggling to see it at the low levels. There could be some. Don't downplay it. There is a tornado warning that has been issued, so I would still be in your safe place. Take it seriously, obviously. Strongest area of rotation, though, is coming near the Freetown area. Rain-wrapped area of rotation. And a lot more lightning activity with this as well near the Freetown area. You can probably hear the thunder right now. It's probably pretty loud. A lot of cloud to ground lightning strikes there with that. Just really intense lightning at the moment. Also could have some strong winds too, if not a possible tornado.
Latest scan, you're going to get this here in a second, Caleb. Look at the latest scan there. I am just wait for it to come in. It increased dramatically. Inbound or outbounds are now 60.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Inbounds are 60. This is actually getting really intense here. Excuse me.
Yeah, you can see they're really starting to hold hands here just west of Freetown, coming pretty close to the Indiana 58 and 135 interchange, just near Freetown. I don't see anything on our debris tracker yet, but I definitely don't like the way that looks. This is a rain-wrapped area of rotation. You're not going to see this tornado coming. Do not wait to see this tornado. You need to be in interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Very tight area of rotation there, just west of Freetown, north of State Road 58, coming up to State Road 135. If you're in the Seymour, Indiana area, in Jonesville, Indiana, you need to be in your safe place and getting to your safe place. Interior room away from windows, lowest level of your home. Basement preferred. If you don't have a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible until this storm has passed. Waiting on the next update here. We'll probably get one here in about a minute or so. But yeah, I don't like the way that looks at all. And I don't see much in the way of rotation here. There is a hook on radar, so there could be some low-level rotation there southeast of ourselves. But we're going to stay on this tornado warning here near the Freetown area, as this one takes priority here, being quite strong in nature. Nothing on CC yet, which is good news. Waiting on the next CC scan here. I have the 1202 reflectivity, which would put it right in here. Just on the north side of Freetown, or just north of town. North of the community there, right up in here. Still pretty tight rotation right up in here. I don't see anything on CC correlation coefficient, our debris tracker, which is good news. But still kind of holding hands here a little bit, which is not what you want to see. Very tight rotation here near the Freetown area. If you're in the Jonesville area, or Seymour, Indiana area. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Kind of took a little bit of a north turn a little bit. Likely may come pretty close to the Jonesville area or areas just to the south. Here in Rockford, Cortland, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. I-65 here also in the path of this tornado warning. Interior room away from windows. Good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker. Waiting on the next scan to come in. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if something did touch down here. The rotation is there to support it. So you do need to be taking this warning seriously. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This is going to be impacting Bartholomew and Jackson counties here in Indiana. CC drop. We have a tornado on the ground.
Yep.
Latest scan shows a tornado on the ground just north of Freetown. We're going to get that pulled back up here. Wait for the next scan. We're going to see a debris ball on radar here just north of Freetown. It's going to pop up right in here. The latest scan shows a tornado on the ground, and this is going to be, these road names don't want to pop up. North County Road 700 West and 760 North. Northwest of Freetown, tornado is on the ground. We have a debris ball on radar now, waiting on it to come in. I have the scan on radar here behind the scenes. Should be populating in here any second. My radar is just running a little bit behind compared to what I have here behind the scenes. But there's a tornado on the ground just northwest of Freetown, moving east at about 55 miles per hour. If you're in Cortland, Rockford, Seymour, and Jonesville, interior room away from windows. We have a tornado on the ground. This Mago radar confirmed here. Don't know why my radar is so slow on this.
I can take it here, Kelly, if you want me to.
Yeah, go ahead, because mine is not populating in, but we do have a debris signature right there. There it is.
Debris ball heading in toward the Freetown area. Is going to cross State Route 135 here, State Route 58 here, just to the north of Freetown. If you live anywhere in Freetown or downstream close to Cortland, this is a tornado that is on the ground. Expect an upgrade here to a radar confirmed tornado at any second, heading toward Rockford, Jonesville, Reddington areas. Again, crossing State Route 135 north of Freetown, State Route 258 going to follow close to that, State Route 58 here north of Freetown. This is going to be in the county, northern Jackson County. This is a tornado that is on the ground.
This is going to come right over State Road 135, State Road 58, near the Freetown area. The tornado is currently just northwest of town, likely going to miss or come very close to downtown Freetown. And it's going to, right now it's heading east at about 55 miles per hour, going to come close to the Cortland, Seymour, Rockford, Jonesville, and Reddington areas. Interior room away from windows. Again, we have a debris signature.
There it is.
And there it is.
information.
Radar
This
confirmed tornado warning.
has been upgraded.
Radar confirmed tornado warning now for this storm. Tornado located near Freetown, Indiana. We'll wait for the new warning to populate in here. Debris signature continuing just on the north side of Freetown. This is an observed tornado warning moving east at 45 miles per hour. Damaging tornado. Locations impacted include Seymour, Jonesville, Freetown, Cortland, Azalea, and Waymansville. This includes Interstate 65 between mile markers 47 and 60. To repeat, a tornado is on the ground. Take cover, move to a basement, interior room on the lowest level of your floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If you are outside or in mobile home or a vehicle, move to a closest substantial shelter. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Damage is likely. Again, tornado is on the ground, causing damage near the Freetown area. This is going to move right along State Road 258, or areas just north of 258. My door, I have a window open and my door must not have been shut all the way. And it's shut, and that just scared the crap out of me. Sorry, distracted there. tornado is on the ground north near Freeman, moving east at 45 miles per hour. A large debris signature on radar here. Again, tornado is on the ground. This is a confirmed tornado warning, moving east at 45 miles per hour. If you're in the Seymour area, Jonesville, again, tornado is on the ground, moving east at 45 miles per hour. If sirens are sounding in the Columbus area, you are currently not in the path of this tornado. Also, okay, never mind. Again, the debris ball is located near Freetown. You can see where it touched down just to the northwest side of town. This is moving east at 45 miles per hour. It's going to get ready to cross, likely crossing State Road 58 right now. It's going to come near County Road 875 North, County Road 800 North, as well as State Road 58 and County Road 100 West. Along and north of State Road 258 is where this tornado is currently moving east at 45 miles per hour. If you're in the Cortland area, Rockford, Jonesville, interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. This tornado is currently going to move right along, likely along County Road 875
A new tornado
north.
warning has been issued.
And they extended the tornado warning or trimmed it back. Actually, Ryan, we have a pretty decent rotation near the Dillsboro, Indiana area and Rising Sun. If you want to take my radar back.
Sure. Sorry.
A decent couplet here near the Dillsboro area. Radar indicated rotation there. You can see that rotation near the Dillsboro area. That is going to move into Switzerland County as well as Dearborn. Yeah, Ohio County, Dearborn County, and Switzerland County. Radar indicated tornado warning here. A really nice couplet here just north of Dillsboro, and this is moving east at 40 miles per hour. So this is radar indicated here. No signs of a tornado on the ground, but that rotation has increased here as well. Large debris ball still on the ground north of Freetown. Tornado is still in progress. This is right along State Road 58, crossing 58 right now. This is going to move over County Road 200 West right now. Next on deck, 100 West and County Road 875 North and 100 East. You are also on deck from this tornado. Again, a tornado is on the ground here, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Large debris signature on radar here as well. You can see the debris ball and reflectivity. This pink that you see, that is the debris ball. That is the tornado. Debris is being lofted high enough to cause a debris ball on radar. Radar confirmed tornado here. And there's your CC drop there just to the northeast side of Freetown, moving east at 45 miles per hour. This is right on top of State Road 58, likely crossing 58 right now near the 200
A new
West.
tornado warning has been issued.
Where are they issuing this? Huh? Did that come in as an update or did that?
I'm not sure. Rotation is increasing though near the Dillsboro area, but this is Ohio, Switzerland, and Dearborn counties
Okay,
over here.
they extended it for some reason.
So they're giving a little bit more downstream warning here. North Vernon and Westport, an observed tornado warning. So they extended the tornado warning in case it holds together. Again, we do have quite a decent debris ball on radar here. So they're giving a little bit of a downstream heads up. Nothing wrong with that at all. Again, confirmed tornado is on the ground. Large debris ball on radar here. So North Vernon and Westport also included in this tornado warning. Decent debris ball on radar, though, Ryan. Traveling right along East County Road 875 North Tornado is on the ground and in progress here. And this is going to head very close to the Jonesville area and areas along and north of State Road 258. This tornado is going to come close to Seymour, but looks to go just north of town. If you're in the Rockford area, Reddington, Jonesville, I would be in your safe place right now. Tornado is just west of town, moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado, and the debris ball is still on radar. This is a tornado in progress in real time.
It's actually a
This is moving.
pretty deep debris ball too, for what its couplet worth, and also a little bit of a debris ball on reflectivity as well.
There is one on reflectivity, yes. I can actually flip it here to reflectivity. You can see that this purple dot that you see, that purple circle, that is the debris ball on radar. That is debris being lofted in the air associated with this tornado. This is moving east at about 45 miles per hour. Flying debris will be dangerous. Those caught without shelter, mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roof, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. This is moving along County Road 875 North and 800 North. And the tornado is currently right at the intersection of 875 North and North Base Road, kind of near that intersection there, as well as North County Road 25 East. Looks to move right along 875 North here.
I believe we're about to
As
see
weird.
I believe we're about to see debris fall out here next couple of scans.
Yeah, velocity is weakening a little bit. Hopefully it continues to do that here. The rotation is not quite as strong as what it once was. It is weakening here. Hopefully we see that trend continue. Still a decent CC on radar associated with this storm. This is just east of State Road 58, north of State Road 258. A nice consolidated debris signature there, at least for this scan. It appears to still be on the ground. Running parallel with, or running right on top of County Road 875 North, near County Road 100 East, and North Base Road. Decent debris signature here with that, and a very consolidated debris signature as well. Also, I'm briefly going to jump over here. Very, very tight area of rotation now. Just east of Dillsboro, Indiana, coming in to Switzerland
A new
County.
considerable flash flood warning has been issued.
And that is for this area that I'm over right now. Ripley County, under a considerable severe flash flood warning. We'll see that pop up here. But very tight rotation here associated with the storm. I'm going to turn on debris tracker here behind the scenes just to take a look at it. I have to switch radars here to do that. Oh, we're just far enough away from the radar where I may not see debris on radar until it's already being lofted. But if you are in Switzerland County, near the Rising Sun area, I would be an interior room away from windows. The tornado could touch down at any moment. This is very tight rotation here. Just to the east of Dillsboro, Indiana. On the Dearborn, is that Ohio County or Switzerland County right there, Ryan?
That's going to be Ohio and Switzerland County.
Yeah, very tight rotation right on the county line there. I would be in an interior room away from windows.
Yeah, the northern part is Ohio County. It's on the county line of Dearborn, Ohio.
Yeah, debris ball is continuing to spike a weaker velocity signature. CC is still looking impressive, and it does not appear, it doesn't look like fallout yet on CC. Debris ball is right on 875 North and County Road 100 East, just to the northwest of Cortland, Indiana. And this is moving towards Jonesville and Reddington. Tornado appears to still be on the ground. and I would treat it as such if you are in this area. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. Also, very tight rotation on the Dearborn, Ohio County line,
I'm watching that one. The TIDS
just
is still
south of
inconclusive.
Aurora.
The TIDS radar does not look that impressive to me. It's not that overly tight that I see.
Well, it's a little pixely there, but there's strong enough rotation there. I would be taking shelter.
Upper level rotation for
I-
sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't
It's-
downplay it.
It's just about to cross into Kentucky, which is good news.
Well, for Indiana, not for Kentucky.
Yeah, not for Kentucky.
If anybody's watching for Kentucky, Ryan did not mean to offend you right there.
It's getting late.
It sounded so bad the way you said that. That's good news.
Our coverage area is Indiana. So the good news is it's moving out of our state and no longer our problem. Unfortunately, for what county is this? Boone County, Kentucky, it is your problem.
Oh goodness. It's not a joke. Be in your safe place. Do take it seriously. Area of rotation is just to the west of Bellevue, just northwest of Rising Sun. And the rotation is decent there. I will give it that. So I would take it seriously. Interior room away from windows until this storm has passed. And debris signature continues. I'm hoping some of this is starting to be fallout here, but it's inconclusive here. Still a nice concentrated part of the CC. I would treat it as if there is still a tornado in progress here, just north of Cortland, moving towards the Jonesville area, just northwest of Rockford, Indiana. This is coming up near State Road 11.
Yeah, that debris ball continues to kind of follow that couplet there. Even though the couplet's weakened, it probably is fallout, but we cannot say conclusively if it is. It's still pretty deep, so I had to treat that as such. Be heading up toward Reddington, the north side of Rockford and Seymour areas. Jonesville, Reddington areas, be in your safe place now. Downstream warning does include North Vernon Country, Squires Lake, Scipio or Scipio, Azalea, Sardinia, Butlerville, and Westport areas.
Yeah, if you're in Switzerland County, southwest of Aurora, decent area of rotation there. Still interior room away from windows until this storm has passed.
Latest scan has me thinking it is fallout here. Looks like it's spreading outward now. Growing bigger.
Also, IND has a possible CC drop near just south of Aurora.
You've got direct me. Where are we at?
Switzerland County. I sent you a
Okay,
screenshot.
I got you. I've been watching that one. The upper level rotation from the IND radar is actually quite intense, but at the surface, it's not very impressive.
Well, it's also it's pixely here, just with the way TDRs work. I would take it seriously, just with how fast these are spinning up.
So looking at the Wilmington radar, there's also a little bit of inconclusive CC drop there as well, just south of Aurora. So that could be something there in southern Dearborn County. So it's going to be crossing into Kentucky here in a matter of probably seconds. This is on Decatur Street, State Route 56, and it's probably in Kentucky at this point. Anybody?
Yeah, it has a really nice hook on it.
Burlington, Florence, Kentucky, Union, Kentucky. It's going to head into a populated area on the south side of Cincinnati, northern Kentucky here. If that is indeed a tornado, it is moving into Kentucky as we speak.
Yeah, a possible CC drop just south of Aurora. Possible debris signature there. And that is going to get ready to cross the Ohio River into the Burlington, Kentucky area, Union, Kentucky area, and eventually maybe Florence. Heads up there, inconclusive, but a possible debris signature there, getting ready to cross the river. And it does move, Ryan, on the next scan.
Yep.
So possible tornado there.
Yeah, I got the new scan. That has a 110% tornado.
Yeah.
I can confirm that via...
It. tornado on the ground there in Ohio County, Dearborn County line, getting ready to cross the Indiana-Kentucky border, getting ready to cross the Ohio River near the Bellevue, Kentucky area, just north of Rising Sun. Appears we have a tornado on the ground. That's going to move into the Kentucky area, Burlington, Kentucky. If there's anybody watching from that area just south of Lawrenceburg, likely tornado in progress here. We do have a debris signature on radar here with this storm. And this is moving east at 40 miles per hour. Debris ball continues, and rotation is actually quite strong now as well. Right on top of the Ohio River. It's crossing the Ohio River right now. Tornado appears to be on the ground. A large CC drop there, large debris signature there. In extreme portions of southeast Indiana, south of Aurora, moving towards Bellevue, north of Rising Sun, heading towards Burlington. It's actually heading into a very populated area in Kentucky, Florence, Kentucky.
New information.
And there we go.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
We have a radar confirmed tornado warning now for Ohio County. This is crossing the Ohio River right now, but it's getting ready to move into a very populated area. Burlington, Kentucky, Oak Brook, and Florence is a very populated part of Kentucky. Suburbs of Cincinnati, a tornado is in progress. If anybody's watching from the Florence area, Independence, Union area, Kentucky, interior room away from windows, tornado in progress here. Very, very tight rotation, as well as very solid debris signature here as well. This is crossing into Kentucky right now. Coming back over to our other tornado warning, this appears to be some fallout here. A possible tornado still on the ground, but it does fan out. Still following that couplet there, inconclusive as it crosses 65. There may still be a little bit of something there, but possible fallout there. Hopefully the tornado is lifted, treated as if it's still on the ground. It'll be near Reddington and near Jonesville and Reddington right about now, north of Seymour, near Rockford. Near the State Road 11 I-65 interchange there is where the area of rotation would be, or where the tornado would possibly be. It has broadened out a little bit. I think some of this is fallout, but there still could be a possible tornado on the ground near Reddington, south of Jonesville. I would still remain in your safe place here for a little while. If you're near the Cortland and Freetown area, you're now no longer in at risk for a tornado from this storm. Tornado debris signature has now crossed the river and is now in Kentucky. Debris ball heading towards Burlington, Kentucky, and Florence, Kentucky. Just on the suburbs of Cincinnati, southwest of town, tornado is in progress. Looking elsewhere across the state, Ryan, I don't really see any other areas of really high interest at the moment. I think this is fallout occurring near the Jonesville, Indiana area.
So I'm assuming that is fallout because it's also getting kicked to the northeast
It is,
of this.
yeah.
So that would
Looks
mean it's in the LLJ.
very
getting
reminiscent of
carried.
fallout, yeah.
That may have been on
Maybe
the ground
some
all the way up
leaves
until
or
65.
Yeah,
It lifted
that area is
probably
still a little
around-
concentrated, but now it's
Yeah, just before it crossed 65, then it kind of got scattered. So I believe it probably lifted just to the west of 65, probably north of Cortland at some point. That'd be my guess, at least.
you can see some debris, some higher level debris getting blown to the north, likely some leaves or some lighter debris getting churned up there with your upper level winds. Hopefully we see this tornado warning downgraded here. Still remain in your safe places. It could always re-intensify. Shear parameters are quite high here in Indiana here today. The tornado in progress has now moved into Kentucky out of Ohio County. So, Ohio County, you're now in the clear from this in particular storm. It is now moving into the Burlington, Kentucky area and Florence areas, very populated areas here in northwest Kentucky, in the suburbs of Cincinnati. This little area, though, south of Jonesville, despite reflectivity, is still hanging on, though. Inconclusive, though, but there may still be something there near Reddington. I would remain in your safe place if you're in the Reddington area, US 31. There may still be something there on our debris tracker, south of Jonesville. This is fallout getting blown to the north of Reddington, but there still is something there, perhaps just to the east of Reddington, that is still kind of hanging on a little bit.
Velo wouldn't support
So
that, but it is interesting.
Yeah, Velo, yeah.
New flood warning coming in for Clay, Monroe, Morgan, Owen, Putnam, and Vigo counties. All this rain, if you zoom out and look at the bigger picture there, Caleb, the rain continues to kind of just train over the exact same areas. It's
Yeah,
not
let
a
me-
whole conglomerate, but it is definitely got a look to it. We're just going to keep on raining all night long across south central, Indiana.
You can see how just over the past, we'll go back to 10:50 p.m. Look how these storms are just not moving here. This is where our warm front is. It is just absolutely stalled. And this is definitely turning into a flash flood risk with the possibility of a spin up tornado or two.
You know, Caleb, what's really interesting, just for perspective of things today, this area of heavy rain, this warm front, was supposed to be all the way up in southern Michigan right now. Up where I'm at here in South Michigan, North Indiana, we had flood watches in effect because the warm front was supposed to set up and the storm was supposed to train. This was a ginormous shift south with today's not only flooding risk, but with a severe threat as well. And also why the risk did not materialize further north.
Yeah. These training
huge
showers
shift.
and thunderstorms where the tornado warnings are now were originally thought to be from, Kankakee, Rensselaer, Warsaw into the Fort Wayne area as well, right about now. But that is not the case. It has shifted well to the south and way further south than what was modeled the last 2 days as well. Just goes to show you that, forecast guidance can get you close, but it really comes down to how things trend the day of to really give you the big picture of what's going on. Can Richmond go to bed? The answer is yes. If you're, I-70 north, I think you're largely in the clear. Could still have, a stray thunderstorm or two, but you're largely okay. Getting a hook on radar near the St. Paul area, but I don't see a lot of rotation in that. And the good news is this tornado warning is now radar indicated.
So you're Plainfield. You guys get back to full.
So likely just some fallout here. You can see where that tornado touched down. Just west of the Freetown, Indiana area. And likely lifted somewhere right in here, just north of Seymour, northwest of Seymour. And this is high-level debris, likely like leaves that are lofted and stuck in the storm's updraft. And look how fast they just get pulled northward. Thanks to our low-level jet. These are likely some leaves and other light debris just staying lofted in the air. Remnants of this tornado. But for right now, it looks like the tornado has lifted. The National Weather Service dropped the observed warning on it and is now radar indicated. So good news there. If you're in the North Vernon area, still take this seriously. Could re-intensify. maybe some broad rotation near your County Squire Lakes. But for right now, I don't see any indications of a tornado still in progress. Um, Confirmed tornado warning is still technically barely clipping Ohio County, and for that reason, it's still up on our warning bar. But this tornado is near the Florence, Kentucky area if it is still in progress. So for right now, I don't see any tornadoes in progress still in Indiana, which is good news. Hopefully, we don't see that redevelop. But looking around the state, I don't see a lot of other storms that are super concerning right now, which is really good news. We may even see this tornado warning dropped here or be allowed to expire, which would be really awesome news. A strong thunderstorm coming into the Greensburg area. Have to keep an eye on this one. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation south of St. Paul near the Adams area. Have to watch that one. Nothing super concerning right now, but just something to watch. And I'm not really seeing too much with these storms either. Mainly just lightning and heavy rain right now across the state of Indiana. Do watch out for flooding. We have a couple washout reports too from Vigo County. From one of our chasers earlier, had a culvert. He came across the road that was washed out completely with a culvert out. If you're driving fast and not paying attention, that would make a good day into a bad day really quick. So do be mindful of that and turn around, don't drown when coming across flooded roadways. Gusty winds coming into the Greensburg area, potentially up to 50 miles per hour along I-74. Yeah, you can see where that couplet was, but that has now broadened out substantially, which is really good news. Looking at our TDR up here by Indianapolis, not really showing much of anything for these showers around the Indianapolis area, these thunderstorms, rather. They are thunderstorms. Northern Indiana, there is absolutely nothing going on up there. A few showers and thunderstorms across Michigan. They look sub-severe at this point in time. Not a whole lot right now that really catches my eye, Ryan. At least nothing substantial at this point in time, so that is good news. A lot of lightning near Freedom, Indiana, once again, near Bloomington.
Yeah, as the night goes on as well, looking at Mezzo, we're losing our fuel very quickly now. I would not anticipate much more intensification of these storms. Although we keep on preaching tonight, there's a lot of wind shear out there and a lot of what we call kinematics going for this event. It doesn't take a lot of fuel to get storms to do stuff.
And
We've
to
already
really
seen
show
that
you what the
tonight.
kinematics is, we look at something called a hodograph. And basically what it is, it's a line graph that represents wind profiles in the atmosphere, change in speed and direction with height. And it's just not going to load here for me. I was going to show you something cool, but I can only show you something cool if it loads. There we go. You can kind of see that's kind of a lame one. Let me see if I can find a better one for you. Let's see if one works over here. Yeah, the hodographs are looking a little less impressive. But anyway, this will work still. As wind profiles change in direction with height, you can see here at the surface, a little bit backed, but as they change, wind speed and direction with height, so they're changing direction and in speed. So the bigger the curve, the greater the changes in speed and direction. You kind of see that on our wind barbs here. On the surface, they're kind of out of the south-southwest. And then as you go up, they're out of the west. And they also increase in speed with high 2. The greater difference in speed, the taller that hodograph will be. And the more veered they are, the better. The more directional shear we have, the larger that hodograph will be and the longer that hodograph will be as well. So that's just kind of a representation of the spin in the atmosphere. And our tornado warning was just canceled for North Vernon, Indiana. So you are in the clear for right now. Strong thunderstorm near Greensburg and maybe some gusty winds or even some broad rotation near the Adams area there, Ryan. Have to keep an eye on that. But other than that, not really too much concerning here. I'm actually not sure why we still have that observed or radar confirmed tornado warning on our screen. Likely going to be, should be coming off our warning ticker here pretty soon. Because we actually don't have a radar confirmed tornado warning. And we haven't for a little bit now, so I'm not sure why that's still on there. Could be just a software thing with that.
Guess what, Caleb? We're all clear.
Hey, look at that. We do have that considerable flash flood warning, though, for Ripley and Dearborn counties, I believe, and Ohio County also included. And this goes until 3:15 a.m., so quite a little bit of time yet, 2 hours, 35 minutes. Threat considerable. Source is radar and automated rain gauges. And not really seeing much of anything on this cell, just maybe some gusty winds coming into Greensburg. That's really about it. I'm not really seeing much.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
What's likely happening here is they're cutting down on the watch. So these counties are likely being either canceled or it's being trimmed. It's not a new watch coming in. Let's be clear about that.
A new tornado watch has been issued.
They included all of southern Indiana. They did extend it south.
Yeah, that's been that way for a while.
It's been that way.
It's been that way. They issued that like 2 or 3 hours ago as an extension.
Okay, I've just been focused on radar. I didn't
fine.
even notice that.
Yeah, we were in coverage there. I didn't really think it was too important at that point when we have tornadoes on the ground at that point. But I don't know what they're doing here. But let me see if I can have information on this. Okay, well, I was wrong again, Caleb. This is a night for me to be wrong. They are extending it until 3 a.m. for central and southern Indiana, as they expect storms to continue to have rotation throughout the night. Interesting move, I must admit, but I respect it. Just because we've been talking about this all evening long, the kinematics of this event, it does not take a lot of fuel for storms to get up and going. I think we're at a point though, Caleb, as things right now at least look to be at least calmer overall. There's nothing here. I'm watching the storm over by Worthington area closer, but other than that storm there's nothing that piques my eye in terms of strong storms right now. So I'm halfway
New severe
contemplating.
thunderstorm warning just got issued though with tornado possible tag on it. Northwest of Vincennes.
Flexed. I was watching
Pull
that
up
one near
on-
Worthington. Watching that one. That's about all I
Yeah,
see
this-
though in Indiana.
A little more upper level on that one. Yeah, it looks.
Let me pop it on GR2 for you.
Inconclusive.
I'm gonna pop on GR2 for you. I think it's a little bit misaligned, but I'll look at it here. Yeah, it's doesn't align. It's on the leading edge of this. Although, hold on,
Yeah,
it's actually 20 seconds delayed. I don't think it'll be that big of a difference though. Storm motion vector 272 at 43. Get this updated for it. So when we use radar softwares, we have something called a storm motion vector we can set in this software, and it makes the velocity, the wind direction, account for the storm motion. It makes it a little bit more accurate, a little bit more concise. So when we can update that, we get a better idea of rotation and stuff like that. That is legitimate rotation, Caleb, but I don't think that is a debris ball though. But it is weak rotation though, north and a little bit east of Worthington. That's going to be moving up in toward Bloomington, Ellettsville, should I say, Salisbury and Stanford areas. That's going to be a little bit of a concerning area. Not overly strong, but does warrant some attention here.
and a little
As
bit
it
tighter on
moves
the next scan.
as it moves toward Bloomington. If you live in Bloomington, not a bad idea to be alert here, probably next 15 minutes. There's no warnings downstream. I don't think it needs currently a warning. Obviously, it's a decision of the Weather Service in Indianapolis, but there is rotation here. We'll see if it tries to tighten further. If it does tighten further, I would not be shocked to see a warning issued.
It does have a little bit of a hook echo on it, crossing 231. So something to look at here. A lot of, again, there's just a lot of wind shear, and the recent scan is kind of. I don't see a lot of outbounds, but I see potentially some inbounds here. So that is something to just keep in mind and just look at here. The Storm Prediction Center and NWS did continue that tornado watch until 3 a.m. Nice hook back here by the Lawrenceville, but again, not seeing a lot of low level rotation. Strongest area of rotation just to the west of Bloomington near Freedom in Worthington. A lot of these storms moving over the same area here again and again.
Rotational couplet on that. Not really couplet, but rotational, I guess, VROT on that is a little increasing there too.
Yeah, a little bit. Nice little pocket of look at the airport radar here up near Clayton, Indiana. This actually has my eye a little bit of a hook on it here, with some gusty winds for sure. Very shallow in nature. This is north of I-70, south of Clayton, and that is going to be something to keep an eye on.
They're issuing a severe warning for Owen, Monroe, and Greene counties here for that cell we're watching further south. I will keep an eye on the TIDS radar.
Yeah, it definitely has my eye. Some gusty winds there showing up with that. On a little bit of an outflow boundary here as well. That is something to keep in mind. And they went ahead and put a tornado possible tag on our storm here, coming into Bloomington once again. Tornado possible, winds up to 60 miles per hour. Radar indicated. Remain alert for a possible tornado.
Check your private messenger, Caleb. We can tag team this if you want. New severe warning now coming in for Davies and Knox County further south. We'll go ahead and pull that up.
Yeah, it has a nice hook on that storm there as well. The rotation is a little more, I guess, not super tight, but it is actually, latest scan is a little bit tighter. Just northwest of Salisbury, south of Freedom. Once again, coming into the Bloomington area, area rotation just west of town. Looking a little bit tighter on reflectivity and on velocity, moving east to 45 miles per hour.
The new warning as well does not have the tag on it for a possible tornado. It does have on the Illinois side, but not on the Indiana side. So Vincennes, Bicknell, Washington, Bruceville,
Yeah, and
Rose City, Plainville, Edwardsport.
Has a hook on it, but I don't see much in the way of low level rotation. Not like I do on the Bloomington warning up here. A little bit more rotation, a little bit closer to the ground surface, I guess, within the storm on that one there. But yeah, Ryan, if you're willing to, I can do that here.
I
real
got you,
quick.
man. Might as well tag team it. And then if you get done, I can always do mine for the morning too. So I think I got this.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right, so Caleb's going to handle some back end operations here while I take over the radar. We're going to kind of go north to south, talk about the chat here in a few minutes as well. But right now, the most concerning of these cells, taking a big picture, zoomed out look across the state of Indiana. If you're just tuning in, North Indiana, you guys are all clear. And what I mean by that is you go to bed. I don't know why you're still watching us. Go to bed. You're looking at anywhere pretty much north I-70, really Indianapolis on north. There's a couple cells by Newcastle, not severe. But really, anywhere north of Indianapolis, there's nothing on radar. There's nothing expected to happen overnight. So if you're watching from the Fort Wayne area, Lafayette area, South Bend area, Angola, Gary, Kokomo, you guys are fine. Go to bed, Muncie included. We do have numerous storms ongoing across, we'll say, central and southern Indiana. Really kind of centered here from Indianapolis on south to about the Jasper area at the current moment. There's a couple severe storms here ongoing. There's a couple flash flood warnings ongoing as well. And there's one special weather statement in effect. So let's start here with a statement. This is in effect for 8 more minutes, about to expire in the Greensburg area. 50-mile-per-hour winds are possible. That's just a step below severe criteria. That storm is moving into the Brookville area, although there's no downstream statement here in effect, so they might be thinking it might be weaker at this point. There is a flash flood warning in effect down here for Versailles over toward Lawrenceburg. It is a considerable tagged flash flood warning. We could see numerous areas there experiencing enormous flooding that could be life-threatening in nature. We also have a severe storm down here by Bloomington. We have a area of rotation we're tracking here on this cell where this green and this red pocketed are meeting. This is going to be not really impacting too many major areas right now. It looks to be crossing Ingham Road, Cedar Lane here. It's about to cross, there's no road, there it is, McVille Road, and eventually coming in toward the Bloomington West area. It looks like it's coming pretty much due east, directly into Bloomington. So let's hope and pray this does not tighten up further. There's a better look at the rotation there. Let's hope and pray it doesn't tighten up any further. Further south, a new severe warning in effect here for the Vincennes, Bicknell, Washington area with this storm. 60-mile-per-hour winds is your main hazard. There is no hail risk. There is no tornadic tag on this. However, we are tracking a little bit of rotation back on the Illinois side, but overall does not appear to be that concerning at the current time. If that tightens, we'll come back to it and we'll cover that. Like I said before, I think the main concern out of anything happening tonight, right now at least, not tonight, but right now, is going to be the Bloomington cell at the current time. Now, if you're asking yourself, well, I live down in Bloomington or Columbus or Bedford or anywhere in South Indiana, can I go to bed? I think the answer at this point is 80% of you are probably okay. But the caveat here is you should have ways to be able to be woken up in the event a warning is issued. That is a weather radio, EIS alerts on your phone, a weather app that can push emergency notifications. Just have a way to get warnings. I think our severe threat overall is downtrending a little bit here tonight. We're not going to see it as much as a widespread event or a significant event, but there's still a lot of wind shear out there. There's just enough storm fuel to support the risk continuing. So we can't say it's over. So no one's completely safe down here just yet because these storms can rotate very quickly. So it'd be a disservice to say it's over. That's not the case. But in the event of widespread severe weather, I don't think we're not going to see widespread severe weather at all. Current time here is 12:54 a.m. We've been live going on 8 continuous hours here at IWN. We want to thank you guys for tuning in. We are not going to stop anytime soon, for now at least. We hope to wrap things up soon because we both want to sleep at some point. But obviously we have a couple storms here that warrant attention. So we are more so focused right now on the Bloomington area. That's going to be the strongest cell at the current moment. Getting a motion vector on this on the new warning. It's going to be 269 at 38. I'm going to input that into my radar software. Not much change there, but it's enough to warrant a little bit of a deviant. There we go. Latest scan does not look as organized there on the latest scan. In fact, even here on the radar you're watching, I have advanced radar software I use. It looks like, I'll show you guys, looks like this. That's what I'm using behind the scenes. So I have a 4-panel look going on of storm relative velocity, debris tracker, radar, a lot of different stuff we can cycle through here. But I don't display it because I like it to keep things simple for you guys as often as possible. But the overall picture here is that there is some stronger winds and just perhaps a little bit of a rotation. This severe warning that includes Bloomington is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is tagged for a possible tornado here, as you can see in the text here. If you guys can see that, in the middle of that box there, it says tornado possible. Again, the good news that I'm seeing, I don't see this tightening up right now. It's actually turning more toward a linear wind threat here. We want to see the greens and reds meeting. Like back here, for example, they're trying to touch each other, and they're also a bit brighter in nature. But as we move this toward Bloomington, we see a little bit weaker in nature, and all of a sudden we're kind of spacing apart. That's good news here. The rotation at the current moment is not as tight and as weakening. So Bloomington, still be alert here as this moves into town. There is still some broad rotation to note, but latest scan is trending positively. Your zoomed out look here, animating the radar. These storms are traveling from west to east. A lot of areas tonight may get a lot of rain, some flash flooding there as well. I'm getting rain here for some reason where I'm at, which is a little bit weird, but interesting. There is absolutely no reason right now. For those of you with the weather anxiety, everything right now looks to be pretty much subdued. There's a couple areas of concern, yes, but there's nothing imminent that is going to completely change the evening here. So take a deep breath, relax. We're all good. We're fine. New flood warning coming in for Knox and Sullivan counties. Vigo and Sullivan counties now. Flood warning coming in there. let's go over to the east here in the Brookville area. I want to take a look at a pocket here. Perhaps some gustier winds. It's showing up on the storm relative velocity a bit better. If you're in the Brookville area, Metamora, Peppertown, actually it's between Metamora, Peppertown right now. Perhaps a little bit of gustier winds pushing into Brookville's area. It's a very small pocket, perhaps a downburst, called a downburst. So downbursts are a lot of rain falling all at once, hits the ground, spreads outward. So it kind of shows up a little bit brighter on radar here. It can actually sometimes look like rotation because sometimes the downburst winds spread outward, so you see greens and reds next to each other, but instead of coming together, it moves away from each other. This would be a classic signature here of a downburst. So Metamora, Peppertown, and Brookville areas will be alert there for some gustier winds. No warning in effect, no statement in effect. Still can have some gustier winds. Other areas down here, Versailles continues to be under a flash flood warning. These cells down here don't have much of my concern currently. The velocity on it doesn't look very impressive at all, so we'll come back to that and eventually here. Back over here to Vincennes, kind of bouncing around everywhere across the state here. This area by the Bruceville, north of Vincennes, also appears to be quite weak in nature. We're going to take a look at the Evansville radar as well. It's closer to the storm. Perhaps some hail in here. Let's turn on the VIL for a second. Yeah, so this has quite a hefty hail core being shown on the radar in Evansville. This is in the Illinois side of things. It was looking pretty darn impressive for hail, but the new warning they issued here for the Bicknell areas doesn't really include severe hail, which is weird because the hail core on that looks to be pretty good. If you are in the Emerson, Busseron areas,
a new considerable flash flood warning has been issued.
So before we take a look at that here, if you're in the Freelandville, Bicknell areas, perhaps some larger hail heading your way, Westphalia, Edwardsport as well. The purple is what I'm concerned about with the hail there. We have a considerable flash flood warning now issued. It's going to be primarily for Cincinnati. This new green box flashing on your screen. It includes very far, looks like eastern Ohio County by Rising Sun. But primarily the concern for that is going to be downtown and surrounding areas of Cincinnati. Backing back out, going back north here to Indianapolis, the Bloomington cell, taking a look here on the radar, the rotation. There is still a little bit there just to the west of town, but still not tight enough that I'm concerned for imminent tornado genesis. They did extend the tornado watch until 3 a.m. They're just not really confident we're going to have a weakening threat over the next couple hours. I will say right now, everything on radar that I'm looking at looks pretty much subdued. There is still a pocket over here of some gusty winds I'm seeing, but otherwise the Bloomington cell looks perhaps gusty, maybe a little bit of rotation with that. Same thing applies for the cell down here by the Vincennes area. We're trending down. Although we said that back at 11:30, and we had one, perhaps two more touchdowns of tornadoes. But at least the good news here, the later we get, the less storm fuel we have. So either way, we are trending positively for right now. So let's see how it trends here next hour or two. If we go a few more, half hour, hour more without much of anything happening, we'll probably look to wrap this stream up. But of course, with the way things have happened tonight, we will likely be on for a little bit longer. Just make sure the threat is low enough that we can hop off confidently. And when I say threat, I mean specifically tornadoes. So if you're in chat here, you got about, how many of you guys watching on YouTube right now? About 500 of you guys on Facebook. We got about, let's see, about 200 of you on YouTube. So out of the 600 of you guys watching or so, any questions you got, feel free to drop them in chat. I'm going to take a little bit of a break looking at radar here. In fact, I'm going to take that back. Area of rotation now, just west of Bloomington. Pick back up there on radar. Let's talk about that here. I'm going to get this set up on my 4-panel. We were talking about how quick these things can kind of spin up. And we're seeing it on the latest scan here, between two scans really, how this area has tightened right back up heading into Bloomington. Area of rotation, it's actually touching there, so perhaps a couplet just south of State Route 48. So this is State Route 48 heading into Bloomington. It's going to be crossing Kirby Road right now, about to cross. There we go.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's way over on the east side. What's going on over here that I'm missing? Dearborn, Franklin, and Ripley counties. Are you issuing it up here? For this little pocket up here by Brookville? They are. Looks like a downburst to me. Interesting. So new tornado warning coming in for Brookville, Cedar Grove areas, Mount Carmel, Riley, New Trenton, and St. Leon. Looking on radar, I see what they're getting at here, but it doesn't appear, at least I guess maybe here's what they're talking about. It just looks like a downburst. But I guess it has to be down here. So I think our area of interest is actually further south here toward Oldenburg, just south of Peppertown. Some greens and reds coming together there. I think the brighter green up here is just a downburst signature. Not too concerned for that right now. I am a bit more concerned for Bloomington here. Latest scan does weaken it just a bit. It's now crossing Kirby Road at State Route 48. It's heading right into downtown Bloomington. This is some weak rotation. So I wanted to take a break to talk to you guys there in chat, but it looks like we're going to have to continue our coverage here for a little bit longer. I'm a little bit perplexed on the other warning they issued, but they obviously have more details and more tools and knowledge than I do, so we'll respect the polygon, as James Spann calls it. That warning over for those 3 counties, we'll go ahead and read this off real quick. It's radar indicated rotation expires in 24 minutes. For southeastern, back up. It's for Franklin County, northeastern Ripley County, southeastern Indiana. Northeastern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, northwestern Hamilton County in southwest Ohio, and southwestern Butler County in southwestern Ohio. There's a lot of directions in there. Looks like it's radar indicated, moving east at 50. Looks like you should be taking shelter. Just your typical language here. There is no extra text or special text here on the warning there. So if you live in this red polygon from Oxford, Ohio down to Harrison, Ohio, over to Brookville, Oldenburg, Peppertown, you guys should be in your basement right now. I don't see anything tight on this. I don't see any debris being lofted. I don't see any couplet. I don't really see much anything besides some gusty winds. But they could have a few areas here of these reds and greens trying to touch together there. So that is why likely they warned it. Back to Bloomington. Rotation continues over I-69 at 3rd Street. I-69 3rd Street about to follow very close to Allen Street, 2nd Street, right into downtown Bloomington. This is an area of a little bit of rotation we're tracking here into Bloomington. Zooming out, there is no tornado warning for Bloomington, but there is a yellow polygon here, and that does indicate we could see some severe weather here. The text of this warning actually dropped or does not have a possible tag on it for a tornado, but it does have 60-mile-per-hour winds as your main hazard. So while we're focused here in Bloomington, I'm moving my other radar over here to Franklin County, where this other tornado warning currently is, near the Brookville area. The rotation I'm seeing on this is just not overly tight. Rotation now back over to Bloomington. It continues to be quite weak in nature, but we're going to monitor it very closely here as it's now in downtown Bloomington. I don't see anything here that indicates a strong rotation is ongoing. My chat is frozen. That's why I'm not seeing new chats. I wonder what was up with that. It's kind of froze. So maybe restart this here. We've been live over 8 hours today here in Indiana. My chat may not be working right now. That's not good. I can see you guys on Facebook manually, but I can't see you on our software that pulls everything together. I will try to restart it once more and cross my fingers I can make it to work. Well, I'm going to hop in the manual chat here in Facebook. Question from Jenna. Anything happening on the southeast side of Indy? Getting hit hard? On radar, not that I see. A little bit of some gusty winds in there, but otherwise I don't see anything that warrants my concern or attention besides just a general garden variety thunderstorm. When you say being hit hard, what do you mean by that? Are we talking wind, a lot of lightning? Luke says just lost power in Hagerstown. Yeah, if you're north I-70, you should not be watching. You should be in bed, fast asleep, sawing logs. Yeah, Bloomington area is one of the concerns we have, although the rotation has been weak in nature. It is worth monitoring. We've seen these cells spin up tornadoes very quickly tonight. So a difference of 1 to 5 minutes can be difference between looking bad to looking really good on radar. So right now, though, nothing here in Bloomington that really warrants immediate attention. Just some very weak rotation along a line that is currently in Bloomington. Further south here, we can't ignore this cell as well. This is in the Vincennes area, Bicknell area now, Washington, Plainville on deck. Let's check it out. Oh, my chat's working again. Woohoo! The tornado warning over by Brookville. I want to see if I can get a better look at this off of the airport. We actually do. So we're looking for greens and reds forming a couplet. I don't see anything off the top of my head. Maybe it's a little bit something down here, but overall, this warning, I guess the Wilmington radar could be close to this. Check out the velocity on that. So Wilmington radar actually has a better look at it. Yeah, okay, I got you now. This is going to be a little bit more concerning now off of the SRV on this. So I see why they warned this. Good call on IND. They saw it before I did. This is going to be a little bit of rotation heading towards Cedar Grove, south of Brookville here. We watched this form back here by Peppertown and Oldenburg. And you can see the progression of this. This is where we first saw it get warned, and it didn't look too impressive here. As it moved to the south and east, it starts to get intense and more intense, and now it's looking like it's pretty good, looking like it's rotating, moving into Cedar Grove, St. Leon, and New Trenton areas. So good call by NWS Indianapolis there for issuing this warning. Or is this from, this might be from Wilmington. This is Wilmington. Good call from Ohio's office on Wilmington for this cell. And there's your rotation there. It's about to cross Blue Creek Road, and latest scan does kind of broaden it out a little bit. It doesn't really hold hands, as Caleb calls it. It's together, but it's not tight. No couplet there. Crossing Cedar Grove, M52, or I-52, should I say. State Route 1, Cedar Grove, New Trenton areas here. This is going to be in the county of Franklin on the Ohio-Indiana border. Back down to Bloomington. If there's anything rotating, it'd be just south of downtown here on the hook of this storm here. Clear Creek would be where the rotation currently is over, if there was anything here. Back to chat. Is Bloomington's cell heading straight east? Pretty much, yeah. So here's your cell. It's basically due east. After the cell, will B-Town be in the clear? The answer is probably not. We have storms back building all the way to St. Louis. The hope here, though, I will say this, the hope as we get later, these storms should eventually start to sag southward with time. So there is a chance here next hour or a couple hours here, these storms heading up toward Bloomington may start to sag southward toward like Bedford, Paoli, Salem areas. But it's not a guarantee just yet. Gonna check our debris product here. That's not it. This is it. There we go. Nothing I'm seeing off the IND radar. I'll check the Wilmington radar as well. Inconclusive there for that, so that's good news. Back to Bloomington, and a lot of you guys watching from B-Town, watching this, making sure it doesn't hit you guys. And if you're in Bloomington, the worst part of that storm looks to have passed you. We're getting the worst, the back end of it. If there's rotation, it'd be just south of town right now, but right now radar just doesn't really have much. There's some greens here, some reds, but it's not really like tight. So it's there, but it's like not like strengthening. It's just kind of hanging out. What's the storm looking like heading toward Bedford? We're talking about this film by Vincent's. Right now, I could see some hail with it. The wind velocity on this does not look overly amusing to me, at least to my eye. This is also kind of sagging a little bit south, but you have a lot of conglomerate rain here heading toward Owensburg, Bedford, Guthrie, Mitchell area in general. So if you're not going to get anything severe, at least expect a lot of loud thunder, lightning, and subsequent heavy rain. But if this cell continues, I'd think wind is probably your highest concern, followed by hail. I don't currently see rotation. Haley asked, is Ohio okay? Do we like the state, the county? Is there a town called Ohio in Indiana that I don't know about? Happy to answer it. Just need some clarification. For all of you guys up here asking if it's good to go to bed, I say this in a way where I really want you guys to go to bed, but if you go to bed across South Indiana, just make sure you guys have a way to wake up in case a tornado warning is issued for your location. A weather radio, an app on your phone with emergency notifications, or on your phone, Android, Apple, you also have a toggled setting that will wake you up, or will sound an alert at least, wake you up if there is a warning issued for you. So I think in South Indiana, if you want to go to bed, you're fine as long as you have a way to wake up if a tornado warning is issued for your location. No problem, guys. Hamilton, Ohio. Well, welcome into IWN. Let's check out Hamilton. For our friends across the state border here. Right now, we're tracking that tornado warning, and it'd be heading your way there in Hamilton. That's the unfortunate part. Let's take a deeper dive into this storm. Let's go ahead and look at the rotation. Rotation's there, heading to Cedar Grove right now. There is no debris that I see being lofted, but I think that this cell currently is probably the strongest cell in the area in the state right now. It is heading your way toward Hamilton. The good news that I see with this potentially for you in Hamilton is the worst of the rotation may go just off to your south here. It's kind of sagging south as it progresses to the east.
Hey, Ryan, it's Corey. It's letting you know I'm going to shut my line off. My computer's about to die.
Copy. Thank you. Looks like if this current track will track just south of Hamilton,
You're welcome.
but the storm itself will impact you. It's just the area that I'm most concerned may track south. That's the best news that I can tell you. I guess stay in chat here. We'll come back to you for our viewers over there in Hamilton, Ohio. Appreciate you asking, tuning in. We'll check back here in a few minutes. Back down here for the Bicknell area, I again would not be shocked to see some larger hail falling. Let's check out our hail tracker on this. Yeah, there's your hail tracker. Now, I do not know if we have confirmed reports of this. I know the atmosphere is semi-favorable for it. I would not be shocked. The warning does not include large hail, but again, would not be shocked to see some larger hail in Bicknell and Bruceville areas here along Stair Route 550 and Stair Route 67. Yeah, they did extend that tornado watch until 3 a.m. Eastern, I believe it was. Largely because the environment here, there is just enough storm fuel across South Indiana that continues to be in place that may help these storms rotate. They can't completely rule out another tornado, which is why they continue to watch. But luckily, we're about an hour and a half away from that being expired, hopefully. B-Town, Bloomington areas, you guys are now past the worst of this. However, weak rotation does continue on the east side of town. Bloomington is clear from this cell. We do have more cells from the west that could move in later on overnight. Overall severe threat, I think, is winding down. It's, I'm going to say, use the word low risk throughout the evening. Back to chat we go. Wide angle look here. And again, if you're tuning in from North Indiana, north of Indianapolis, go to bed. You got no business staying up worrying about anything. It is not going to do anything for you guys up there. I'm going to take out the Wilmington radar and track our Ohio friends over on the other border there. Also a bit better look on that rotation in Cedar Grove currently. Looks like it just moved through Cedar Grove, heading towards Sharptown next. Now, again, I don't see anything on the ground. Rotation does continue, though. All right, back to chat we go. Let's go ahead and check out our YouTube friends over here. Testing, testing, says Lori. I got you. CJ says we need a video on how to read radar. The answer and the solution is I actually made one already. Our production team has been slammed, so it's not been posted yet, but that's already been made. At least part one. It's a part one of many series coming. Can we show the Tornado Watch outline? I can do that. There is your tornado watch. Any county you see there in that brownish red color continues to watch. They do believe that storms may have enough fuel to rotate still. I think the northern and very far northwestern counties here of Terre Haute to Indianapolis will probably be cleared off of this because if you notice, these storms in Illinois are starting to sag southward as time moves on. So these northern counties will start to get cleared out here shortly, I have to imagine. But yeah, there's your current watch box here. Includes Richmond, Indianapolis, Terre Haute, and all the way south into Kentucky. So you're south of Indy, I guess you remain in a watch. However, I think the storms for Terre Haute, Indianapolis are about to be just done for the night. Melissa says, thank you for all you guys do. Trust you guys more than anyone else. Appreciate your support and your kind words there. We do our best here. Turn the watch off here. I like my radar to be less cluttered. As least cluttered as possible. Can Indianapolis go to bed? That is the number one question I'm being asked right now. South side of Indy, you got some storms still heading your way. Let's check out the radar here. Are we gusty here, or are we just kind of garden variety? The answer looks to be garden variety. I think you're 95% safe there in Indy to go to bed. In fact, I'd probably just say downtown Indy and northward, you're probably safe. South Indy, storms continue. However, I don't see these becoming severe. I'd say you're probably good to go to bed in Indianapolis. I think it's a pretty safe bet there. Shannon says, visiting from Vegas.
A new considerable flash flood warning has been issued.
From Vegas, visiting in Newcastle. Well, welcome in. The answer is yes, go to bed. Thank you for watching and tuning in, though. Crazy you found us here at IWN, visiting from Vegas. How'd you hear about us? How did you find us? I'm curious. Can I zoom in? I can do that. The considerable flash flood warning now also overlaps the tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They're going to issue a tornado warning now, a downstream warning for the current one. Our friend in Hamilton, are you still in chat? Because if you are now under a tornado warning in Hamilton, Ohio. Newcastle is clear. Go to bed. This new warning includes basically same area: Cedar Grove, Riley, Mount Carmel, New Trenton. It is radar indicated rotation. That is the only hazard we see with it. I have been watching it on my advanced radar above me. If you guys don't believe me, I can pull it in real quick. This is the advanced radar product I use. It's really confusing, sorts of colors. I don't use it publicly unless I absolutely have to. So you guys get the easier version here. But I've been watching it. It's there, but not really too tight near the Sharptown area. So we're watching it, but nothing really warrants immediate concern, but it does rotate, so it is worth monitoring. Your airport radar has the strongest rotation over Mortished Road, and it's about to cross. The names of these roads: Druersburg Road, State Line Road. New severe coming in for the Davies, Knox, and Martin County areas. Probably an extension of this one, I have to imagine. New warning coming in for Bartholomew, Brown, and Monroe County. So we have a lot of warnings coming in now. We'll give it a few seconds here to pop on the screen while it does that. I will check the Bloomington cell. It's been a minute since we did that real quick. So rotation continues. They actually just issued the downstream warning here. Very weak rotation there. The text of this continues 60-mile-per-hour wind language, as well as a tag on it for possible tornado. Getting the graphic up and on the page. We hand post all of our graphics on our page for all tornadic warnings. So if your county does go underneath a warning, odds are we have more information in a neat little graphic. Tells you the max hail size, if the radar indicated, or if the tornado is observed, if it's radar indicated, if it's confirmed, what size, stuff like that. So that's new addition here recently that we post during all severe events for anything that's rotating. All right, let's back out here. We had several new warnings come in. Let's go ahead and start over here in Cincinnati north areas here. Rotation for the counties here heading into Ohio does continue. Again, Mortished Road, It's about to cross the Ohio border. So if the Hamilton area people are still watching, it's heading your direction. And like I said before, though, I do believe it stays south of you guys in the Hamilton area. Currently, do not see much in the way of anything intense rotation wise. I will look at the Wilmington radar just to make sure. There's nothing here that holds hands. It's there, but it doesn't really come together for a tight couplet. So no immediate concern there that I'm seeing. The new warning coming in for Columbus area, Elizabethtown, Jonesville, Grandview Lake, I-65, Nashville. A lot of populated, or should I say rural areas here. Underneath the warning here for 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as a tornado possible. The rotation on this cell, a couple areas to watch where the reds and greens come together. It was more, I guess, impressive back here when they issued the warning. Since then, both areas have weakened, so that's good news there. Extension further south here. I know we had some Bedford people watching. This cell continues on a little bit of a southward trek. A little bit of a hook on it too, just north of Washington. I don't see rotation on it though. We did have hail on this earlier, and we still do have a hail signature there. This is displaced to the east, or sorry, west, as the storm has moved to the east. So likely the hail, if there's anything falling, is going to be over I-69 right now, just north of Montgomery and Washington areas. That was the new warnings that came in. So just kind of getting extensions of current warnings. If you're in Richmond area watching, you guys are probably going to go to bed. I'd keep a close eye here on these cells to your west, but right now these look garden variety in nature. I'm going to watch the storm down here in Indianapolis closely. Don't see anything there. I'll check the airport radar as well. Not seeing anything there either. Perfecto. Current time is crossing 1:30 a.m. We have been live in the state of Indiana going on 9 hours. We start our coverage at 5 p.m. We are now at 1:31 a.m. Eastern time. Back to chat here, guys. I've missed you. See you, Danielle. Ah, Shannon, I got you. I guess I reversed it then. Yeah, Indianapolis, go to bed. You guys are good. I see a lot of questions still for like the Columbus, Bedford, Seymour areas. It's hard to tell because we have a lot of storms coming in from your guys' west. However, the severe threat, I believe, is winding down. So while I cannot rule out you're going to not see severe storm, I can't for sure say you're clear yet. That's what I'm trying to say here. But I do think the overall threat has diminished greatly since earlier. It's not a very high-end threat anymore. So if you want me to give you all clear, I can't do that. But if you want me to tell you everything's going to be okay, I can't do that either. It's getting late and words are becoming hard. North Vernon area, same thing applies to you guys over there. I can't give you the all clear yet because there are still storms that are severe in your general area. However, the overall risk tonight is diminishing greatly. As we get later and later, we're going to lose a lot of our fuel. Back to Hamilton area, if you're still watching, for people there in Hamilton, watching this area of rotation, Not really seeing much here that's holding hands, but we do see a pocket of some perhaps brighter reds indicating some stronger winds moving into Hamilton directly. So at very least, expect some very gusty winds there in Hamilton. Cell down here in Lagodi area doesn't look too bad, or too, doesn't look bad. And what I mean by that, it looks pretty weak. Besides the hail risk here, I'm looking at the rotation specifically. I do believe there's probably a hail risk still. The hail tracker has not updated recently. It's kind of hooked though, but there's no definitive rotation that I'm seeing that defines this as a low level. Back to the Bloomington cell, Columbus area. This was warned for severe wind with a possible tornado tag on it. And this doesn't catch my eye. We're at a point here where nothing really catches my eye, and I like it, but it's also in a bad place to be because if I had my choice here, I'd hop off and relax. But I think we're probably a little bit premature on doing that just yet. So perhaps we can wrap things up here closer to 2 if things still look subdued. Back to chat here. Zula says, just landed. I need to drive from Detroit to Rochester. Yeah, you're clear. You are clear. Come on down. By the time that you get down to Indiana, these storms are going to be out of here. So yeah, come on down from Detroit. I got some gusty winds up there in the thumb region of Michigan. I know our Michigan staff's watching that right now. It's getting late. I might put on my headphones and go grab food. Bloomington for the time being is clear. Watching the cells head in your direction here, they may brush you.
Hey, Ryan, Warrior with the K. I have made it home and I'm signing off.
Copy that. So looking at Bloomington area there again, I see a lot of rain heading your direction. I think it may miss you to the south though. So if you're in Bloomington, I'm teetering the line of saying you're clear, but I can't say for sure based on those cells to your west. They may brush parts of the area. So I think you're fine, but again, watch your western radar. Any threats coming towards Seymour? Currently, at the current time, no. The storm to your north will stay to your north, but you do have storms to your west over here that probably will present more of a flooding risk than anything, but there is a couple severe storms that will need to be watched. This one is warned for wind. However, I don't... Maybe a little bit of rotation there to watch that a bit more carefully there, but I don't think we're going to see too much else with these storms. I'm going to watch that one head toward Lagodi. It's got a hook there. Let's check out the Evansville radar here. Low level here. Nice hook there on radar. A little bit of increasing rotation there on this cell. Heading toward the Lagodi and Shoals area. We're going to start watching that area closely. Bedford area directly. I think you are going to be missed to the south from this storm. Seymour, you have a lot of storms coming your way from the west. None of these in Illinois are currently severe. That is a telling sign that we are about done with this event. Hopefully. What do you guys think? Should I throw my headphones on and go get some food? It's been about 4 hours since I've ate. I can talk to you guys while I'm microwaving my food. Oh, Caleb's back. Hi, Caleb. You're muted. You're muted for the audience, but I can hear you. Are you ready to come back in? All right. We're gonna take Caleb. Yeah, I actually
Do you not have it?
no, I got it. I was just actually clearing people from Indianapolis on north. I said Indianapolis is good. Teetering Bloomington. I can't decide if I want to say Bloomington's clear or not. I think it is based on trends. This will sag
Yeah.
south with time, so I think you guys are clear there. I
It
am
will.
watching
North of
just
I-70
FYI.
is clear, but we are watching a little bit of maybe a little bit of rotation near the Lagodi
Yeah,
or
that's
Washington area.
yeah.
I was looking at that.
Okay.
Is
While you guys got that, I'm gonna hop out real quick.
all
Are
right.
you done, Caleb, for now? Like, are you done scheduling?
For now,
Okay.
I'll probably do more later
Okay.
today.
Okay. If you're good, then I'm gonna schedule some of mine for the morning.
Yeah, go for it, man.
Okay.
So Ryan and I kind of taking a little bit of shifts on scheduling a couple of things on the pages here tomorrow, because after this event is over, he and I are likely going to sleep a little bit into tomorrow morning, get a little power nap in before we start the day tomorrow. But the good news is, no severe weather is expected tomorrow and over the next few days going forward. Our next weather system moves in on Monday. Widespread severe weather risk with that looks very low. A few thunderstorms, maybe some gusty winds if things align properly, but the risk for widespread severe weather near term looks rather low for Indiana, which is some good news. Looks like we have a little bit of a break coming our way, much deserved across Indiana, might I say. The rotation that was there that Ryan was kind of looking at there, a little bit of hard to really definitively say if that was some rotation there, kind of on the inflow. Not really the best location, or at least representation of what I would expect the rotation to be. Maybe some gusty winds coming into the Lagodi area. No tornado possible tag on this either. 60 and penny size hail. Kind of echoing my thoughts there with that. Back up here to the north near the Columbus area, Nashville and Jonesville areas, once again under a severe thunderstorm warning. Grandview Lake, no tornado possible on it, just a baseline warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds, penny-size hail. The tornado warning that we did have near the Brookville area, that has since moved off to our east to our neighbors in Ohio. Taking a look at that, that is also weakened a little bit, maybe some broad rotation near the Ross area, or perhaps just southwest of Millville. But even that is rather weak and rather disorganized a little bit as well. But yeah, a few sprinkles, perhaps Wells, Adams County, but nothing significant. A stray shower near the Defiance area. But there is no instability up here. If you're north of I-70, the severe weather risk is over. Thankfully, it didn't materialize to its highest potential. We did see a few tornadoes in Indiana, and even a strong tornado earlier south of the Martinsville area, just north of Bloomington. Crossing I-69. I don't know if I-69 is still shut down down here or not from that tornado. It was shut down earlier as that tornado crossed the road earlier this evening. That was probably the most significant tornado of the day was in that area there. Really textbook supercell there. Maybe still a little bit of rotation northwest of Lagodi here, kind of. Again, it's just really kind of ill-defined. I'm not sold on that being rotation at the moment at the surface. It's just kind of kind of misplaced a little bit on radar there. And watching it though, we'll continue to keep an eye on it. The warm front is still stalled across the area, but we have a lot of rain cooled air moving south as well, and some surface stability building into the region as well. That'll kind of help limit how robust these storms are going to be able to get from here on out. Tornado watch was extended to about 3 a.m. Just for the possibility of a tornado or two still this morning. Not out of the question. We have a lot of wind shear still in place, but right now I don't really see anything that really screams tornadic at the moment, which is some good news across the area. A lot of rainfall, though. Do watch out for ponding and some hydrologic impacts if you're south of I-70. There are just a lot of flood alerts across the region here. I don't have them turned on at the moment, but there are a lot. In fact, let me turn. This is all alerts currently. This is showing every alert currently in the region. Area shaded in red, that is a tornado watch currently in effect until southern Indiana actually goes until 5 a.m. They've extended this till 5 a.m. For 3 hours and 14 more minutes here. And the northern tornado watch goes until 3 a.m. So this boundary will eventually just sag south and continue to sag south. Flood watches, though, in effect until 4 a.m., another 2 hours here, and a lot of flood advisories, but also flash flood warnings in effect here as well. Just lots of rainfall is falling across the area here. This little circle that you see here is what we call a mesoscale discussion. Kind of giving an update on the environment of storms moving into southeast Indiana and southwest Ohio. I'll go ahead and toggle off all of the alerts, and we will just stick with severe alerts at this point in time. And we'll toggle off our watches there, make it a little less messy of a representation. You know what? We'll go ahead and toggle off mesoscale discussions as well for now. I can see those here behind the scenes, but make it a little cleaner for you. We'll go ahead and turn back on. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Go back to dual screen here, get a look at our winds associated with this. Again, not seeing a whole lot at the moment here across Indiana. Maybe a little bit of a gust front north of the Lagodi area coming into Dover Hill. Baseline warning here, 60. I don't know if they'll extend that or not. That'll be up to the National Weather Service in Indianapolis if they decide to do so. But really looking around, nothing is really catching my eye at the moment. I think the biggest hazard right now is going to be flash flooding. Also, an outflow boundary is draped from Vincennes to Flora, Illinois. That is some good news there. That's going to limit any tornadic potential with the Newton and Robinson, Illinois areas, and as well into Sullivan County. So good news there. That should limit that. That'll kind of help eat away at our surface instability, or at least what's left of it. So a little bit of good news there. A strongest cell still appears to be near the Lagodi area and Washington area, but does not look overly impressive. Let's look at our hail tracker here, just see what our updrafts are doing. Strongest cell still kind of right in here. Some small hail is possible just north of the Montgomery area. The warning has penny size hail. Definitely possible there. Just east of Plainville and Ragglesville, east of I-69, northwest of Lagodi, where you see all the two little pink areas there on reflectivity, especially the left one here. has the greater VIL, greater updraft there for potentially some hail with that. But looking at velocity here, I really just don't see. I don't see much of anything at the moment in terms of rotation. I'm just not seeing it. I'd be kind of surprised if this warning gets extended. It looks below severe criteria right now. Still strong, I think. I wouldn't be surprised to see a special weather statement for penny-sized hail at least, but we will see what the National Weather Service deems necessary. Have a storm report coming in from 11:56. This was a few hours ago. Several utility poles snapped just south of the Versailles area. So there is some damage reports. Oh, I hear Ryan. Yeah, we'll watch this here for a little bit longer here, but we may hop off and monitor things here behind the scenes if things continue to downtrend. We'll watch these southern storms here for a few more minutes here, but if things continue to downtrend, we'll probably hop off here and monitor things here behind the scenes. Really not looking too impressive, not really seeing just a whole lot of anything at the moment of significant concern, which is good news. Hopefully that trend continues. There's also an outflow boundary draped across these cells from Vincennes to Flora, Illinois, and that's also a good sign. You want these storms north of the outflow boundary, not south, and that will kind of help limit their overall potential there as well. Looking across northern Indiana, there's just nothing up here. A little bit of sprinkles swells Adams County into Van Wert and over towards Findlay, Ohio, but there's really just nothing up here. The northern risk did not verify today, thankfully, due to early afternoon rain, a widespread rain across Indiana. So those of us who were complaining about getting missed with all the rain here recently, I think everyone kind of got a share of the wealth card today and was able to get some rain, at least out of this system. Thankfully, while we did see some significant severe weather today, Indiana got extremely lucky, and even Illinois to some extent, of what this event could have turned into. If we didn't have that much cloud cover and that much rainfall earlier this afternoon, we really did have the potential here. The stage was set for a widespread severe weather outbreak today, including some tornadoes, potentially strong or even violent, couldn't have been ruled out if we were able to fully maximize the atmosphere's potential today. Thankfully, that did not happen. And we did see that rain and cloud cover today. That was a good thing to see and a good trend to see as well. Thankfully, we didn't see the high end event. We did have a couple strong tornadoes, though, at least one strong tornado in Indiana, north of Bloomington, south of Martinsville earlier this evening. We'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides that tornado strength, length, and intensity with that. Likely do some damage surveys over the next couple of days. But we did add a couple tornadoes to our tornado count over the last couple of days. Yesterday, an EF1 tornado was confirmed in Putnam County, Indiana. So that is something there. So we did add a tornado yesterday, at least one tornado, as an EF1 tornado, briefly touching down near the Cloverdale, Indiana area and Putnam County. So we did have a tornado yesterday. A little bit of a hook there near Bruceville, but nothing super concerning there. It's elevated. We're closer to the Evansville radar here. If we look up in the cloud, you can see that couplet there on IND's radar. But again, look at the distance here. You're looking way high in the cloud here. Looking at the lower levels, just not much of that being translated to the ground, which is good news there. Playing it back, just not a lot. I mean, there's a little bit of rotation there. We were talking about there just northwest of Lagodi, but even that is since gone. I just don't see any rotation at all within that storm there. Probably hang on here for say it's 1:54 now. We'll give it till a little after 2 a.m. Maybe give it another 10 minutes here. Give it to about 2:10. And if things look to remain calm, we'll probably hop off here and monitor things here behind the scenes. But for right now, things are pretty calm at the moment. We are watching a few of these storms near the Vincennes area, Knox County, Indiana. Right now, mainly just some heavy rain. I'm not really seeing anything super conclusive in the Knox County area or Washington area, which is some good news. There are some pockets of perhaps some embedded gusty winds, but I'm not sure how many of those pockets are making their way all the way to the ground. And starting to see more of a flash flood risk developing. And I'm actually going to circle an area. Have to watch maybe a little bit of rotation there just south of Bicknell, right in there. A little bit of a couplet there. But again, weak in nature at the moment. If we take my screen back here, this area here is becoming concerning for flash flooding. A lot of showers and storms. This is going back until 1150. Look at how slowly these storms are moving south, and they are moving over just the same areas again, again, and again. And that is really just setting the stage for a flash flood event. But also, notice here recently, these semi-discrete cells are now kind of congealing into just a mess of rain with these thunderstorms, and that's going to create a flash flood risk from Knox County, southern Sullivan County, over to the Bedford area, and perhaps continuing a little bit east here as the night goes on. If you're on the I-69 area, Freeland, Bicknell, watch out for flash flooding. Torrential rainfall is occurring. There's some rolly areas in this neck of the woods here. Once you get out of the Wabash River Valley, it gets pretty rolly. So do watch out for some flash flooding across this portion of Indiana near term. That is something we are going to have to keep an eye on. But looking around the area, though, I really don't see anything too substantial at the moment. Again, maybe a little bit of broad rotation near the Jonesville area, but inconclusive and quite weak in nature, if I'm being honest. Going back to Evansville's radar, maybe just some pockets of some gusty winds. I really don't see anything too significant at the moment. Hopefully these trends continue. We'll probably give the stream here to about 2:10 a.m. And if these storms look to behave, we'll probably hop out of here and watch some trends here behind the scenes. But these storms will gradually sink south. Tornado watch for southern Indiana goes until 5 a.m. Northern portions of southern Indiana, like Bloomington areas, Bedford, it goes until 3 a.m. But for right now, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, and these are the one up here is likely going to expire. The storm is kind of running out of the box there in the Jonesville area. Maybe some breezy conditions, broad rotation, but not really anything significant that really screams an imminent tornado by any means. Kind of the same thing down here, just pockets of some gusty winds, maybe some broad rotation. Perhaps you can play the case for that, but nothing that really looks like an imminent tornado. Which is some good news there. like some of these areas of brighter reflectivity you see here for Circle them, they really look kind of side lobish. They really just aren't. See how they're just kind of right on the edge of clear air here. They really aren't matching up very well with our precipitation. So kind of leads me to believe it's more clutter, maybe a little bit of side lobe versus actual rotation associated with these storms. National Weather Service has no tornado possible tag on these warnings. These are baseline severe thunderstorm warnings across Indiana at this time. A little bit of a hook near the Jonesville area, but again, not really seeing anything very significant with that at the moment. Most of the rotation that's left is upper level rotation and not super impressive. We'll stay on here for a few more minutes to make sure these storms behave before we hop off fully. But go ahead and clear some of you guys who are watching here. If you're north of this line, you guys are in the clear. So 2/3 of Indiana, your severe weather risk is over where that smiley face is. Go to bed, have a good rest of your night, and enjoy your day tomorrow. You guys are in the clear. Indianapolis, north of I-70, you're in the clear. So good news there. Maybe a little bit of some broad rotation. Some could argue just south of Elizabethtown. A little bit of a hook echo there. We'll keep an eye on that, but nothing that screams an imminent tornado at this time, which is good news. This stuff down here looks more like clutter. I really don't see much in the way of rotation. A lot of the brighter reflectivity here is actually out here in clear air, open air, and is not lining up very well with precipitation, which is good news. Leads me to believe these are kind of weaker storms and maybe a little bit of an outflow boundary starting to develop on the south side, which is not out of the question, especially with more left to right movement instead of moving south. These storms would likely produce an outflow. There it is. You can kind of see it developing right there, that little line that you see near Summer, near Lawrence, a little bit of a scattered line. That does continue, looks to continue right in here. So these are producing an outflow boundary, which is good news. And with not many storms developing south of that, that's really going to limit much in the way of anything tornadic with these storms. They're going to be on the north side of that boundary. That is some good news. Hopefully those trends continue. We'll watch this one here for a couple more minutes here. South of Elizabethtown, nice hook echo on radar. A little bit of a rotation there, just northeast of Jonesville. But again, it's weak in nature. It is below tornado warning criteria at the moment. But we'll continue to watch it here for a few more minutes. A lot of wind shear out there tonight. More than enough to support tornadoes. The bad side, we just do not have instability. We just don't have a lot of fuel to support severe weather at the moment. But it looks like they may, I don't know if they may not even issue a downstream warning on that. Storm is now outrunning our severe thunderstorm box. But these storms here look kind of sub-severe. Looking at our hail tracker, there is some hail with this storm coming into the Dover Hill area. Could have some hail, perhaps up to penny size there. That's one of the stronger VILs in the state currently, but does appear to be below severe criteria there with that. Looking at our updrafts across the rest of the state, all of them are pretty weak. Maybe some smaller hail up here near car aisle, but again, looks below severe criteria. A lot of lightning in these storms, though. These are electric down here. You're definitely hearing them if you're in the Lagodi area, Williams, Odin. You're definitely hearing this storm. It looks like a loud one. But in terms of severe weather, it looks sub-severe, in my opinion. And it looks like they are not going to issue a downstream warning for this. Does have a little bit of broad rotation on it, but it's pretty weak in nature, which is good news. We'll give it here about 5 more minutes here, just see how that scan evolves before we probably hop off here. Give it to about 210 or so. But also, this storm is also moving into, I believe, a different a forecasting office, the CWA perhaps. I can't remember if North Vernon is Indianapolis or Louisville. I have to double check on that. For those of you watching from Ohio, there is a tornado warning from Mason, Ohio. Nice hook echo, some rotation there. Crossing I-71 right now, north of Landon. A little bit of rotation there. Currently no tornado warnings here in the state of Indiana, which is good news. There's a little bit of rotation just northeast of Jonesville, but a little bit weak in nature. Not super impressive at the moment, but we'll watch that here for a few more minutes. Last thing I want to do is hop off and watch this storm do something funny. Broad rotation near the, is that Scipio area, perhaps? County Squire Lakes, just north of there, southeast of Elizabethtown. A little bit of broad rotation there, but not super tight. You see a little bit of holding hands here, but the brightest returns are not right next to each other, a little bit displaced. So that is some good news there. Nothing on debris tractor that we see. So that is also some good news there. But we'll continue to watch this. I want to see that weekend just a little bit more before we hop off. It's not super strong now, but I'd rather see that go away before we hop off, before hopping off and seeing it intensify, if you know what I mean. So we're going to watch that here just for a couple more minutes here. And looking back down south here, yeah, these storms are kind of creating a little bit of an outflow boundary here. So I think these brighter reflectivities a little bit side lobed on that outflow boundary there, kind of reminiscent of that. This rotation is increasing just a little bit, so we're going to stay here. We'll follow that here. We won't be getting off at 210. We're gonna track this here a little bit longer, just to make sure it doesn't do anything funny. It was just north of County Squire Lakes, southeast of Elizabethtown, near North Vernon. And it looks like we're getting a severe thunderstorm warning. Perhaps for this cell. There it is. Tornado possible now. 60-mile-per-hour winds. The good news is I don't see anything on our debris tracker, but that rotation is there. We're going to watch this here until this rotation weakens. Area of kind of some broad rotation just north of County Squire Lakes. This is moving east. Let's see what the movement is on this. 50 miles per hour. It's moving east, just to the east of Columbus, north of North Vernon, and that is crossing State Road 7, coming up to State Road 3. But the good news is there is nothing on our debris tractor. It is clean and green at the moment, or clean and purple at the moment. that is what you want to see there. Not a super tight couple. If you back it up there a little bit, was actually a little bit tighter, just to the east or west of Scipio there, and kind of more running parallel to each other here. If that continues to broaden, we'll probably hop off. But I just want to watch it a couple more scans, as we do have quite a bit of vorticity out there tonight, so I don't want to let it go just yet. But we will watch it here in a few more minutes. I think these storms here are just going to be training and producing an outflow boundary. I think the tornado risk is decreasing with these storms here locally, with their training nature, and also an outflow boundary now starting to push out south of these storms. That is going to limit the tornado potential short term with these. Some good news there. Some broad rotation just to the right near the Scipio area. It was a little bit stronger west of town. We'll see what the next scan shows here before we hop off here and monitor things here behind the scenes. If you're south of I-70, scattered showers and storms will continue. The greatest severe weather risk, I think, from here on out is going to be Bloomington and south, and Columbus and south. That may hopefully have been your last severe thunderstorm warning for Columbus. I can't rule that out completely. But the severe weather risk north of Bloomington and Columbus is quite low tonight. Indianapolis, you should be in the clear for tonight. And all of northern Indiana, if you're north of I-70, you're 100% in the clear tonight. Thankfully, your severe weather risk didn't materialize thanks to a lot of rain earlier today. That was our saving grace for the northern Indiana severe weather potential today. Area of rotation still continuing a little bit near the Scipio area, north of North Vernon. A little bit of broad rotation there. Getting a little bit tighter again on the latest scan. You can see that how it's just trying to hold hands again, but it's still broad in nature, below tornado warning criteria there. So that is some good news. I see we got Ryan back. He looks tired. Tornado possible, 60-mile-per-hour winds, as well as penny-size hail. But the good news is the rotation is weak in nature, Ryan, and getting a little bit more broad in nature, which is some good news. A little bit tighter back here, just west of the Scipio area, and getting a little bit broader as we go northeast of County Squire Lakes. So watch this for a couple more minutes here, Ryan, and by about 2:15, if it looks to broaden out, probably a good time to hop off and monitor things here behind the scenes. I mentioned the southern cells from Bedford to Odin to Washington and Knox County starting to train each other, but also producing an outflow boundary. You can see that outflow boundary really well here now. That may limit the tornado potential here, but remained a flash flood risk and perhaps a small hail risk with these storms here.
Fun fact, this is my second day in a row doing a 10-hour plus live stream. It's wild.
High score. Yeah, we were busy yesterday in both Michigan and Indiana. Did we have one or two confirmed tornadoes from yesterday? At least one in Putnam County as an EF1.
Yeah, they confirmed that. I have not heard anything else. I might have missed something, but I don't know any clear confirmation besides that one.
Yeah, it's the information I have as well. A little bit of broad rotation there, Ryan, but again, it really doesn't look too concerning to me at this time. And this severe thunderstorm warning is expiring right now. And with this outflow boundary here, really just kind of outflow dominant storms here, training each other. But while the severe risk is low at the moment for these, the flash flood risk is actually quite high. How these have just really congealed, Ryan, and they're not moving very far south. They are just moving due east to west or west to east, and that is really going to ramp up a flash flood threat here locally in this area here. And rotation still hanging on north and North Vernon, trying to tighten up once again. Nothing on our debris tracker, which is good. Just trying to hang on. It is currently moving east at 50 miles per hour. Area broad rotation crossing State Road 3 right now, north of North Vernon. No tornado warning on it yet. Is appears to be below severe criteria or below tornado warning criteria. But there is some rotation there. We are keeping an eye on. Nothing on our debris tracker yet, which is some good news. Actually, kind of surprised they continued or reissued this severe thunderstorm warning there. There could be some pockets of strong winds there along the outflow boundary, perhaps. No tornado possible tag on it. 60-mile-per-hour winds and penny-size hail. A very large severe thunderstorm warning too. Knox, Washington counties, all the way to the Bedford area, under a severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of a blanket warning there, encompassing that whole line. And this area of rotation is still trying to hold on. Getting a little bit tighter there, just north of the north of Vernon area. Trying to anyway, but not super tight, which is some good news. Hopefully it stays weak, but it is still holding on. Nothing on our debris tracker, which is good. It just crossed State Road 3, and it's currently just northeast of North Vernon here. Kind of a rain-wrapped area of rotation. You can see it tracking there. It's going to head towards the Jackson area, Osgood area, just south of Westport. Nothing extremely tight at the moment, but it is there. Some broad rotation, as we'd call it.
If this area of interest just west of Versailles continues, it will be moving toward the Osgood, Versailles, Delaware, Milan, Sparta, and Manchester areas. The expectation that I have is this will remain pretty much weak in nature. I can't rule out something happening, but in my honest opinion, I do believe we are looking at a decreasing threat here. And this is just going to stay marginally conducive. I don't think we're going to see too much big stuff happening at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with you there as well. Most of the rotation that's left is staying limited to the mid and upper levels.
We'll see if they
And some of
reissue
that-
this.
Yeah, and some of that coming with some low-level stability too. And there's some spin there. It's broad. You can see a broad couplet there. It is a couplet. They are holding hands. but it's not super tight.
Getting 17 next to about 29, so we're about combined 47.
Yeah, not close to a tornado warning at the moment. Moving east at 50 miles per hour. Probably wouldn't be surprised if there's a wall cloud on it, but it'd probably be broadly rotating at that. See if we get a downstream warning on that or statement. We'll see what the National Weather Service decides to do there. I think we are getting into a different there at weekend a little bit more. I believe the Versailles area is under another. I can't even speak right now. A different WFO, I think. I believe that is
Yes, that's going to be Wilmington.
Wilmington,
Ripley
I
County.
think.
Yeah, Ripley
Yeah.
County is Wilmington.
And it looks to be kind of gusting out at the moment with the latest scans there, Ryan. But even then, not super strong winds either. I don't personally think there's 60-mile-per-hour winds in that storm, or in many of these storms currently. A lot of these brighter signatures. Now there could be some gusty winds near the Odin area. This is a nice gust front here, but the southern stuff, I think it's just more kind of side lobed right on the outflow boundary. But this could be a pocket of pretty good sized winds. Yeah, 60-mile-per-hour winds there, Ryan, coming into the Odin area, but that's about it in terms of um, anything strong that I see at the moment. Not saying there's not strong winds along this outflow boundary, there very well could be. The strongest downdraft that I see is currently near the Odin area. Could have some winds up to 60 miles per hour or so in the form of straight line winds, where that bright reflectivity is just outside of the Plainville area, just east of there. Interesting seeing also kind of a little bit of a radar gap here behind this pocket of really intense winds. Looking less impressive on the rotation side of things.
I think Caleb and I are both in agreement here where a lot of this stuff is just becoming mediocre in nature. We can't rule out one or two more storms becoming severe, or perhaps even a tornado this evening. across the very far southern 2 tiers of counties. But as the time being here, I don't think it's worth staying live for 3 or 4 more hours for perhaps one, if that, big other thing happening. So right now, we're probably going to wrap this stream up. If you live in the very far 2 bottom tiers of counties in Indiana, a couple severe storms are still possible this evening into the early morning hours here. But what you should know is that the overall threat is, I'm going to use the term on the lower end of things. Despite there being a couple warnings out there, these storms are continuing to look meager. There's an outflow boundary being pushed out now, which should indicate storms are weakening. Some of these could have some gusty winds still, and some of these may exhibit rotation. And again, we can't rule out an additional tornado warning here soon, or short term at least, should I say. Right now,
Yeah, and
though,
Wilmington's going
catches
with
our
the
eye.
special weather statement for that area, broad rotation. So they are thinking it's below severe criteria, which I would concur with that.
And that's a good cue for us to hop off as well. I was actually looking at their information in here, and they're more concerned about their areas over there than they are over here. So we are, I think we're pretty much good to hop out of here for now.
Sounds good. If you're in the Odin area, there is a nice little pocket of strong winds here, embedded winds here up to 60 miles per hour, probably coming into the Odin area in Ragglesville area. This is the strongest storm, I'd arguably say, in the state of Indiana at the moment. And this is not tornadic, this is straight line winds. And then some gusty winds on the southern flank along an outflow boundary, non-tornadic at the moment. So with that being said, Ryan, is there anything else you want to say?
Appreciate you guys tuning in, watching. Hope to see you guys next time on Severe Weather coverage here at Indiana Weather Network.